What's up, guys? I'm today with Snackbox, and we're doing a tier list of the major champions in Arena. We're gonna talk about both like live arena and classic arena. It's gonna be very situational. We're gonna get into deep talk about our opinions and maybe have some disagreements and debate. What's up, Snackbox?
What's up, dude? It's been a long time coming. We actually had a collab planned for a while, so now it's finally happening. Happy to be here.
Yeah, there's been a couple different collabs that I was thinking about, and I was like, we need to do some video, but I don't think we did any video yet, right? Or did we do a video? No, okay.
No, that's the first one.
Yeah, anyway, so we were both, active in the current or the last live arena season that just ended. I think they first, like briefly, before we get into the champion tiers, there was like changes to the point system. And how do you think it was compared to the last season? I think both of us got pretty high rank. You obviously, I think, got top 100 and higher rank than me. I was like 300. I gave up on top 100 in the last 2 hours. I couldn't make it. I was kind of close. I think we both played a lot less games than normally on the live arena seasons and did pretty well. So did you think that the Parium changes to the boosting and the matchmaking system were good?
So yeah, the last 2 hours of the seasons are always super contested, and yeah, it's very hard to get wins there because you have all the top players queuing up, right? So it's very hard. But overall, I think I like the changes in general, but there need to be a few more adjustments about the whole matchmaking system. But I think the point system in general is better than before, but it still needs some adjustments as well as the matchmaking system.
Yeah, it felt a lot chiller this season because I went super hard on last one and I was not planning to like compete at all this season. But then it was like actually the top 500 is not that much points above the 1320 to get the loot. Mm-hmm. And actually if you can just win, you can basically get top 500 at that point. Top 100 was too much for me. I tried, but I wasn't. It was really close. I feel like maybe I could have done it, but I gave up. But
well, you're gonna get there. You got a Fabian now. You're gonna improve over time. You're gonna get there.
But by the way, how fast is your Fabian or your fastest lockout? Out of curiosity.
How you want the leaks?
I mean, okay. If you don't want to say, my Fabian is 451 without 6-star blessing. What do you think? Is that like average in top 500 or top 100, below or above? What do you think?
So most of the time, right now, you will face, like if you push into top 100, you will face Fabians that are like 470, 480 plus. That's kind of like the minimum, I think, for top 100 players. So I think 450 is more on the lower side. Because of relics, because of the better glyphs and stuff like that. So it's just, there was an inflation of stats, definitely.
Yeah, if I get like max glyphs and 6-star blessing, then I could be like 480. But let's say that realistically, I'm gonna be like 470 something with the current gear with 6-star blessing.
Yeah, you will be fine. 470, 480 is fine.
Yeah, we'll see about it. I will say that oftentimes, there is quite many ways to deal with Fabian, especially like lots of the top accounts. They might have something like Lamasu or Shu Chen as a faster champion, and they might have multiple different ways to deal with the lockout. Like even if their lockout is slower, they could go with Grixia, or they could have two different champions like a Shu Chen and something else, and it's a little bit complicated. For me, I noticed that I can just pick Fabian early against the good accounts and hope it works. Against some other people, they will have to Fabian or, they ban it or they lose. Against the top accounts, if I early pick Fabian, they will just adjust to it. And I actually started late picking Fabian because of that.
Yeah, it depends on who you're fighting. Obviously, the best thing is to know your opponent, right? So if you know you can pick Fabian happily first and take him away from your opponent and he doesn't really have an answer to it, then you're kind of in an advantage if you know, or you can anticipate a Crixia or something else, or a faster champion than your Fabian, then it's going to be you're going to have a hard time.
Sure. Okay. Enough of the enough of the banter. Let's get to the actual tier list. So we're gonna start off with High Elves. I tried to put this in order. I think it doesn't. Not High Elves. I mean, fuck. Not High Elves. We're gonna start out with Bannerlords, obviously. Let's. It took me tons of time to arrange the tier list, but I bet there's gonna be some issues. Anyway, so starting out with Bannerlords, the first faction, we have two mythics, Androck and Joan. Briefly, Androck, he used to be kind of popular. He's more of a PvE champion. He does do Enfeeble. Have you seen Androck a single time in the last live arena season?
Yeah, I actually saw one guy. I don't remember which player it was, but he was rocking the Androck. He was basically running a very high resistance team, and actually, if you get caught off guard with his Androck, he was like very fast. He would actually go first before me with his Androck, and a 6-star Androck, 6-star blessing, super fast, and then he would have like a Donny and a Pelops, and a lot of resistance and a lot of control. And if you get caught off guard by that, it can actually be a very annoying thing for you. But I don't see him that much, right? Champions like that you tend to see only a few times here and there, and it has to be a really great build and kind of an off-meta strategy.
Yeah, I will say that sometimes, also very rarely, but I do see teams that have even nukers in resistance, and they do some kind of team with resistance buff. These days, it's usually either with Joan or Mavara, because those will do resistance buff as well. I've seen Donnies and Helicats in high resistance, which sometimes catches me off guard. But do you think Androck deserves a spot in the tier list at all?
I think he does. But it's hard to say where exactly. I wouldn't say he's at the bottom. I wouldn't say he's at the top. Maybe somewhere in the middle.
Really?
Maybe like good in right matchup. Yeah, I think he's good in the right matchup.
I'm surprised that you appreciate him that much. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think I saw Androck a single time in the last season. In the past, I remember Biohack liked to use him a lot. I feel like Joan does the same thing with the utility, and then many other things like block revive and is a nuker and so on. So, but you would put Androck in B tier.
I think he's underrated because he's not that popular, right? It's not that popular to use him, and he doesn't work always. Like he doesn't, work in every single match. But I've seen him. I've seen strong teams with him. So in the right matchup and with the right team around him, maybe B or C. That's where I would put him. I don't know, maybe bottom of B or top C. I think.
Okay, we can adjust the specific tier placements later on. Let's cut it down the middle. I will put it all the way down. So let's put it on a C tier. I guess we can agree on that. Then what about Joan? Joan is one of the newer champions, also Bannerlord Mythical, also does increase resistance and is kind of like a support champion, does revive, but is actually a nuker. What do you think about Joan? He's also maybe one of the harder, you were just talking that in the right team, in good build, Androck is good. Joan is like a weird champion that she needs a really good gear, but she has very high potential if she's built properly. Do you agree? Disagree?
Exactly. Yeah. You need good gear. You need a soul, at least a 5-star soul. Otherwise, you're gonna have a hard time building her for a nuker, right? To be a nuker. So, yeah, considering that, if you say, okay, we have the gear, we have the soul, we have the stats, right, to use her as a nuker properly with enough resistance, and enough attack, enough damage. I would probably put her in the A tier. I wouldn't say she's S tier, but A tier would probably be where I would put her.
Yeah, I would agree with that. We can look at the, like I said, the placements in the same tier later on and adjust it. I would put it in A tier as well. I will say that she kind of has a lot of things going for her because people primarily think her as like a nuker, and she will do like a self-block damage and then do AoE with the A1. And sometimes in the right matchups, she can just 1 versus 4 enemy team if they can't ignore the block damage in any way. Also does do like a revive, so it does have a lot of utility, block revive on enemies, but it's not like the kind of champion that people are gonna first pick and it's gonna like carry their account. But sometimes if enemy picks a specific team and then you late pick John, it's like a ban or lose type of champion.
Yeah, block revive is strong, and also on a revive, it's an instant turn, I believe. So very, very amazing, actually.
The block revive is a little bit conditional. I forgot the specific. It's not always block revive. If the target is killed and has lower resistance than this champion, places block revive on them. So not always. It's a little bit complicated. And it's a nuker that you need to basically, you build her in resistance because she has utility on both forms with that. And she does give the buff. So it's a very weird champion to use. And by the way, I like it that they have been adding some champions that work in unique ways. I remember back in the day, I think it also was a Bannerlord. I forgot what it's called. There is this epic that scales with speed. Do you remember which one I'm referring to? I think it's Sacred Order.
There's a legendary one, the rabbit.
Yeah, him as well. There's one really old champion that I'm thinking about. I think it's either Sacred Order or Bannerlord. People used to be really interested about the champion, but it was never really relevant in anything. I can't remember which one it was right now, but it was epic that scaled with speed.
I actually don't know.
It's really old champion.
Yeah, but one thing about Joanne, I was so happy they introduced a champion like this, like attack res based, because you get so like, I don't know if it's the same thing for you, but I had so many artifacts with like resistance rolls, like damage sets, and then resistance rolls on it, and that they introduced a champion, a damage dealer that would benefit from resistance, kind of made sense for those types of artifacts, right? So I was really happy they introduced a champion like this.
Kind of, it's funny because back in the day, I think most people would say that resistance used to be more relevant. At some point, it was really OP. Like, if anybody remembers, like, long time ago when, I don't know, Machan was running, like, more to defense and high resistance, I think, was it just Duchess? And those were, like, basically, it resisted everything. These days, there's so many ways around it, but I never used resistance back in the day. These days, I use it on multiple champions, so it's kind of a new thing on my account. I never used to run anybody in it. I do have multiple champions. Let me flex on you a little bit. What do you think about my Donnie? We'll get to him later on in the tier list, but you would agree with me that, there's other higher tier champions than Donnie, but he's quite popular, and usually it's built in chronophage and not resistance, right?
Yeah.
So I'm running Donnie in this build. Mine is just full resistance, and I use Donnie against Grixias, and usually it does resist the enemy Grixias with lockout. What do you think about that? Yeah. Let me flex you a little bit about my gemstones.
It's funny you have that build because I have a similar build with high res. I have a high res Donnie too, but I think you have 2 turns of you have 2 turns of Stone Skin. I only have 1 turn, so I think Mercurial is. I don't know. It is still good if you run Mercurial Chronophage, right? Like maybe some people don't have other champions where they would use their Chronophage on. But me, for example, I use my Chronophage set, the only good one that I have on Yumeko. So with Donnie, I have to do something else, right? And the only other good option is to run high res, right? So yeah, it works really well, surprisingly, especially against champions that don't ignore resistance, like Tection, Fabian. But the really good Grixias would probably still lock you out if they don't weak hit. That's another thing.
Yeah, I totally agree. I don't think it's ever been harder to resist the enemies than in the current meta. Not only do we have mythics that ignore resistance, but also many champions do accuracy buff as well, but I think it's because of the direction of the meta that, for instance, Grixias, very rarely do people heavily focus on the accuracy, and they just go really full on speed. And because of other like random strategies, resistance is kind of surprisingly viable, even though like on paper you shouldn't really be able to resist in the current meta. It used to be easier.
1 second, I think my camera froze.
Yeah, it froze. I can hear your microphone just fine though.
Okay. Wait, I'm gonna try to fix it real quick. This is something I don't know.
Sure, go ahead. Can you talk at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay, so the next champion on the tier list is Taras, and you and I... wait, do you have Taras on your account or no?
Yes, I do have Taras.
Okay, but we would both probably agree that Taras is a lot less popular in the current meta than before. What do you think? I don't see Taras like barely at all in live arena, to be honest, and a couple years ago, almost everyone would agree that Taras is the best champion in the game for PvP.
Yeah, the problem is like in live arena, for example, you have to have Marichka with him, right? Otherwise, he's not that great. Without Marichka, he's not that good anymore. He just doesn't do enough without Marichka. That's why he kind of fell off. But yeah, there was a time where Marichka plus Taras, that was the OP pair that you would, see everywhere.
But to be fair, even in Platinum Arena defense, Taras is not that common in the current meta. Not at least like among the top accounts. He basically gets no use, almost.
Yeah. I mean, there are so many other options, right? We had an insane power creep. I mean, there's like he's not in the competition anymore. He's just not part of it anymore. Unfortunately,
it's kind of crazy to think about that he's not part of the competition because he's kind of like the tankiest nuker in the game. It's a health scaling champion that takes half of the damage, and he has insane damage multipliers, both with A2 and A3. Like the Taras A2, I think, is like the highest damage counter attack in the game, I'm pretty sure. You can even pair that with the new Mythic Gemstone, or I think you can stack multiple of those, which will increase your counter attack damage by 50%, and I think he has a multiplier of, is it like 0.68 of his health? So the damage is insane, and he's insanely tanky, yet people don't really use him at all.
Yeah, like I said, because you just have so many other champions right now that just perform much better, that he's not getting any play anymore.
So where would be
of power creep?
Where would we place him on tier list? Because we both agree that if we don't take into account like other champions and the meta, his own power is very, very high. He's both tanky and he has good damage. What we do with a champion like that? Obviously, if you have like a new account, it's gonna completely carry you in PvP. But the top accounts in the top end PvP don't really use him that much anymore. I mean, Marichka does get used a lot more than Taras, you would agree.
Yeah. Marius.
Marichka.
Yeah. Oh, Marichka, sorry.
Yeah, Marichka. My bad.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe I misheard it, or I don't know. But yeah, Marichka gets definitely more play because she works on her own. She doesn't need Taras to work, right? Her passive, her A1, great for the current Mercurial meta. So Taras, I would probably put him at the very bottom. He almost gets no play unless you really don't have another option.
Below Androck?
Yeah.
Okay. What about Marichka?
That's a tough one. Yeah, I think that's a tough one. I think she's A, if not even S, but bottom S. So yeah, to be honest though, I don't really see her getting played that often in live arena, but she's definitely super interesting with her A1 against Total Guard, right? If you have an AoE A1 on somebody and that champion joins in on the A1, it can be super effective. And then you have the passive, right, that revives. So yeah, A is probably a good spot for her, I guess.
Yeah, I think we can adjust it later on. I think I probably would maybe put her like in the middle or maybe even bottom 8 tier. I think she's very powerful champion, and might seem a little bit maybe even weaker than she is, just because many of the best or most meta champions in PvP right now are very new, and she's an old champion. So the top accounts, they do have like more toys to play with, and it's still usable, but it's not like an early pick option. And I mean, she still does get a good amount of use in Platinum Arena defense, much less than before. It used to be every single team in top 30 with Maritzka, but she still does get use in even in top 30. And considering couple champions that we get to soon, like Tecteon, Sabrail, and Solonar, it's kind of still pretty good that Maritzka gets even any use at all. Okay, so we can agree with 8 tier, I guess.
Yep.
Okay, next, a champion that I don't have. I think it's kind of like a free-to-play nuker in live arena. Not really free-to-play. You had to do events on it. I assume that you probably have Edvard, unlike me. I feel like originally I said that nobody's going to use him at all. I think he turned out to be better than I expected. I think he's not like complete trash, but obviously some champions are just in different league. Would you place him in what tier?
So he's a very he's a niche use champion, right? Because you have that A free. That's probably the most powerful skill in his entire kit. That block revives and it ignores shield, stone skin, block damage. And for some of the siege fights we had, he was clutch. So he came in clutch with this skill. And if you have like a Neve Solinar type of defense, you just go in with him and block revive Solinar, and that's that. You know what I mean? That's kind of like the most popular use with him. But I think it's very hard to use him in live arena. I think that he doesn't get. I don't see him that often. He doesn't get.
I think
played
some
that
of his
much.
brothers get a little bit more use than him, but
Yeah,
we'll get to that in a
100%.
second. I think he's like
100%.
the one that gets a little bit use, that is the weakest one out of the bunch. But I do see him. I have seen him a few times in the last live arena season.
Oh, actually, so yeah. I think you're hovering already over it, like C, if not even D. But I think C is a respectful placement, I would say.
I have to make a counter argument here, though. You're saying that he's good in Siege. Now, if he's good in Siege, and we take that into account, and why wouldn't we think about every aspect of PvP, then shouldn't Taras also be higher up? Because isn't Taras still relevant in Siege, or am I wrong?
Yeah, he's relevant in Siege.
Would you really
It's
put him
actually a
below
good argument,
Taras?
but
Now I'm kind of conflicted. I mean, if they do 1 versus 1, like it's not even close. Taras will like dominate him in 1 versus 1.
yeah, probably, maybe. Um, this is a tough question. I think both are kind of like in the same area, I would say. So yeah, I wouldn't be sad if they were in the same tier, if you know what I mean.
Okay, well, I would put him like below Taras. Would you agree with that? In D tier below. It's
Below Taras, that's tough. I don't know if he's below Taras, but yeah, I
okay.
mean,
Make argument. Why should he be about Taras? Like you would definitely agree. Like let's put it
because
this way: in Classic Arena, Taras is definitely better, right? Okay. So in Siege, you're saying they're both relevant. Do you think he's better than Taras in Siege?
yeah, on offense, yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
on
Live
defense,
Arena, which one do you think is better?
live arena.
Yeah.
Um, who? I would probably say Edward.
Really? What?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, okay, I guess we're going to disagree because I was going to make the point that if we look at all of the content, including tag, then maybe you could make argument that Taras is weaker in Siege, which I'm not on that level. I don't do those very specific niche teams that I wouldn't even know. But I would, in my opinion, I would think that in other areas Taras would have advantage, but you're not even confident about that.
Yep. The thing also why I would put him above Taras, and that is because he's like specifically, or the situation that I saw, he specifically countered Solinar, which is one of the most powerful champions in the entire game. That's why he would be more valuable to me personally. But
okay, can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, because of this skill, you just block, revive him, and that's that, and it ignores. Even if you put Solinar in Stone Skin, the only thing that would protect him from this is, obviously Total Guard. You would have to strip the Total Guard stacks, or reaction, right? That's the only thing that would save him from this.
Okay, I'll take it. I'll let you win this one. We'll put him in higher rank. Okay, then let's get to the high elves, and let's first talk about Galatir. Sabral is going to be a very hot topic, I'm sure, on this video. What do you think about Galatir? Did he fell off a little bit? Because I feel like some people tell me that he's the best reviver in the game, and people are capping with Theodosia, and some people think that he's like actually drop off hard and doesn't get a lot use anymore. It's kind of hard to, I think, rank him, or there's big disagreements, but obviously we're talking about the very highest of tiers. But between those, what do you think about Galatir compared to like 6 months ago? Did he get weaker?
He slightly fell off, but I wouldn't like move him down a complete tier. I would say he went from top S to bottom S, something like that. He's still one of the best revivers in the entire game. I would. A crazy second form. The second form is absolutely insane. He's a tanky reviver. He has an AoE A1, which is pretty amazing in a Total Guard meta.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I hate Galatir. Obviously, you know that. Well, I have a lot more champions right now than I had a while ago. Let me show you my PvP roster. But obviously, as somebody whose best champion for PvP like 6 months ago was Rotos, I might have a slight bias towards Galatir. Like you mentioned, in his first form, he's very tanky with the passive, and he like completely cocks a single target nuker like Rotos, because Rotos is not going to one-shot him or even two-shot him. It's going to take at least 3 turns to kill Galatir, and you can't hit anybody else during that time. So I do struggle with him, but people keep telling me that I have like, I overestimate Galatir's capabilities. I definitely think Theodosia is better, but I don't think Galatir like fell off S tier. So I think we're probably gonna like almost completely agree on that champion.
Yeah, a lot of people, like if they have Theodosia and Galatir, they're gonna pick Theodosia first most of the time. And if Theodosia gets picked, they pick Galatir. That's the way it goes. You know what I mean? Like he's like the next best option.
I think people, in my opinion, they put like too high like burden on him. Like most champions, they're like, you pick it against the right team, and then it can be insanely good. There's like the fact that you like early pick a champion and he's OP against any type of matchup that enemies pick. That's like too much. I don't think those kind of champions should be considered for nerfs. If you pick a champion as first pick and you know that no matter what they pick, it's at least gonna be great, if not like OP. I think maybe you need to think a little bit more with Galatir. Maybe there's some other options, and you don't always like early pick him as your reviver. But also, sometimes he can be completely OP. Like, he can go to the second form. He doesn't have to be on the first form. He can do lockout with increased accuracy, which is like very interesting utility. Okay, so we would agree that he's S tier, and we'll think about 100%. The placement later on. Okay, sure. Then the next champion, I have this, I used to call Nell, Comidus, and Kismak. It used to be my political nerd reference that I used to call them Axis of Evil. these days I have new trio, and it's Sabrail, Solanar, and Tecton, and those are the 3 horsemen of the apocalypse. I absolutely,
Shouldn't there be 4? Aren't there 4 horsemen?
They are the 3 horsemen. Who would you make the first one? Fourth one? It has to be a new champion, so it could be like Bayek or Predator or somebody else.
Yeah, maybe Predator. Maybe Predator, I guess.
Yeah, one of those it would have to be. But those are all 3 new champions. I would literally consider them the top 3 champions, the best champions for PvP right now. I was originally planning to make a separate tier list for support and nukers, and I was kind of debating about that with my chat, and we were thinking like, Sabrail, is it the rank 1 support and nuker in the game? Like, Sabrail is a champion that people build full speed, and it can literally one-shot your enemy team on the first turn while clearing all the total guard stacks and locking them out, and then it will still take a turn and kill everybody. What do you think about Sabrail?
What I think about Sabrail, I think she should be nerfed. That's what I think about Sabrail. So if she goes first, right? That's kind of like the thing with her. You have to go first, kind of. But if she goes first, she locks you out. Or she steals all buffs. She can do that as well, right? But if she locks you out and then swaps forms and then nukes you, now you're locked out. You're maybe half HP or most of your team is dead, and now maybe it's your turn then. So I don't know what they thought about this, like what the approach here was. Just put everything in one champion and give her the biggest speed aura in the entire game as well. Like, I don't know. It's just
it's kind of weird because if Sabrail didn't like counter many of the best champions in the game, her kit is already just like overall super strong. But she like counters everything. She counters total guard. She can, counter Tecton. She will do a lockout. She's a nuker with a lockout that has enough damage. You don't need to build crit rate. She gets guaranteed crits. She has like, I feel like almost too much going for her. Also, she's gonna CC the enemy team outside of her turn. What's up with that?
Yeah, what's up with that? And she's immune to counterattacks, I believe.
Yeah, or damage outside of her turn. Yeah, that's annoying because my boy Predator would one-shot Sabrail if he gets a turn or like counterattack, but doesn't work. But that's what I meant. It felt to me, and I remember I saw multiple people saying when Sabrail was announced that they released her as counter for like many new things. Like she counters Bayek, she counters Mercurial and Predator and Solanar, and name a champion, she counters it. I mean, she does a lockout and can't take damage outside of her turn. That's like exactly what you need against Solanar specifically.
Yep, absolutely insane power creep with this champion. S tier, top of the meta, one of the best champions in the game right now.
Okay, yeah, I don't think we're gonna have a lot of disagreement about that.
No.
Okay.
I don't think anybody would.
Well, I mean, people do. I mean, people get kind of biased if they have like one or couple good champions. They will defend it to oblivion. I don't know if you saw it, but a while ago recently, I did like basically a poll about all of the most meta champions for PvP. Should they be nerfed or are they fine? And I think there was only one champion that people voted to nerf, and that was Solanar. I think Sabrail was maybe like close. Let me double check. I think Sabrail was like maybe 60-40, something along those lines. But people don't really want to nerf things. I was surprised that most people didn't vote for nerfing Sabrail, to be honest. Yeah, 61% said no nerf.
I don't know, maybe a lot of people have her.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's only the guys that, have Sabrail. I don't know. But, if I would have an OP champion, I can understand if they don't want that champion to get nerfed because it improves your win rate. Your live arena experience is much better.
Did you cut off again?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, I think your camera froze. Okay, now it's good. It unfroze.
All right.
Anyway, okay, let's move on to the next champion. We both agree that it's OP. We'll compare about it the other gods of Arena later on when we start, comparing who gets to be high ranked than others. What about Arbiter, the people's champion, the old free-to-play meta arena support turn meter booster? It's been kind of like a meme in my chat that sometimes I pick her because, before I got locked out, I was like, okay, that's my fast champion. And every time I pick Arbiter, I regret picking her. I do see her sometimes in arena, but, I guess her time is kind of past. What do you think?
Yeah, it's over. I mean, for lower tiers, okay, it's the best champion you have, but at the top, like top 500 or whatever, she's not getting any play.
Do we put her all the way in the last place? Is there any niche use, like, I don't know, siege battles, any niche use at all? It makes your third team in Tag Team Arena.
Even siege now for high elves or whatever, you would rather use a Sabrail, right? Like it's like
high elves is pretty stacked, to be fair. High elves does not have the most champions, but it literally might be the best faction purely based on the fact that Solanar and Sabrail are in the same faction. I mean, there's other champions that have many meta champions, but those might be the two best out of top 3, arguably.
Yeah, 100%. So yeah, I think the bottom. I think that's where she belongs.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if you're like progressing in the game and you don't have like crazy account, there's like a very few champions that are top tier in PvP. Arbiter is still better than most. Unless you have really good account, you're probably gonna use her at least in your third Tag Team Arena team. I don't use her anymore, but I'm sure most raid players would use. So take that into account. We're talking about the meta champions for PvP. We're not including a lot of champions that are like good, but they pale in comparison to other ones.
Correct. So if that's your only or your best option, then that's what you're going to use. But for players that have other options, she's not even, they wouldn't even consider picking her.
Yeah, and I would say that there could be some niche situations that, let's say that you can do like a really fast build, and for some reason you have insanely good accessories for high elves. Maybe you have like, these days when we have accessories that have set bonus for speed, maybe you have like a quad speed banner and you happen to have like deflection or some other accessory sets that give you speed. If you can do like an insane speed on Arbiter, maybe it could surprise some people off guard. I mean, something to consider. Like, let's put it this way. If you could do, I don't know, 510 speed Arbiter, would you use her? Well, what do you think?
Depends. It depends because there are so many ways to cut in nowadays, right? There's so many ways, and
still not okay.
That's
fair enough.
That's a very hard question. Because she's besides the turn meter boost, she's not bringing enough.
Yeah.
Obviously, yeah.
Well, there is faction wars always. Yeah. That used to be the old meme that when we get the new champions, it's good for faction wars. So
yeah.
She's not exactly new, but she, I guess, is relegated to that at this point. Okay, then let's get to the next champion, Solanar. Wait, do you have Solanar on your account?
No, I don't.
Okay, what's your thoughts about him? Let's quickly get to the one of the main topics. Solanar, Sabrail. Who gets to be higher?
Sabrail.
Okay, I think we agree. Actually,
she's not fit. She's doing more than just nuking. She's doing.
You know what's funny thing? Like I said, I pulled every single, basically what I consider the best champion for PvP. Solanar was the only one that people unanimously voted to nerf. I think there was like one other champion that was like 50-50. I forget which one it was. But for instance, as you can see, Predator, 69% say no nerf. On Solanar, 39%. And I pulled like every single one. He was the only one that made it. So people dislike him more than Sabrail.
I think it's because he's so annoying because he would counterattack whenever you click a button, right? So, or even just blink, he counterattacks just because, and that's probably so annoying for a lot of people that they really dislike this champion because it's just a counterattack bot, so to say, right? It just stands there and it attacks you while you are playing actively. So I think that's what most people dislike about him.
Yeah, I would say that I agree. I would add to that I think obviously they're both like best champions in the game. I will say that Sabral, kind of like Churn, is a lot more gear intensive, but it maybe scales a little bit more. Like Solanar, if you have like some random stone skin set and lethal like item set, you can beat top accounts with that. Sabral, you want to be really fast, but if you're really fast, Sabral, like I said, she literally can finish the battle on the first turn. She can be the fastest champion and also nuke.
Yep.
So
yep.
I would totally agree with that. I think they're very close. It's debatable. Something could change in the meta or some new item set or whatever. Maybe they switch places, but I would actually totally agree with that choice.
Yeah, they're both at the top.
Okay, now we get to another like a little bit fun pick. You were actually asking me about this before we started talking, that why is she on the list in the first place? Faina is a PvE champion, very popular in PvE. Not really exactly what people are thinking about for PvP. I had to add Faina to the list because one guy made rank 1 in Platinum Arena a couple of weeks ago using Faina. Now, to be fair, it had 2 Solanars and 1 Sabral in the team, but she is the faction leader of High Elves, and she does do like, I think protected, it's protected, right? She does do a protected counter attack and block damage and tons of
only if you build her in protection.
Okay, actually, I think I built her in protection for faction wars because she could solo the faction wars boss for me since I built her in like as a nuker.
Oh, you have her, right? You pulled her, I remember.
Yeah, this was a funny thing. We had the Prism Shard event a while ago. I did like people tell me that I'm lying and I just said it for the content. I didn't even know we had the event. I wasn't even doing it. I think it was like Sand Devil or Phantom Shogun, and I was just farming it anyway. And then when I clicked Portal, it said that your shards were pulled for you and you got Faina. So that's what happened.
That's a huge jackpot for all the PvE content.
But as far as PvP goes, have you seen any use of Faina in PvP outside of the one rare example that I just gave you?
Outside of Platinum Arena, I've maybe saw like once in Live Arena as a Termita booster, but other than that, not really.
What about Siege?
In Siege also, I like on High Elves posts, but she's really hard. Like on defenses, she's hard to use because you kind of have to, or she doesn't work that well because her AI is weird.
I noticed
prioritize.
When I was using her in Faction Wars, she would buff herself instead of my nuker.
Yeah,
that's why I made her my nuker.
Yeah, yeah. You kind of have to put the nuker you want to buff in the lead spot, right? So the AI would buff her, but then she also, I think, prioritizes the target with the lowest amount of buffs, or I don't know how it works, but she's weird. Her AI is weird, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe like for PvP in general, I would put her in C, D as well. Like very niche. Right, in the right matchup, she can work on Platinum Arena, Classic Arena, Siege. Yeah, I think.
Should we put her above Androck?
That's a tough question.
I mean, she did make rank 1. I don't think Androck has ever got to rank 1.
Put her above. Let's put her above.
I think, obviously...
only because of the synergy with those 2 OP champions.
No, right? Not even synergy. She just happens to be in right faction. Like, does she even have like a crazy synergy with Sabral and Solanar? She kind of just does like some useful things and happens to be in the right faction with those 2.
Well... Yeah, but the thing is, you can boost with her, right? You can boost with her and then give that block damage to Sabral, and that Sabral will spread the buffs. So there is a crazy synergy there.
Okay, sure. Okay. We put her in C tier then. What about Talena, a new champion that we had event for? I was actually, now that the season ended, there's like a bunch of fun builds that I'm gonna plan to try. And I want to try her as like a nuker in like Lethal Dose and Arachne Elixir. I've seen many people talking about it. I've never seen anybody do it. What do you think? Like, she's a new lockout champion that does a 2-turn lockout, but as you guys probably know, how it works in practice is that if you get 2-turn lockout, when you take a turn, it will tick down 1 turn. So 3-turn lockout is 2-turn in practice, and 2-turn lockout is just 1 turn. Most lockout champions are 3-turn lockout. She does it for just 2 turns, but she does do increase accuracy, meaning that you potentially could lock out resistance champions and do other kind of fun tactics about her. She also does turn meter boost and poisons. Thoughts? I haven't seen her a lot in Arena, to be fair. Little bit.
Yeah. The reason why you probably don't see her that often is because if you face like strong opponents or stacked accounts, they have Fabians, Crixias, Sabrails, Tections. They have other lockout options. But if she's like your second best option or even your best option, then she's extremely powerful. And I also saw the discussion with the 1-turn cooldown thing with like that she only decreases the skills by 1 turn, or like you have 1 turn to get your skills back. The thing is, sometimes that's enough to win the fight, right? If the enemy takes a turn and your nuker and he can't, I don't know, heal up or protect his team, and your nuker goes and wipes the team, that's sometimes enough to win the fight. So I think she's very underrated. The increased accuracy, super powerful, allows you to lock out high resistance champions. And yeah, I think she's a great champion overall.
What do you think? Is there any synergy to play her with Nell? That's like an obvious one that many people thought about, but is it even worth playing with the combo? Have you seen it at all? Because I don't think I saw it once, but I was kind of expecting to at least see people trying them, but does Nell even need like any kind of support? I mean, she can explode poisons and buff strip too.
I think there's a great synergy, but you also have, I don't know, maybe there's something there. I haven't seen it as well. Like nobody used that combo against me, but I think it's a great synergy. I think the poisons can do enough work to get the job done. But yeah, like I said, I think most people would rather use a Fabian, right, which has also more control, right, more crowd control, and yeah. It's just a pick over Talena. But I've seen super fast Talenas, and it can be really hard to play against her.
Yeah, and obviously you could play in a team with multiple lockouts. Let's say again that you happen to have better accessories on this faction. You could have both Grixia or Fabian and Talena, and she might be your fastest one. She will also do accuracy buff to the other lockout, and I think there's like I see that there's like potential. Like there might be some combos that people could do at some point.
Yeah, and also the increased accuracy helps against Bayek, for example, right? It can be it can be that additional accuracy that you need to actually deal damage.
Yeah. What do you think about the tier? B, A?
I think A. I think A because she's a lockout. Because she has a speed aura, an all battle speed aura, I think A is where I would place her. Not at the very top of A, but I think bottom A is solid.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I kind of want to reserve my judgments because I feel like people could figure out something that we don't see yet, or maybe there's some new combo with a new champion. But I would agree that maybe like B tier or low A tier. That's how I would say it. It's still like a lockout, but lockout is not the only thing that she does. There is turn meter boost and accuracy buff and buff strip, so it is kind of utility. And obviously a turn meter, like 20% turn meter boost is not nothing. So she does do like multiple useful things, but I feel she's kind of like maybe R-based, that there's a lot of things, but nothing like nothing that makes her like a first pick in the current meta.
Yeah.
Maybe I would say worse than R-base, but we'll get into that in a second. Okay, next on my list, I have Islin. it's a meme champion. People do like I honestly wanted to add him to the list just to talk about him because people like to troll with Tecteon and they put him as one-man defense in Platinum Arena, and sometimes people get stuck into fights. Might have happened to me sometimes, maybe. Well, what do you think about? Have you ever seen Islin one-man defense? Have you ever been bamboozled?
Yeah, for sure. But that was on an alt, like it wasn't my main account. Like if you have enough damage, Islin is not a problem for you, right? But yeah, it's a meme, right? You build him super tanky, people can't kill him because they don't have enough damage. Mostly it's like accounts that, are not that progressed and think, oh, it's a one-man defense. They don't really know what the champion does. And then they're caught in it. They have to leave the fight. But yeah, you won't really see him. You won't really see him in a high-end arena.
Definitely not
really
high-end. To be fair, I think I've maybe seen him more in live arena than Arbiter in the last couple of months. I feel like I've seen him a couple times. Do you think we should place him? Yeah, I've seen him a few times. Like off-season, to be fair, off-season. But between Arbiter and Islin, we still put him in the last slot.
Yeah, I think in the last slot.
He's a fun champion, to be fair. Like some people do good Islin builds just to troll midweek in Classic Arena.
Yeah. No, okay. It's fun. I agree.
Okay, next on the list we have Siegfried. He used to be one of the top dogs in Platinum Arena defense kind of a while ago at this point, but he used to be in almost every team. It almost seems like he kind of fell off. I thought that 9-piece Mercurial would be to his advantage because he would have enough damage to nuke people despite that, but I think it kind of turned out to be the other way around, that he's not able to deal with teams that have 9-piece Mercurial, which is literally every single team. What do you think about Siegfried in the current meta?
Yeah, he definitely doesn't get that much playtime anymore. Actually, barely. I see him barely, and I think where you just put him is a good spot. He can be, he can be powerful, but when we consider all the other champions that are in the game, he's not making it to the top. So yeah, I think that's like B tier is a good place for him.
Sure. Okay, next up, this is going to be a long video, by the way, so maybe we don't have to have it's kind of my fault, but we don't have to have 2-hour talk about the relevance of every single champion. Maybe we talk more about the really relevant ones, and there was a bunch of them. But moving on, next is Polara. Polara got recently buffed. I assume you have Polara on your account, or do you?
I have her ready to be claimed. I didn't claim her yet.
Okay. I did play with her on Death server, and I kind of wanted to try the unconventional method, or maybe the obvious one for me. I played her not as a nuker. I also didn't have accessories, so I couldn't do 9-piece Mercurial or 4-piece Stone Skin and Lethal. I couldn't do a real nuker build on her, but I tried her as a support using her second form, and she is kind of comparable to Maritzka, that if your teammates die on the second form, then they will be revived under freeze and have 90% damage reduction, and then they will take a turn when they're actually not going to be frozen. She also has debuffs that don't need accuracy. She can do 2-turn freeze on enemies, which is kind of unusual, and do 1 stack of intercept to everybody at the same time in one ability. Feels kind of powerful. I don't know if this is going to be an actual top meta in defense. I think if this was a thing 2 years ago, she would have been a top tier champion that we see in almost every defense team, assuming that they had her. But then her first form is a nuker. She's a champion that has synergy with both freezes and burns. Obviously very hard to get. I don't know, have you seen any Polara after the buff?
A few times. Her, like you said, her second form is super powerful with the revive, and also a 2-turn freeze is pretty nasty. So once she gets going, it is, it's hard to come back from that. But, yeah, I think she's a little bit overrated. The buff was good. She's a good champion now. Tons, insane it was an insane buff, right? The value shot up insanely. Before that, she wasn't that great, but yeah, I'm not quite sure where I would put her, A or B. Yeah, you're kind of like hovering over it. But I also have to say I didn't have any playtime with her, only against her. So yeah, I would probably put her in B. But her damage is crazy, I have to say. She's an insane damage dealer now too. So
Mm.
I wouldn't be mad if you would put her in A, to be
Yeah,
honest.
yeah, I would kind of say the same thing, that so few people have her. I haven't played enough against her to really know, but it does, say something that obviously we were both pushing for top 100 last season, and if she was that good, tons of people would have used her against us in the battles. So I think that kind of says enough. At the same time, between like Talena and her, I feel like I kind of, I'm a little bit struggling having Talena be higher ranked than Polara, but I'm kind of undecided.
Yeah.
I feel like I'll change my mind about it potentially at some point. I do think the second form is powerful. The best accounts in the game probably don't need it, but she would be kind of comparable to Maritzka in defense, and I would definitely use her, I'm pretty sure.
That's the thing, right? We have now Polara in the same tier as Siegfried, which is not really. It's so hard to make a tier list
Yeah.
because there are so many aspects to it. So maybe she's A.
Yeah, okay, let's put
Yeah,
her.
maybe she's A.
Can we put her above Talena? What do you think?
Yeah. We could.
Yeah.
I think so.
I think those two, they're kind of like new, and it will depend on the meta and the champions that play against them or with them. Both of those I see like going down on tiers at some point, maybe even up, but more so I see them going down. I reserve my judgment on them. They're definitely not S tier. I think somewhere between A and B, but they're like interesting champions that people are definitely gonna think about ways using them.
Yep.
Okay, next we get to another new champion, Heinrich, really new one. I think lots of people are not super excited about him. I was having fun playing with him on test server. Let me make my pitch. So he's a support champion. I wouldn't consider him as a nuker. People in my chat told me to build him as like a hybrid nuker support. I didn't like that idea at all, to be honest. And first of all, he has a good speed aura. You were before glazing Sabriel that she has a 33% speed aura. 25 is pretty good. Now there is a bunch of better auras than this, but it's also better than 19, which is the most common one.
Yeah, it's in all battles. So I think it's the highest aura in all battles, I believe. Maybe there's a higher one. I don't know, but it's very high.
And the way I see people using Heinrich Demon Doom, so first of all, I feel like his more relevant abilities on the second form, so he can be locked out. But I was playing him in like full speed tank build. Now, you can open with A3 on the first form. You will steal 50% turn meter of enemies and give your team increased accuracy and speed buffs, which are very good. Now, in the current meta, chances are that probably like every single champion in the enemy team is either in Stone Skin or Mercurial, and you're not really able to steal turn meter. But later on in the battle, you could go back to this form and then rotate back to the second form very quickly because you're going to steal turn meter. If you can steal 50% turn meter on everybody, this is a very powerful ability. But in practice, you're not really able to do it. But in a long stalled battle, it could work. And usually, you would instantly go to the second form. Then you're going to do 2-turn Stone Skin on yourself, ally protection on everybody, and increase resistance and reflect damage. Now, you could play with this in like some kind of tanky resistance teams, and the reflect damage is gonna, like, we were talking about making a video about it before. The reflect damage is gonna work like Procny, that it will clear out total guard, and him being ally protection champion that also does 2-turn Stone Skin on himself means that he's not gonna take any damage from the ally protection, and you're not gonna necessarily have to build him in Mercurial or Stone Skin. I see that you could go like high-speed resistance build, maybe in protection, maybe in Mercurial, but I see that you could do some weird strats with him. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I like this skill with 2-turn Stone Skins. Pretty nasty, actually. I
Also,
haven't looked too much.
he
too
does
much into
he does
his thing?
stuns on both forms, to be clear. I didn't talk about every skill, but first form and second form both have stuns. He does stuns on the second form on passive, and basically if he doesn't get one shot, if you have allies under protection, he like always gets healed to full. So he can be quite tanky.
That's kind of interesting. I wish it was kind of. I don't know if I would like. I would probably prefer this to be his first form. I don't know. I think
Really?
that's the problem that you have to swap forms to. I don't know. It's kind of like the thing because if someone goes first against you and you're kind of stuck, like I don't know. I'm not convinced by this guy, to be
Okay.
honest. But I have to say, like always, we have to wait and see till players really find a way to utilize, or if there is a way to really utilize that champion, because I haven't seen anybody using him other than showcases by you. I saw that video, but it's like does does that work in against those top tier champions? That's the question. Against the top accounts or the good accounts, does that work against them? So yeah, I'm not convinced so far by him.
Can we even place
See,
him on the list if you haven't seen him in arena at all?
that's the question, right? I cannot say if he's good or not.
Yeah, well, okay, I'm
Hard
gonna
to
say
say.
that at least better than Faina. I feel like I think he's gonna be on the same level as Siegfried, but I don't think I've had a single battle against anybody with him. I was having fun with him on Death server, but who knows? It's kind of hard to say. It's still a mythic champion. It's gonna be better than most. I think, like if we're talking about your average raid player doing like a journey and progressing on your account, and you're not fighting against the top 100 people, it's going to be better than almost every single champion in the game. So like take that into account. But I think some people will use her in like top 500. I'm pretty sure. But okay,
Maybe that's the thing with new champions. You never know exactly until time passes. People get that champion, the soul, good gear, max. Find a way to utilize him.
okay,
There's
you don't
always
have an
that.
opinion. I'm gonna make Carl. I want to put him higher than Siegfried on the list. To be honest, I think we will see. But I haven't seen him in a single battle, so it's kind of hard to say. I'm kind of talking out of my ass, but I did play with him, to be fair. So
Yeah. I mean, we will
okay,
see.
yeah. Next one is another not where is mod? Not that common champion. Do you even have mod on your account? I assume not.
No.
Mod is like a weird champion that arguably the hardest champion in the game to get. Nobody's really going for her because it's not worth it. You need to miss like 15 fusions or whatever it is. You need to waste insane amount of fragments for other fusion champions to get Maud, and she's not even that good. I feel like Maud really should be buffed because it would be kind of cool if she was at least slightly relevant champion in PvP. She obviously was meant for PvP. She has like a passive with cleanse, like Doom Priest, but she's a reviver, like slightly better version of Doom Priest. I used to use her like when I came back to raid. She is better than, I don't know, Duchess, I feel like, but not really. Not even better than Duchess, but it's kind of interesting concept. I assume that we're gonna put her pretty low. What do you think?
Yeah. I think the lower tiers are definitely where she should be placed at. Yeah, C, bottom C, D, something. I'm not quite sure. I've not seen nobody I went up against this season used her actually.
Mm.
But I also think not a lot of players have her. So
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. Wait, I don't want to talk out of my ass. I'm pretty sure I beat Panda using mod, but it was a while ago. But being a reviver that has like a cleanse on passive ability, it's kind of a good concept. If it was like a mythic champion with other powerful things, like I see the mod passive ability would be a good thing on a mythic reviver, but she's not good enough. So
yeah,
I
not
will
enough utility.
I will say that if you don't have like any good reviver on your account, and you should, because we had Mavara and Hilvi recently, you could consider going for her. I hope she gets a buff. I feel like she deserves to get a buff, and considering how hard she is to get, I don't get how they made her so weak.
Yeah, I don't like I have maybe like 30, 40 fragments because I'm doing all the fusions, so it's like I'm probably never gonna get her.
Yeah, like probably, like I would assume she might be the rarest champion in the game. If we don't talk about like the most recent mythic, what do you think? Could literally be the rarest champion in the entire game. Like if we compare to all accounts in the game, surely more people
Maybe.
have Sabrail than Maud. I don't think it's even close. I think way more people have Sabrail.
You think so? I don't know. I'm not sure about that.
I think nobody's going for Maud because
At
she's
some
so
po- at
so
some
bad.
point, at some point, more people will have more sub rails than mod, 100%. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, let's get back to relevant champions. So next up is Glycia, and she got buffed, I wanna say, on December. Here's not fun for me. I have to say this. I've said this before. It's a little bit cringe. You don't want to know the funniest thing. So Glycia was buffed like 6 months ago. I would have rank 1 avatar on my account, rank 1 trophy, if it wasn't for Glycia, because I got rank 2 and I was 10 points behind of, I want to say, was it Telkaron, who got rank 1 using Glycia defense like years ago. I have like a bad, it was just like a meme defense team. Glycia wasn't even good, and I was so close of getting rank 1, and I lost it to this champion, and he was a complete joke back then. But now he's meta, he counters lockout, he's very popular, one of the most meta champions, even in like top 100 or even top 20 accounts, you would probably agree, right?
Yeah, S tier support, 100%.
It's kind of RNG, but it's kind of like a very risk. It's one of those go-to picks. Obviously, there's other ways to deal with lockout, but if enemy, let's say, opens with first turn Fabian pick, then you could go with Glycia or Grixia or something like that. Those are kind of the main one champion ways to deal with that.
With a lockout heavy meta as we have it right now, she's definitely top tier because she can counter that, and that's the only reason why she exists in this meta.
Often people like to pick multiple lockouts, and if they pick multiple lockouts and then you have Glycia, then it's kind of like I have to ban this champion at this point.
You have to ban her, or you go for the RNG.
Yeah, it's a gamble. Coin toss. Yeah. Okay, so would you say it has to be S tier?
Yeah, 100%.
Below God tier? Above?
That's a well, I would say below.
Yeah, I will say that debatable. I will say that between those champions, we could almost have like one more tier, because I think the gap between those two is like very non-existent. I think it's a lot bigger between those two and Solanar and Sabrail, but there are also like Solanar and Sabrail, you can just pick them against everything. They're just always OP. Glycia is very niche specific counter and does the job well in the right battle. So she gets very high usage, but not like you don't open with the Glycia pick. You open with Sabrail, and then maybe later on you pick Glycia if the enemy goes like Grixia and something else.
Exactly. It's a counter pick. Like that's very niche.
Considering that it's an old champion that was buffed and it's not even a mythic or void, it's kind of crazy that Glycia is so good. It's one of the best like normal legendary champions in the game. There's only, I think, gonna be a couple non-void, non-mythic champions that get into the S tier. It's gonna be one of the few.
Yep, 100%. It was a great buff, by the way. I love that buff.
Yeah, I did as well. I just wish I would have the champion.
Yeah, I don't have her as well, but it was a good buff,
Okay, then next up is Ezio. I think he is the best of the assassins. Between Edward and him, I don't know. Okay, well, what do you think about Ezio?
Between Edward and him, he's the best.
No, okay, Edward is better.
No. I mean, did you mean like between Edward and him, or from the assassins? Because there's one.
Oh yeah, Bayek is assassin. Okay, fuck.
Oh.
I don't even think Bayek is like an actual Aster champion. I think about Edward and Ezio, those are like the meme assassin choices that are kind of usable for PvP, but not like OP. But okay, not between Bayek, obviously. I think Ezio is one of those champions that the top accounts don't use him at all. but on the mid level, people.
Maybe in Siege, like he can be used by some top level accounts, but other than Siege, no, not really by top accounts.
Yeah, on the mid level, even like Gold 4 in Live Arena, I think he does get a good amount of usage.
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
Off season, I will meet him all the time.
Yeah, I've met him a couple of times too, this season even, and yeah, he's solid. I mean, if it's like I said, like always have to keep in mind we're talking about the top tier champions, right? So if Ezio is the best thing you can use, then that's what you're gonna go for, and he can do the job. He can one shot an entire team if you have the right setup. So yeah, I would say he's in the right matchup.
Where would you place him?
Yeah, probably C. Probably C.
It's kind of hard to compare these champions, but
yeah,
we're in C. They're like completely. The other two are like supports and like very niche things, and Ezio is kind of like a nuker if you don't have better ones.
I think below them, because Total Guard just there's so much Mercurial, and Total Guard kind of denies his ability to nuke or put out the poisons or bomb. So I think bottom C is a good placement for him.
Okay, next up is Nicholas and Noel. I feel like we should almost pair them. I mean, we can give separate ranks too, but basically it's a really good combo actually. Like you're gonna use the protection Santa, and you're gonna freeze the enemy team and be unkillable. It's kind of annoying. It's like a low tier, or let's say like a noob trap that for many accounts it's like an impossible matchup. You need like a specific things to beat it, but for top accounts it's actually not an issue at all. What do you think about them? I guess they have to be very relevant in Siege.
Sir Nick and Noel?
Yeah.
So
I don't have them personally. I have Nicholas, but not Noel.
Yeah, in Siege you see them quite a lot. Especially like Sacred Order teams, Sacred Order defenses, but for live arenas you can't really draft them because you ban one or the other, and then
what about classic arena? So I think there can be like quite decent defense. Disagree? Like not talking about top accounts, but let's say that you don't have like a top account, you're trying to squeeze into top 500. Would you agree that these are like viable champions in that kind of defense team? Like they can catch people off guard if you have a well-built team, and then it can be like a battle that maybe enemy team can beat it, but it will take them like 7 minutes to do it, and they'll just have to give up if they get stuck into a loop.
Yeah. It's a very strong pair. It's probably one of the strongest pair. So yeah, hard to say. I do have both. It's fun to play with them as well, right? It's a fun synergy too. So yeah, maybe we kind of have to put them both together though, right? Like you don't really see. There was a time where you saw Noel get used a lot, even without Sir Nicholas. But not so much anymore. So I'm not quite sure where I would put them. But also, I'm tending more towards the bottom somewhere.
What about top of D tier?
Yeah, I think that's solid. C or top of D.
Okay, bottom C or top D.
Yeah, probably bottom C, I would say.
Okay, I would agree. That's what I was gonna say. The next champion is a little bit joke. You were also asking about this before. I put He-Man on the list kind of as a meme, to be honest. He-Man and Skeletor were like a weird collab that for some reason Raid got like a 2-for-1 double deal bargain sale with the collabs, and we had like a red-on of the collab with Skeletor and He-Man. What was up with that? Do you know what happened?
I have no idea. I have no idea why.
They did it once, and neither one of the champions is relevant. And then they did it again, and they did He-Man as a Forge Pass. I didn't get him in the first time. Guess what? I did not get him the second time either.
Yeah. I have to be fair. When He-Man the first time came out, I actually used him a lot because I didn't have that many viable nukers. He's ignoring Stone Skin. There was a Stone Skin meta. He was actually able to smack. He scales off attack and HP, kind of a Rotos type of scaling, and has a big speed aura, right? 28%. So for me at that time, he was actually a good option, right, in the Stone Skin meta. But now with Total Guard and all the other champions, he's kind of like, you can't really draft him.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, and that comes to my second point about this duo. They redid the same collab, and then for some godforsaken reason, they decided to buff Skeletor, who has never seen any use on anything and will never see even after the buff. He-Man was kind of used a little bit when he was new. I mean, he was kind of a decent nuker. If he got a buff and got a little bit modernized, he might actually see some usage, but they decided to buff Skeletor, and here's a little bit, jab at Plarium. They did like a skeleton, I think it was called Skeleton Crew. No, that was the UDK one. They did a competition that they told all the content creators to do like 10 live Classic Arena battles with Skeletor and try to showcase him how he's good in Arena after the buff. And, I personally kind of... was trolling at him that I think the best strategy in that competition, like you need to get 10 wins as quickly as possible. I think that was it. I was saying that I'm gonna build Skeletor in as low speed as possible in Bolster so that he doesn't take any turns. And then I think there was like specific factions you can use. So I could use Predator and Mavara in that. I think it was like Lizardmen and Dark Elves. So I could basically use my normal team, except take one champion out and then have Skeletor just be like a filler and not take any turns so that it wouldn't make the battle slower. And that's how good it was. And then all of the content creators were shitting on him in the content creator chat, and then they just canceled the entire competition. If they just buffed He-Man, maybe it would have been actually like a fun competition.
Yeah, I don't know why they decided to buff Skeletor. I don't know what the thought was behind that when you have a champion like He-Man that it was actually designed for PvP with an arena aura and stuff, and why not adjust his kit to the current state of the game with Total Guard and stuff? He could have had multi-hits or whatever, and all of a sudden it would be viable, usable at least. But they decided to buff Skeletor. That was a complete useless buff, in my opinion, that didn't we didn't get any extra value from it. I tried to use Skeletor in like deflection and tried all kinds of stuff, but nothing was effective. And at the end of the day, like you said, for the competition, I ended up using Predator or whatever, and Skeletor was just standing there. Level 1, I didn't even level him. He was just standing there watching everybody else do their job. And
yeah. And everybody had to cancel their videos because they told us not to make them, because everybody would have just been shitting on the collab. On another note, though, I mean,
recorded mine too, and
yeah, they could have just given a good buff on both of them. I mean, they could have buffed literally both of them. Why bring this collab back and not make it relevant? I will say that He-Man, even though in the modern standards, I mean, if you look back at the old TV show, we're both the same age, so I assume you probably saw the old He-Man TV show at some point. These days, it looks kind of like very gay, but it was super cool back then. I mean, I liked He-Man. I thought he was very cool. Now he looks a little bit cringe, but I like the memes about him. He would be a funny, nostalgic champion to use. I mean, I wouldn't mind him being relevant in Arena.
Yeah, I've been, when I was little, I was watching He-Man too, because of my older brother. And yeah, I don't know. Also, from the financial aspect, it would have made so much more sense because he's the champion pass, right? So, I don't know. It's a missed opportunity in my opinion.
Yeah. Anyway, He-Man obviously D tier. I think between these, it has to be below Taras, like where between the bottom picks. Above
I'll put him at
Islin?
the very, yeah, probably somewhere, yeah, somewhere around that area.
Okay. It is what it is. It's a weird collab. I would love to know why we did like Red Dwarf the collab. I honestly literally think that they got like a discount. That He-Man came to think that, bro, our franchise, we need money, 50% off. Do you want the deal? I think something like that must have happened. I don't see any other reason why they would do it.
Yeah, it didn't make sense.
Okay, next up we got the Barbarians, and we got one new mythic. Okay, let's actually start with Arn. I kind of want to talk about him more. He is new, and he was very hyped up, kind of like Sabral. What I saw from other people, many people thought that he was like the second coming of Jesus, and he was gonna be like Sabral. And I feel like he didn't live up to the original hype. I do see him. I actually have a 6-star blessing on him. It's the only mythic that I have the blessing for. I don't have the champion, but I don't see him getting that much use in the meta. I mean, he's definitely good. He's a great champion, but he's definitely not S tier. I would assume you agree. What do you think about his place in the top meta, let's say?
Yeah, I think it's A tier. He's still great. He's great to counter Bayek or anybody that has a crazy passive, right? But then again, you kind of have to get rid of total guard stacks before you do anything with him. So there's that as well. His second form is also not bad, but not really super insane. So I think his first form is the one that shines the most with the block passes, block revive, with the death brand.
He's kind of weird in that way that I feel like many champions, they might have like one support form and one nuker form, but if they're just fully nuker, usually like they synergize together, but you want to build these two forms differently. I mean, the other one is like more health scaling and the other one is more attack scaling.
Yeah, the second form doesn't benefit anything, right, from building him for the first form. So, but he's an accuracy nuker. Bayek is meta. That puts him in the discussion instantly, right? So
yeah, he does get revived with block damage, so he's like basically guaranteed to get a turn, and he does do block revive and death brand, which is very like useful and like sounds like very meta adjacent effects. And I think lots of people were expecting him to, like, I saw everybody saying that he's going to be new S tier top nuker. I don't see him used that much in live arena battles.
No, not that much. He's more of a niche pick, I would say. But I would put him above Talana, actually.
Okay, so you still want to put him in A tier?
I would argue yes.
Okay, yeah, for me it would be like A or B, like basically bottom A, top B. That's where I would put him.
I think he's still much better than Sigfrind. So
yeah,
if Sigfrind is the measure for B tier, I would put him in A.
Yeah, and obviously, again, we're talking about like the few top champions. If we compare it to like your average legendary champion, like Kandrafon or Tranda, it's not even close, obviously. But we are talking about the top of the meta. If I had him, would I use him in like almost every battle? Yeah, because my best nuker is Predator, and the second best one is maybe Gallows. So they would be kind of on similar level, but for the top accounts, it's not like they, I don't think the top accounts really use him, to be honest. Is there any niche situation where he is like the best champion?
Maybe for like Barbarian siege posts, I think there's an argument there. But yeah.
Sure.
I don't know. I like I said, he's very niche, and like you said, I also haven't seen him that much this season. And I think a big part why that is because of total guard. It's hard to use, right? So
yeah, I think that's kind of a good indicator. Generally, obviously, I'm very arrogant person, and I think I'm the best, and I know things that other people don't. But at the same token, even though some other people sometimes don't see everything, if there's like a champion and nobody is using him at all, that's pretty good indication that it's not living up to the hype. I always like to see the champion usage, even though many people say that it's not a good way to judge champions. Like some champions are just common, like Embrus. But I think if you like, let's like both of us, we play a lot of live arena and we finish like top 100 or 500 like every season. Like if the champion is really top tier, even if it was released like 2 days ago, you're gonna see it in some battles. Like if there's a new Void or Mythic champion like Sabral and it was released 2 days ago, and I play like 20 live arena battles, I'm probably gonna meet it in multiple battles. That's that's how the top arena works. That if it is good, people will have it. Definitely somebody will have it, and I really don't see him a lot, even though he's kind of a new Mythic. So.
Yeah, you've seen him a lot more when he first got released, but then this season not so much.
Yeah, exactly. And I think in my Discord, people were kind of hyped about him. Like lots of people that are like play on the top accounts, many people that you would also know, they seem very hyped about it, and I feel they kind of got it wrong. I was always a little bit negative Nancy about that champion. I think he got overhyped. I get why he did. Like he does block revive and gets block damage and like guaranteed revive on himself, but it just didn't perform. Yep. The next one is Alas, and kind of similar that he's like a decent nuker. He scales with defense, so he's a little bit tankier than average. He does block damage. It's not protected. I don't think he does anything unique or special, and doesn't really get any use. He's kind of like, honestly, he's kind of like Arn, except he was released a few years ago, and he's even less relevant in the current meta.
Yeah, I would agree. He turned out to be more of a PvE champion, a Chimera champion. Has some new uses for niche. What did I say? Some uses for siege.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah. Would I put him even in B? Not sure. Maybe
Not even,
C.
okay. Okay, but actually I agree. Now that I think about it, has to be below Siegfried, I think. I think Siegfried has a lot more kill potential than Alas. Siegfried is not like OP against everything, but you could just one-shot enemies in one ability, or if they play wrong, or they don't have any way to deal with his passive and the block damage, he can like solo turn the battle. I don't think Alas is really the kind of champion that it carries the battles. There's not like a situation where, okay, you win with him.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he makes it to B, to be honest. I would probably put below Androck even.
Okay, fair enough. You like Androck. You're surprisingly big fan of Androck.
I'm telling you, if you have a well-built team around Androck, he's pretty insane. Like, there's
fair
a lot of
enough.
resistance.
I may be a little bit biased. I remember he used to be kind of issue for me back in the day when there was a lot of less mythics and I would see him quite often. But I have a Rotos in Death Dealer, and he used to be like the champion. Like he was my best champion. I would pick Rotos in every single battle, even if enemy first picks UDK and R-base, which happened to me all the time. It still happens to me. It's kind of funny. Like in the last week, I had multiple battles where enemy picks UDK before I even pick Rotos. But that's another topic. But Rotos does ignore the Enfeeble, so it wasn't the issue for me ever since I got the Death Dealer. So.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, because I mean, you would agree that that's kind of big part of Androck kit, that he stalls the battle and he gives you increased resistance and Enfeeble, and then you might like not be able to deal any damage to the enemy team.
Yeah, you're kind of out-tanking the enemy team with Androck.
That being said, those were like the two mythics of the Barbarian faction, but we actually have a bunch of good champions left, and I think all of these are going to rank higher than mythics. I'm pretty sure you're going to agree with me. Maybe Freya and Armans is a little bit question, but I would personally say that I think they both have to be at least B tier. Armans is kind of out of the meta because of 9-piece Mercurial, but there is some niche.
I disagree.
Okay, I know what you're going to bring up. There's some niche matchups where he's good at because he does the polymorph. Go ahead. We were talking about this in my Discord.
Yeah, we also see a lot of lockout champions without any protection, just fast, pure speed. And if you have a faster Armans, that's a that's a perfect counter. So I saw him actually getting picked a lot. Obviously, you need like most of the times when I face an Armans, it was a +2, +4, 6 stars, super fast, crazy gear. So it's very hard to build him that way. So you outspeed the enemy team, right? But yeah, I've seen him a lot more this season.
Yeah, I agree with that. We were just talking about that on my Discord. I mean, you can pretty much assume that none of the obviously none of the lookouts except Yumeko are like they're all gonna be. They're not gonna be in either Stone Skin or Mercurial. So they're usually gonna be like always full speed. So he will work against all of them. He's not going to be able to polymorph nukers half of the time, but at this point you can kind of know which nuker is going to be in which set. Like some nukers are still going to be in Stone Skin, and like some champions, you know that it's guaranteed going to be like Mercurial if the enemy has the set on that faction. So you can at this point kind of make educated guesses against what matchups he's good at. He's not like he's a counter pick. He's not like a first pick. He's not that type of dominating champion like Sabral, but like you said, he kind of became more popular recently.
Yep.
So would you say we have to put him in above Arn? Between the
I would say so, actually. I would say so above Arn.
Below Marichka?
Yeah.
Okay, we could have more tiers. Like, I remember I did a tier list back in the day where there was like some kind of niche S tier, and I have champions like Mortu and many weird champions that normally don't get used, but in the right matchup they're good. He's kind of like that. He's very rare pick. Like you said, he's more common pick at higher up, but in very specific battles. Sometimes he's going to be complete trash. You might meet a team that everybody is 9-piece Mercurial, both nukers and supports. He's going to be complete waste of space, but he does have its uses. Not if you're like a progressing account, you don't have the best account. Might not be like between Armans and Lockout, you have speed gear for one champion. You definitely want to gear Lockout, but in the end game, he does actually get play.
You also have to keep in mind at the end, like at the top end or high end or top 100, you face people multiple times, right? The same players, so you kind of know how their champions are built if they don't change their builds around. So you know when to expect Stone Skin, Total Guard, a lockout without any protection. You know, you kind of know what to expect.
And to be clear, when we're talking about like top end game, I'm talking about like above my level. Accounts that are better than me use him, not really me. Like I'm not competing with speed with people anyway. But the really good accounts, they do use him. The meta is a little bit different at the top. We're going to get into it on some specific champions. I see a couple of those coming up soon that they're not considered like good. Many people wouldn't even know that they're meta, but actually they're like S tier for the top accounts. There's several of those champions coming up. Okay, next is Odin.
There's also one thing I want to say is that the top end arena players, they kind of define the meta, and then it...
Yeah.
You know, it kind of sprinkles down to everyone else and everybody adjusts to it.
Yeah, it's one of those like conversations. We've had this one many times before, but it's kind of like some people would say that the end game top meta is not relevant to me because let's say I don't have like Stormcaller or I don't have this and that, then that thing doesn't make any sense. There is many things that at the highest level, they're super OP, but they're not even relevant if you don't have like multiple specific things. So like for your common man, some things are less OP than even if they're like uber S tier at the top ranks. Not like Solinar, Tecteon, and Sabral, but there is few other things. Anyway, so Odin, one of my kind of most hated enemies. He's very annoying to play against, especially if you go second teams, because what happens to me always is that every time my nuker takes a turn, everybody in enemy team will get poke damage, and I will have like 10-minute battles where I haven't dealt a single damage to the enemy team because they will have 100% uptime on poke damage. It's very annoying to deal with him. I think he got massively buffed when the 9-piece Mercurial set got released because he's a really good user on the set. You want to go full speed. You're not going to get polymorphed. You're not going to get banded. Those things used to make him a lot less consistent. At the same time, he can also one-shot enemy supports it's one of those champions that you can make a team with one nuker in some specific scenarios. Usually it involves a lot of CC on your team. Odin is a support that can also kill other supports in one ability, so he can do that. He's one of the major enablers. Also, Odin has a good speed aura, and there's multiple Void Affinity champions that are very meta and often heavily lean on speed, like Mario's teams and Shu Chen's and other ones. So there's many good synergies to combine with him, and like overall a great champion. He does the full package. Buff strip with decreased defense and stun, block damage on your team, and he can also one-shot enemy teams and has the best speed aura, basically.
Yeah, the reason why you don't like to go against him is because he kind of counters your best nuker, which is Predator, right? So he's insanely good against Predator, but he's also a good pick against Bayek because he can just one-shot anybody with high accuracy, right? He's probably going to have more accuracy than your average nuker. And yeah, overall great champion, insane aura, S tier.
Yeah, I will also say that actually I haven't been doing that bad against Odin recently because we'll get to this champion in a second, but I think lots of people say that, at least in my Discord, everybody says that Gallows fell off and he's not as good as he used to be a while ago before Mercurial. I got him in 9-piece Mercurial. He does not do crazy damage, but he is good in Odin matchups, and I've actually been doing pretty good against those battles recently, but I don't think we're gonna have any debate at all that Odin is gonna be S tier, but there's very tough competition between the champions in the S tier. Do you think it can be above Galatir or no?
Yeah, I would put him above Galatir, actually, yeah.
Really? Okay, I wanted to do that, but I thought you would push back and say that we can't go for it. I agree.
Nah,
My chat usually disagrees with me on this.
Interesting.
Okay.
But yeah, I see Odin much more than Galatir, actually.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I keep saying that I want Odin, and I'm gonna dominate the arenas, and everybody says that it's not gonna be good for my account, and I'm just overestimating it because I don't have good matchup against Odin. But I disagree, and Odin is one of the champions that benefited most out of the 9-piece Mercurial. Obviously, it made all of the CC champions more consistent, and also all of the revivers more tanky. He's able to double dip with like everything. He's a nuker that doesn't really need to build nuke. You just want to build full speed and a little bit accuracy. He can support, he can nuke, he's tanky. There's no really counters. Even if you can ignore block damage, it's good. But he does other things too. That's not the only thing that he does. He's the complete...
If you put the good relic on him, like Bane of Sintranos, where he gets buffs and then he spreads those buffs, I mean, it's undeniable he's performing better than Galatir.
Okay, then we got another really good champion. Let's start with this. Is Bayek S tier? Like right now, I think Bayek was maybe much more popular a few months ago. We have gotten a few recent champions that can get guaranteed crit rate, and I have seen his usage drop down dramatically. At the same time, Bayek is one of those champions that if you don't have a champion that literally counters him, you basically have no win condition at all. And he can sometimes be like, if you last pick Bayek, and there's other good last pick champions too, like Nell. If you last pick Bayek and an enemy does not have a team that can counter it, if they can't ban it, they often just straight up lose.
Yeah, if you don't have an answer, no accuracy nuker, you're going to have a bad time, or no death dealer, right? Something that bypasses his passive, then it's going to be hard for you. So I think he's still S tier. He gets used a lot less, like you said, because people found a way to play against him, right? They adjusted their builds, their accounts.
Yeah, and I think we got multiple... Sorry, we got multiple new recent champions, like Sabral, for instance, that can deal with him. Not Pelops. Not Pelops? Hecaton. Yeah. I'm conflating all the Argonites. Hecaton can deal with him, and, there's other things.
Yeah.
Would you put him...
I think bottom S tier is a good place for him at the moment.
above or below Glycia? It's kind of hard, hard to compare, to be honest.
Hard to compare, but yeah, probably below. Uh,
No,
I don't
I
know.
agree. I think below Glycia, like, think they do same type of thing, that it's like a niche utility, but it's completely different type of utility. But between Glycia and Bayek, at least in my experience, I think in the current meta, Glycia does get more use. Would you agree?
I would probably agree. Yes.
But both are insanely good. I think Bayek is maybe, let's say that. Well, actually, now I'm kind of changing my mind. I think for the end game accounts, I think Glycia is more relevant. But I think if you get like one good champion, then Bayek is like much bigger carry for your account. And probably like if you're like not top 500, probably like most enemies can't deal with Bayek. They're gonna have to ban Bayek in like almost every battle.
You also have to keep in mind, though, that two of the best counters against Bayek are kind of free to play, which is Carnage and Marius. So I don't know. I kind of feel like most players would have a answer to him at some point, but yeah, I mean, he can be a hard carry for lower tier counts. I would definitely agree on that. So yeah,
Yeah,
it's hard to do it, man. It's hard to do these tier lists.
I will
I'm
also say
very
that
having a hard time.
Bayek does do the whale too, and the whale can also be very useful utility in some matchups. It can be kind of annoying, but we would agree to put Bayek the last one in S tier.
For now, I would say yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, obviously, especially in the current meta, in the past there used to be very few top champions. There are quite many of them these days, and some of them are like universally good. Like Predator is a prime example. There's not really like a terrible matchups for him. He's usable against anything in the game. Some of them are more like precise counters that you pick it against one specific thing that is very meta. And Bayek is kind of, both of them are kind of those that they're like counter picks, but they're, at the highest level of gameplay, they are very relevant, but it totally depends on battle. Some battle, Bayek is completely irrelevant. I would say most battles, maybe not most, but many battles, Glycia will be completely irrelevant. So it really depends.
Yeah, people used to pick Bayek against Predators. Then people started putting Death Dealers on Predators. So there's always this back and forth, right? So people
Yeah.
find a way to deal with things.
Okay, now we get to more like not S tier champion. Freya, I think, is very good. Does do multiple different things. Has kind of passive like Donnie. Is able to deal damage as a support, kind of like Niamhe oftentimes. And is kind of generally useful. What do you think about Freya?
I think she fell off.
Have you ever used her on your account in live arenas?
Yeah, so I actually got her from the deck back then, from the Asgard Divide event. That's when I came back to the game. I actually took a break, came back, grabbed
That's
her.
when I was away.
Yeah, and I also skipped the Champ Chase tournament for Odin, which I regret a lot. But yeah, she was actually very, very good at that time, but I don't see her getting used that often anymore.
Really? Wait, fuck, did I misclick? Where did I put her? I do see her a little bit. I feel like Siegfried is kind of like our hull monitor here. I feel like it has to be higher than Siegfried. Do you agree or disagree? I feel like I see Freya like way more than Siegfried, actually.
Really?
Okay, I guess we're not going to agree with that then.
Maybe not, but
I think she's kind of like the people's champion. She's quite common pick. Nobody thinks she's like S tier, but I feel like I see Freya several times more than Siegfried.
Interesting. I would actually say the other way around, but I don't know. They probably belong in the same tier, I guess. I don't think Freya is C tier. I think she's good in B. I think you actually put was Fina in C? I think
Wait,
Fina was
I don't know. Yeah, I misclicked. I think it's good now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, okay, we agree. Bottom B, I mean, she definitely does get use.
Yeah, we can leave her in B.
Yeah. For like, if you're not super strong account, she's one of those champions that is like, does get use in PvP, so something to consider. Like, if I were to pull Freya right now on my account that isn't the best, I would definitely play her and build her, but I'm not like confident that she would open any new doors for my account or change things, but I'm not even 100% sure. Maybe she would actually be useful on some things.
Yeah, a lot of people used to use her as like a turn meter booster, but then she also has this passive, right? So she has a lot of utility in form of protection, but also support. So she's not bad, but I really haven't seen her that much.
Yeah, next we get to Ogryn, which is very interesting faction for a few reasons. First of all, as you can see, I barely have Ogryn champions. I think my faction guardians is like 2 out of 10 or 4 out of 10. And it has many weird champions. I don't think there's like anything that is super common except Gizmak. That is like kind of recent thing. But there is multiple champions that actually do get use in like endgame PvP rather than like... They barely get use overall, but they get surprisingly a lot of use in the endgame content. And Gizmak is obviously the best champion in the faction by a mile. And he's also, I mean, we talked with you about this before, that he's a very interesting champion that when Deflection got buffed, it made Gizmak more popular. He was popular before, but now it's kind of like... There will be variation, but let's say that if it's like top 50 accounts fighting each other, 100% of time, Gizmak is going to be full speed in Deflection. If you fight like outside of top 500, most of the time it's going to be in 9-piece Mercurial, and it's going to be like a general, utility tanky nuker champion. But he's kind of considered like top of the S tier at this point among the top accounts. Well, what do you think? He's like basically the best champion in the game, that if he goes first and people build him like as high speed as possible, and you have 6-piece deflection, he will clear out both Stone Skin and Mercurial like instantly on the first turn, and also buff your team.
Yeah,
what do you think about him?
Champions like him in deflection made go first insanely good again, right? So, for example, if you face a Stormcaller Marius, a Sabrail, a Crixia, a Gizmak, a Deflection Gizmak, who are you going to ban, right? So it's like, pick your poison. And the fact that he can remove all your total guard stacks in one go, but also puts increased speed on all his allies, so they go after him if you have them tuned the right way. Absolutely insane.
And he still has the damage potential that unless the enemy team is very tanky, he can be your only nuker and he can definitely kill teams. So like Sabrail, he's both a support champion and a nuker. I think he's more like a support champion in the endgame meta, but he also will kill teams if he has to. Now, between S tier...
squishy targets, he will kill squishy targets easily.
Yeah, and like you said, if you put the enemy in like a position where they have multiple champions that they must ban, then, at that point, if you pick it like in the right matchup, like you will have enough damage if you like force them in that position. Like you can pick multiple supports that are also nukers, and you're gonna have enough damage. But where would you place him in S tier? I mean, obviously he's gonna be in S tier.
Somewhere like next to Odin, I don't know, probably, I don't know, it's hard to say. Above, below?
Yeah, okay, I think we kind of agree. I think it's going to be above Galatir, but I don't know above or below Odin. Honestly, I think maybe above Odin. What do you think about that?
Yeah.
Which one do you think gets more use? I'm not even sure, but...
I think Gizmak is getting more use in general.
By general, we talk about like top 100 or like the top end game.
Yeah, exactly.
Like overall,
like
I'm almost certain
overall
Odin gets...
it's probably Odin.
Yeah.
Overall, it's probably Odin, but at the top end, most likely Gizmak.
And Gizmak is one of those champions that if like top 20 accounts are fighting each other, it's getting picked basically 100% of battles. Or do you disagree? I mean, he's always picked. When I watch my clanmates play, they pick him in every single battle. So
yeah, it's a go-to. It's a go-to total god stripper.
Yeah, and Stone Skin. He gets both of them.
Yeah, and that exactly. He can do both. That's the crazy part. And then he can uke.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. Then we have maybe a little bit, not a little bit, a lot more niche. There's Bellator the Battle Mage, or whatever his name is. Bellator the Mage Slayer. That's how relevant he is, that I almost remembered his name. Be honest, have you seen him in Arena once in the last 2 seasons?
Okay. I haven't seen him ever.
Never?
Never.
Okay, fair enough. He is a reviver, has some utility, decreasing allies' cooldowns by 1 turn when they're revived. If an ally is killed, reduce the cooldown of all these champion skills by 1 turn. There's like a little bit passive utility, buffs, turn meter boost, and a revive. So I would say that it's like above, like not above average. It's one of the better revivers. If we don't talk about the top revivers in the game, I mean, it has to be better than Maud. You would agree?
Yeah.
So it's quite good as reviver.
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
But the top champions like outshine him. I feel like we had to put him somewhere in the list.
You think so? I mean,
I feel so. I mean,
go ahead, but
if I had him, he would probably be my second best reviver. I'm not gonna lie. Between Mavara and Ankara, okay, I have like my top 3 revivers: Ankara, Maud, and Mavara. Which rank would you put him?
I think Ankara is actually not bad. Don't you think?
Yeah, no. Ankara passive is good, but that's like the only thing that she does, though. Ankara passive is good, but at this point, honestly, I don't even like. I used to be using Ankara as my main reviver. These days, if enemy picks my Mavara, I often go in a team without reviver at all.
Yeah, I've been in that situation as well. Before I had, Galtier Theodosia. It's kind of it's hard to draft revivers. I don't know, man.
Okay.
Balazar is not convincing me.
I make the judgment. I think you can't relate to us plebs, and I need to. Yeah. I think we have to put him above Alas. What do you think about that? I think he's like
above Noel. You think he's better than Noel?
Okay. But like you said, Noel is not that good if you don't have both. I mean, do I see Noel more than him? Yeah. But okay, let's put him below Noel. I think you convinced me. I think he needs to be in the list. He is definitely above average reviver. Are there several revivers that are infinitely better? But there's also probably I don't know how many dozens of revivers that are worse than him. And he's a void and kind of new. So
yeah, I wish I could tell you more about him, but I don't have him. I never played him, never played against him. Maybe he's a good,
I played against him. But I saw him a few times when he was new. I almost remembered his name correctly. That's how relevant he is. Okay, now is another champion. I think you're maybe more interested about Stock. Stock is one of those champions that many players probably wouldn't even think that it's relevant in PvP. And it's kind of like Gizmark, that it's much more common at the top. I mean, it's not common at all outside of the top. And it's more of like a classic arena champion. People do use him in live arena, but he does have some interesting utility that he's in poison and burn teams. He can activate them. He boosts your team's turn meter. He will make them ignore block damage and unkillable, and also places them himself. He kind of has some utility, a decent speed aura. What do you think? Have you seen Stock in the last 2 seasons?
I think I saw him once getting picked with Nail or Vulcanos. I don't remember, but it was some form of poison, poison passive, HP burn passive, Vulcanos Nail type of thing.
Yeah,
which is interesting, but it's more of a classic arena siege thing, like you said.
I think actually on the last Platinum Arena reset, Was it last week or just a week ago? No, I think during the last Platinum reset, I think Cruisen hit me twice with stock team. I think it was Nail stock, and I forget what the other two was, but pretty much like Nail combo. I mean, you could do it with
Gizmek or something. Could be as well. Yeah. So,
but
yeah,
he
can work in the right setup, against the right teams. For Life Arena, hard to draft him because you can break up the synergy, abandoning the right champ. So
yeah, I was gonna check his base speed, but it's actually not that high. 103 is below average on turn meter boosters. I feel like if we use our benchmark Siegfried, I think stock is more relevant than Siegfried. Would you agree or disagree? Like, stock does have like end game strats where he's used. I don't think Siegfried has any. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would put him there in B. Good and right matchup. I think that's a good place to be for stock.
Okay, I think we can agree on that. Togron, do you have Togron? He's kind of a meme in my chat.
I have Togron, but I only use him in PvE stuff. I think he's okay. He has a great kit.
Yeah,
his passive is interesting.
Everybody has like fantasies how they want to make a team with Togron because of his passive. Increases this champion's and each ally's max health by 10% every time this champion uses an active skill. So he's kind of like a champion that could both boost your health scaling champions Nuker's damage, and there's quite a few of them these days that are relevant. Like maybe health scale Nukers are almost like dominating, or at least were a while ago, but it will also make your team tankier, and then he's like a utility champion with third meter boost and aura and everything else. So everybody sees like lots of potential on him, but I haven't really like seen actual like end game use with him. What do you think?
No, I haven't seen him at all in this Live Arena season.
I have seen him. I think people kind of, I banned him in one battle because I was thinking that I don't want the enemy team to have turn meter boost with him, and everybody was roasting me in chat for doing that, and then I feel like people started picking him against me just for the meme. But I have seen him quite many times. I think comparing him to Styk, they're both like feel like they could have some kind of niche use, but I don't know any end game strats involving him, and I know that Styx gets them, so it's like similar but much weaker.
His best moment is probably in an Ogryn defense in Siege. That's probably the most use that he gets in high ends.
Okay, higher than lower than Bellator the Mage Slayer.
I saw Bellator in Siege as well, in Siege defenses, because he's like one of the only revivers there, right? Like, maybe in the same bracket as Bellator, I guess.
Yeah, okay, it doesn't matter.
Tough, like, it's like
neither
C
one is.
D are kind of like the same.
yeah, that's fine. Okay, what about Gergo? I think he actually got a little bit more popular recently. He's one of those kind of interesting champions that there has actually been multiple metas. Like, there has been times where he was meta, then he was never used for a long time, and then he came back. And I think I've seen him like few times recently. At some points he has been like a top defense champion in Platinum Arena defense, for instance, back in the day. But obviously now we have like Stoneskin and Mercurial, and it's kind of hard to use him. He's like a CC champion that if you build him in full speed and he's not fast, he can CC the enemy and also double down as like a nuker with not high damage. But these days, like, we have Sabrile who does the same role like trillion times better. But what do you think about him? Does he get used in Siege?
I think it does. It does get some use in Siege. But overall, he definitely fell off. He was actually insane at some point.
Yeah. Okay, below or above Santa?
Cool. I don't know about that one. I actually also saw somebody, I think it was Scratch or someone did a video with like a deflection Gurgle, which was interesting, but I don't know if that. I haven't seen it anywhere
Yeah.
in top 500, so
Okay, I think we
yeah,
put him
probably below.
in the same tier as
Yeah, he's kind of like the Ogryn,
Yeah.
Ogryn post.
Ogryn
for Siege.
almost relevant trio. I will say that for those people that don't know, Gergach used to be one of the top champions. It definitely has won multiple rank 1 trophies in Platinum Arena. And like I said, there actually was like multiple, like there was time when he was meta, then he wasn't relevant for a long time, and then he came back. He's one of the very few champions that became meta after not being meta for like a while. People don't make comeback in this game. He didn't even get buffed. Actually, I think he got buffed at some point, but very long time ago.
Yeah, he got buffed. Yeah, he got buffed.
Yeah, I take it back. Okay, I think that's enough of Ogryn. Has to be one of the worst factions in the game. I think between Orcs and Ogryn, those are probably the weakest. I don't know. We can talk about it afterwards, which one is the weakest one. Gismark kind of saves the faction, though.
Yep, 100%.
Okay, then we get the Lizardmen, and I didn't even add the new Green Forest Fusion Anaxe to the list. I have never seen him used in a single battle. I feel like there's a good probability that he's gonna get buffed, because I don't think he's even used in PvE, but I don't concern myself with that, only about PvP. But Lazarus maybe kind of could be like just what I was saying with Gergor, that he used to be very popular, then less popular. I feel like he's gotten a little bit more popular recently. Not like ultra S tier, but I think he's one of those champions again that he's much more popular in the end game PvP or like the top accounts than like even top 500. Like the top accounts, I do see using him a lot, often in like full speed, but he's still a nuker, but they try to build him as fast as possible.
Yeah, he kind of falls in the same bracket as Armans, I believe.
Yeah.
Where you try to, he's a lockout champion too. If you can kill the enemy lockout, for example, that doesn't have protection or whatever. So he's an interesting champion, kind of a weird one.
Yeah, he's like a
and also very, very stat hungry.
Yeah,
So.
He's like a jack of all trades. That he's built as a nuker, but people build him in full speed. He has a revive. He has a good speed aura. He can do a lockout if he can kill somebody. He can do a block plus debuff, but he usually opens with the turn meter boost on everybody. He's a weird champion, but he's actually quite popular at the top. I think much more than people often realize. I think he has to be A tier. I don't think it's even like what do you think? He can't be below A tier, right?
I would put him in A tier.
I think S tier is like too much, but I don't see it impossible that he could potentially be. But would you say like middle A tier?
Yeah.
Above or below Marichka? I think I would almost say that he could be the top of the S tier, to be honest.
Yeah, they're kind of all in the same, like Joanne, Lazarius, Marichka, Polara.
Let's put it this way. I mean, he's definitely much better than Arn and Talena. Like he's actually like a
definitely
meta-relevant champion. And when I'm looking at the other ones, between like Marichka, if we just think about the usage rate, and again, that's not everything, I think between Marichka, Joanne, and him, I think he gets used most of those three. Would you agree? In like top,
I think so too.
Yeah, and he's more popular at the top than even like in mid ranks or in gold. So, yeah, I think he has to make the cut. He's a weird champion.
Mm-hmm. It's weird to use, definitely.
And he's kind of like the old Sabrile. He's Sabrile, but the outdated version. He's a nuker that like is built in full speed and can lock you out and can kill you. But Sabrile does the same thing and 15 other things and much better.
You're not wrong.
It's like it's like the balanced version of Sabrile.
It's like Sabrile is what Lazarius could have been.
Yeah, or what he was maybe sometime. Well, not or that high, but yeah, kind of, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, we agree on that. Then the next one, we're probably not going to have too much disagreement. Predator has to be S tier. The debate is where we place him in S tier. And like you said, some people build Predator in Death Dealer. I'm not a big fan. I think it's a little bit waste of the survivability, but it's very popular strategy for those top accounts because they have many good champions that they can run, and he can do very high damage, and it can be very good counter pick to build him in that. I have my Predator in 9-piece Swift Parry. I can actually show it too. He's so good that I'm running him in health amulet. It doesn't matter. It has enough damage. What do you think about my Predator build? He's a little bit slow. I would want him to be well, fuck, you can't see the stats. Can you see?
Yeah, I see it.
Oh yeah, it's on my video where I'm blocking the stats. I have him, let's see, 283 speed, low crit damage, 288, high health, 157, but he's still 1 versus 4 teams all the time.
Yeah, I like the HP on it. Obviously, the crit damage is a bit on the lower side, but it doesn't really matter, to be honest. Yeah, I like my Predator to be faster.
Yeah, I would too, but take into account, look at my accessories. I have flat health amulet, I have health ring with no rolls on health, I do have the subset but no rolls, and then I have very bad banner.
It's hard to get those accessories, so...
But at least I got timepiece, which is crazy.
Yes, it's a good build. I think most of the time it will work, and it's a lot of HP, to be honest.
Yeah.
Probably more than I would ever get on mine. But like you said, I would also love to hit like 300 speeds and maybe even faster.
Yeah, I will want to make him faster as well. I don't have lanes either, so he's just in Wand of Submission. Where can I see it?
Oh, okay. Yeah, interesting.
I don't have lanes. Obviously, I will put it on him. You can get 100% ignore defense with lanes and Swift Parry, so that's the goal. Then his damage is going to be bonkers.
Yeah, you can even get it without Swift Parry, with the gemstone, right? Not on the counter attacks, but there's this one gemstone.
Oh, yeah, I know the one for A2 you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Like, he's overall good. There's a couple OP gemstones on him. There's the one that gives 5% ignore defense per hit, and his A2 is coded in like a weird way that it's like an 8-hit attack. And then there's one gemstone that gives 50% damage on counterattacks, and he does that all the time. So he gets extra synergy out of those two. His kit is very basic. He dodges the enemy attacks, completely evades everything, not just damage, but all the other effects like lockout. And if he gets a couple kills early on, he pretty much can almost have a chance to beat any type of team solo. One of the most meta champions, and like we just talked about, can be built in different ways. He has to, I just put him somewhere on the list. He has to be somewhere in the S tier. How high would you place him?
I would actually place him relatively high. He's also one of the most picked nukers. Like, he's up there.
Okay,
he's
I think
up there.
Below or above Gizmok?
That is so hard to say. Maybe... Oh man, that's hard.
Yeah, it's very situational. Well, I would say that Predator is obviously one of the most universal champions, that you can pick him in every battle. That being said, Gizmok is very, oppressive. If he goes first, you often just win the battle. But they're both, the top picks, definitely.
It's also kind of, you pick your Predator and you just hope he evades. That's also kind of the thing, right? So very RNG heavy. Where with Gizmok, you have this straight line. He does this. It's unresistible. So, okay,
I will say that Predator is carrying my account, and everybody is gonna say that I'm biased. So you have to decide. You need to decide the rank. I can't. I can't do it myself.
I don't have Gizmok. I love my Predator. I picked my Predator against Gizmok, and if he counterattacks, that Gizmok is gone. So I put him above Gizmok. Hate it or love it.
Yep, I can agree with that. Okay, next is Donny. We were talking actually about my Donny earlier. I like him. He's obviously, good accounts do use him, but there is Grixia and other things. But he is very popular champion. There is better ones, but he is very common pick. I'm sure you have faced Donny many times in the last season. Have you?
Yeah, 100%. And I also use him myself, yeah.
I'm surprised you use him. Well, in what kind of battles you use Donny? Do you have him in Chronofates or full resistance?
No, high res. Kind of a similar build what you have. I believe, with like high res and just stone skin. And he works incredibly well against like Fabian type of teams. So also good against Grixia because like most of the lockouts are Spirit Affinity. So there's a chance they weak hit, you can reset. That alone kind of makes him meta, right? He's definitely up there. Now, if he's like where I would, yeah, A tier, but where in A tier? That's the question now.
Well, I would say that I would put him above Arn because I think Donny is like a very common stable pick. It's not the best champion in the game, but it's really good, and it's like a stable part of the meta. It's not like a rare that it's like a good champion. It's a rare mythic that you can do. You need a good build for him, but it's actually very practical. Like it's not just good overall. It's good in the specific matchups and deals with many meta issues, kind of like Armans, but I think more popular than Armans by a lot. I think it has to be high ranked than Armans. What do you think about that?
I think so too. Maybe even above Polara.
What about Marichka?
Very hard. I think I've seen more Donnies than Marichka, to be honest.
Definitely me as well. Okay, next up is Joan.
Ooh, that's a tough one. Yeah, I think I've seen more Donnies, but also only because he was accessible to everyone.
Yeah.
Like to most players, right? So it's hard to say, right? Probably below Joanne, I would say.
Okay, but quite high rank actually. Considering that he's like
definitely.
Wait, was he a fusion or like event champion? I forget.
He was the fusion.
Yeah. Leonardo was like a champion chase or path event or something.
He was path, yeah. Michelangelo was the login. Raphael was in the deck. Yeah, so Donny was the fusion, yeah, and insane. Pretty good. Not just PvP, overall.
Yeah. Can be used a lot. I mean, I do use it in like, I want to say, Phantom Shogun speedruns and lots of like PvE. It's very good on Green Forest. You can use it on every boss battle, on the waves. It can be your healer and it will also boost damage. Just very... You will get a lot of usage out of the champion. Even if it's not the sexiest champion in the game, it's not going to solo you battles like Sabrail, but very useful. Also, turtles kind of fell off. I mean, turtles don't get used at this point. Leonardo a little bit, but Donatello is still like part of the meta. He's used without the turtle combo.
Yeah, when you see a Leo, then most of the time it's like paired with Donatello.
Yeah, it's in big part only because Donny is also good. Yeah. Okay, that's it for Lizardmen. I think pretty good faction actually overall. There's a couple other champions that I was thinking about adding to the list, like Theox and Sulfurion, but the list, as you have seen, is already quite long, so I decided to skip them, but they will get honorable mentions.
Yep.
Okay, Skinwalkers is I feel like there's quite many champions that are kind of usable here, so okay, I can see that you're not maybe happy about the Ukko or Wukong. We'll get into that in a second. First of all, what do you think about Galleos? Because my chat has been roasting me that they say that I didn't use Galleos when he was good, and I started using Galleos after he got irrelevant. What do you say to that? He's one of my most picked champions right now. The build is not even good, but I feel like I have to pick him all the times because I see stuff like Odin in like every battle, and you know, at least it does AoE. It doesn't do multi-hits, it doesn't deal well with the enemy total guard, but it can deal with block damage, and it has kind of utility.
Question is, like, would you use him if you had other options? That is kind of like the big question, right? So
no, but he's like a hammer that I have. Would there like would it be better if I had like, I don't know, chainsaw to cut down trees instead of hammer? But you know, I can at least work with this guy, you know.
Yeah. So he's not bad, right? Like he's usable. But I have to say, it's been a while since I lost against the Galenos, to be honest. So I've seen him a couple of times actually.
Mm.
I would actually put him in the Siegfried
Really?
area. Yeah, I
Okay.
would put him in the Siegfried area. Um,
Well, below or above him? Let's start with that.
Probably above him.
I mean, he beat Sigrun in 1 versus 1.
Probably above him, but only because he ignores block damage, which is such a uh, popular buff with Odin, Neve, right?
Nice.
Nice, uh, Joanne. So there's a lot of block damage going on. Arn has it too.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
that's exactly why I use him. I mean, I would say that, like, if we're not talking about their, Gallo's abilities work well against Siegfried, but overall, does Siegfried beat much more champions in 1 versus 1 than Gallo's? Yeah, but I think Siegfried almost has like no matchups that are like relevant in the meta. I feel like Gallows has quite many. Like I think there is a good, like, why would we put Arn in A tier but not Gallows? Because I agree that maybe his abilities are more powerful overall, but I think Gallows is more relevant in the matchups that people pick in the current meta. What do you think about that?
interesting. Well,
As you just said, it will look.
I disagree. I disagree because, for example, Arn just deactivates all the passives. So a nice, for example, if you go first, he wouldn't even swap forms. Obviously, you need to remove Total Guard if he has Total Guard or Stone Skin or whatever. But he has that block passive, right? That is insane. So Galeos can't smack. He can ignore block damage, but that's about it. He doesn't do much more than that.
Okay,
I think
I think we have to put him above Stuk at least.
I think he's high B tier.
Well,
I
what
think,
about
yeah, he's like
what about between
maybe
Talena and Gallows? Should we change the tiers? I feel like Gallows is. I would put, like, I don't know. I feel like between Gallows, Arn, and Talena, I feel like Gallows could be the highest, but I
really.
don't. Yeah, I think at least well, between these three, should we bump Gallows above Talena and Talena top of B tier, or do you think these three are like in the right order?
For me, they are in the right order, but if you like, I don't know, we could put him in A, I guess, but like I don't know.
Yeah, let's just go with this then, if you feel strongly about it. I'm obviously
I've,
biased because, like I said, I don't have that
yeah,
crazy PvP arsenal. This is all of the champions that I pick in Arena, and Galleos is basically my second most picked champion at this point from Nukers. No, not overall.
yeah.
I first pick Predator in every single battle, and after that, I'll kind of wait out to see the enemy team's picks to see what is my second Nuker. But it's a lot worse than Predator, obviously.
Yeah, 100%. Predator is classes above him, definitely. But I mean, him being in B tier is not like that doesn't mean he's bad, right? Like it's just
Yeah.
compared to the others.
Yeah, and again, we only have like good champions that are relevant in PvP here. We didn't include most of the champions in the game. We include only the ones that at least have something interesting going on for them in PvP. I'm sure many people use champions that are not even in the list. So, okay, next is Mesomel. Mesomel is one of the champions that kind of fell off. It's a mythic reviver that basically can one-shot one champion through Stone Skin and block revive it. And in the perfect situation, if you go first, you ban the enemy second nuker, you take one nuker out, and the battle is over. I think it used to be more relevant back in the day. Now I don't think Mesomel is considered even like a relevant nuker.
Yeah, I think so too. Total Guard completely is denying what everything she does or everything she was there for. She was kind of like an sniper, right? You go in, go first, like you said, block revive and job done. That is most of the time not possible anymore. So
Okay,
yeah, I
between
guess.
I don't know, between Alas and Mesomel, which one do you think is more relevant in the current meta?
Probably less. He has
Okay.
multi-hits, counterattack.
Santa and Mesomel?
I would probably put Mesomel in the Ogryn to the Ogryn side. Maybe even lower than that.
D tier?
Yeah, maybe even D tier.
It's
She kind of does the same thing what Edward does, but Edward does it a little bit better, in my opinion.
okay. To be fair, I mean, I feel it would be kind of ridiculous if we put him above Taras, because like Taras is again really good champion, just not relevant in the meta because of he doesn't ignore block damage or do any kind of crazy utility. And Mesomel is kind of the same, like you said. Everybody is built on Mercurial, and it's a nuker meant to counter Stone Skin. It's not like a tanky. It doesn't have anywhere utility. It does one thing, and that thing is not relevant. So, how high can we put it? I mean, maybe below Taras. Would you agree?
Yeah.
And
I wouldn't be mad about it.
Again, Taras is very good champion. So,
considering Mesomel's probably one of the worst mysticals we have right now.
yeah, and
that's.
There is a bunch of block revivers. We were just talking about he does block revive, Predator does block revive. There's multiple other champions that can do it as well. Even Empress does it, and Empress is just a guaranteed free-to-play champion. And I don't think he's even that meta right now.
Yeah.
Okay, next up is Marius, and I already kind of know your opinion. I totally agree with this one. Marius, like, just as an example, I have a Marius, obviously. Everybody has Marius. I don't use him in every battle. He has very high potential, but he's not like... it depends, first of all, how fast you are, and if you're running speed teams. And it depends if you can do him in Mercurial and Stormcaller, or if you're doing him like as a damage build in Stone Skin and Lethal. He got a lot more popular after Mercurial set got released, because he basically can kind of be a lockout champion with Stormcaller, that he gets a guaranteed unresistible stun basically every time he nukes, and he can't be polymorphed or banded or anything like that. Where do you think Marius falls? It's obviously one of the most common picks even at the top level.
Close to Sabrel, if he's in like 9-piece Mercurial, Stormcaller, if he's in that build, it's close to Sabrel. I have special hatred against this type of build. It is so annoying to me every time. Like 2 seasons ago, it kind of started, I think, with the Stormcaller Marius builds.
Yeah.
This season, it was all about it. Like, everyone was using it. So
I think we should rate him based on the highest potential. So even though not everybody has Stormcaller and it affects it a lot, let's assume that you have Stormcaller, then are we going to put him above Predator?
Yes, 100%.
Not above Solanar?
Maybe above Solanar even, yeah.
Okay, let's say that you don't have Stormcaller and you don't have Mercurial. You're running the old Lethal Stone Skin build with whatever best damage relic you got. Then are we talking about like low A tier, B tier?
No, I wouldn't go that low. Maybe bottom S, top A.
Okay, that's even with the old build, you will say.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's because he has a triple hit, right?
Yeah, sure. And the accuracy buff, like you said, Bayek is an issue and it's relevant. It synergizes with other champions, and there is strats where it's good that somebody gives you the buff in your team, even outside of Bayek. So
yeah, there are only a few champions that can strip all total guard stacks in one go, and Marius is one of them, right? He kind of falls in the same bracket, and he removes other buffs as well.
But Gizmak does do that as well, and we placed him below Marius. But the stun is kind of OP.
Yeah. Unresistible stun, and the way it works is kind of crazy. That it's a triple hit and then the stun procs, where normally that shouldn't work that way, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Okay, I'm good with that. Okay, next one is Gnishak. Not the most relevant champion. Have you ever used him in Arena before? Like
Yeah,
actually,
in Stone Skin meta, he was my go-to bomb champion for a very long time. I had a lot of fun with him.
yeah.
He's great.
And Gnishak used to be a champion that I used to ban all the time back in the day. Not recently, not this year, but back in the day, I used to ban him all the time because it's one of those things that if you know the enemy goes first and you don't have something that deals with the bombs, if they go first, then it's basically game over. He detonates the bombs and he does the attack buff, so it's good enough damage. It's kind of like you basically know if you need to ban him or not. If you can't survive, then you have to ban it. But in the modern meta, do you see Nishak at all?
No, no playtime.
So D
Not at all.
tier, below
If even.
or above Misomel?
I don't think I have seen him. I haven't seen him since Total Guard got released at all. I don't know if maybe you did, but
I think I've
Yeah,
seen it, but
guess-
like off season, and you can see anything.
I don't know. I don't think he's relevant currently. at
Below
all.
Arbiter, I mean, I wouldn't say Arbiter is
Yeah,
relevant
yeah,
either.
definitely below Arbiter.
Okay, I think this is good spot. Above He-Man.
Yeah, they're kind of probably in the
Yeah,
same bracket.
yeah. This stuff is not really relevant for you personally, but it might be for somebody else. I mean, let's talk about like Gold Live Arena, not like during the season, but like outside of
Yeah.
season. Does Nishak get used more than He-Man? Like way more. I mean, Nishak will definitely be used by people. It's still a good champion if enemy can't deal with it.
Correct. If there's no Total Guard, no nothing, but by
Yeah.
now most of the players should have Total Guard, right? I don't know
Yeah.
how many Grim Forests resets we had so far, but
Yeah,
bomb champions are tough, man. There's only one that really shines in this current meta.
yeah, I will say, and neither one of us knows, unless you have some secret leaks that I don't, but there has been talks about, not to us, as far as I know, but Barrio was talking with some of the content creators about how to deal with the 9-piece Mercurial. I think they were asking about it in the, I always forget what it's called, the super special whale program.
Supreme Club.
Supreme Club. They were talking, I think they asked about it in Supreme Club or something, or content creators or both. I forgot which one. Do you remember what I'm referring to? They asked player
not quite
feedback how to nerf the set. And I think they might be actually considering doing it. So,
Yeah.
so you never know if there's some change, if there's maybe like a relic that deals with it, or some kind of, maybe we get a blessing that bombs can ignore it or whatever. It's not inconceivable that Nishak would be more relevant, but right now, Mercurial set is just gatekeeping him too much.
Yeah.
I mean, you agree that if 9-piece Mercurial wasn't a thing, he definitely would be up a tier, or maybe even 2 tiers.
Oh, 100%. He would be up there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bombs were, dominating at some point.
Okay.
With Stone Skin, bombs were insane.
Yeah. Okay.
That's always like if you see people adjusting their accounts and bills because of one specific thing, which were bombs. Everyone was building in feral immunity, stuff like that. So that's when okay, that's meta defining.
Yeah, I had to consider using like protection, Necret, and other strategies to deal with Nishak.
Yeah.
Okay, next is Wukong. Wukong is another one of those that he was very good when he was out and was used for a long time. I remember it used to be a thing that some people run support Wukongs and not in damage build, but he hasn't been super relevant anymore in long time. There is this one content creator, you might not be familiar with him. Let me see if I can find his channel. It's a Korean content creator, something like L Raid. You probably have maybe fought him sometime in Live Arena. He is like top 500 or top 100, something along those lines. I see him using Wukong quite often. Do you know the guy that I'm talking about?
I think you told me about him once. So
Yeah.
that's how I know him.
Yeah,
Don't
I've seen him
remember.
use it. It's kind of surprising. It's not very popular in the modern I've never used it in like, I don't even remember last time I was using Wukong, but it's not terrible. I mean, he can buff strip, for instance, steal Poison Cloud from Tecteon. He could one-shot the enemy team if they somehow don't have 9-piece Mercurial. There is some utility on him, but very niche. But I will say that being able to buff strip Poison Cloud is maybe something to consider on weaker accounts. There's not too many ways to deal with that.
Yeah. Wukong, I mean, he was being used a lot at some point, so he fell off, definitely. There's just so many other champions now that, the power creep is real, and I love to see things like this, though, that, people still use him and then find a way to utilize him somehow. I love to see that, but, overall, you don't get to see him that often, right? He's more of a unicorn.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah, would you place him, I mean, same tier as Nishak. It's just not that relevant anymore. I will give shout out to the Poison Cloud thing. That's kind of cool that he can buff steal without hitting the enemies.
Yeah.
But not really relevant for you and not really even for me, to be honest.
Yeah.
Okay, what about Ukko? I was kind of fantasizing when we got the 9-piece Mercurial. Everybody was running Marius in the Stormcaller. Maybe you could do it on Ukko. I expected that I would see some people running Ukko in like a crit build and a Stormcaller. Never seen anybody do it. I thought it would be kind of fun. I mean, he used to be a menace in Arena 2 back in the day in defense, that he would randomly steal like Stone Skin, or enemy would do like attack buff and then you stole Stone Skin from their nuker. And that would be super annoying if you hit somebody like that in their defense. People used to run him in 4-piece stun, and he would kind of do the Marius thing that like he does now with Stormcaller. He does do double hit with the A2 and does AoE with the A1. So you could kind of do the combo, but I've never seen it once.
Yeah, I think he works in deflection as well, right? To strip all total guard, but then how do you follow up after that? So I don't know how effective it actually is. In theory, it sounds nice. Maybe Stormcaller Ukko is something.
Yeah.
A meme build you could go for, I don't know. But why, like, if you have Stormcaller, you're most likely gonna put it on Marius, right? So it's kind of like that. I don't know. Ukko is a weird one as well.
Yeah, so it's one of those you're not gonna have any opinion about this champion because it's not really relevant.
Yeah, no. I wouldn't place them near those top champions there. No.
Yeah, we should have, or I mean, I should have added one more tier, maybe even a couple, but in the bottom tier, there should be like honorable mention tier that is for like progressing accounts. I mean, between like Wukong and Taras, obviously Taras is on another level, but even Taras is not like relevant, so.
Yeah.
Okay, then we get to Orcs. We get to a new faction finally. I think Alas is maybe little bit more relevant than people often realize. What do you think about Alas? I mean, not Alas, Ashanar. Ashanar.
Ashanar, yeah.
So Ashanar counters burns, so it's kind of relevant against Gizmog. He also does a big boy turn meter boost. It's not like super end game, but it's kind of like a niche use. What do you think about him?
I think he was so much better during the Stone Skin meta when Vulcanos was an insane threat as well, right? And
yeah,
Gizmog also. I mean, Gizmog is still, but I haven't seen people picking Ashnar against Gizmog that much, to be honest. I don't know if that's a thing anymore. Because you just have all these.
The Vulcanos matchup is maybe a bigger deal, and like you said, people are building champions much less in Stone Skin and more in Mercurial. And the reason why Gizmog became more popular again was because now it can deal with Mercurial and not just Stone Skin. So I don't think it's the most relevant matchup, but I will say that I think he's definitely much more relevant than Taras, for instance. He actually is kind of, kind of a niche counter.
I would agree. I would agree. He's maybe a higher C.
Okay, would you say above or below Androx since you love Androx so much?
Hard to say.
Okay,
Hard to say.
in the last season, have you seen a single Androx or Ashenar?
I've seen more Androck than Ashnar
Really?
for sure.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure if I have seen Androck. I've seen multiple Ashenar.
it's interesting.
We had different experience.
But I have to say, I pushed relatively high early on, so
Yeah.
it's
Okay,
kind
I'm
of
gonna
like S
call
and
it.
A is S and A, what we have there. That's what you're gonna see most of the time.
Sure. I want to put him above Androck, to be honest. I don't remember if I even saw Androck in the last season. I don't remember last time that I got it. But I feel like I do meet Ashenar multiple times every season.
Hmm.
And I don't even run
Interesting. Yeah.
any kind of burn teams.
Listen, I don't think he's bad. Like he can also be a good nuker, right? So it's okay. I don't think he's at the top of the food chain, but he's good. But this girl right there on steroids, that's
Yeah.
that's a solid one.
I think one interesting about Garrel is that I think Garrel actually got a little bit weaker recently, just because they introduced multiple champions that can ignore unkillable. Because Garrel was such a menace due to that, and even though everybody is always building Marius in Stormcaller, you could even do it on Garrel. I mean, you could do it on Tecteon, Solnar, few other champions you sometimes see Stormcaller, but Carol makes herself unkillable. She has enough damage that you can nuke enemies in 9-piece Mercurial and is able to use the set really well. She could be built in Stormcaller because she does do counterattacks and AoEs and multi-hits, but she could also be built in Death Dealer because she will get the unkillable and it has good synergy. And she can be kind of like, you need to counter her, and you also don't really know what she does because she could be in different builds. She's going to be in 9-piece Mercurial, but the relic actually is kind of relevant.
Yep. Death Dealer, super strong, like you said. Um, yeah, I've had matches where I thought I had it, and Geralt was there, swaps forms, and then attacks like 7, 8 times in a row with their A1 and just nukes my entire team. So that's like, I think she's definitely at the top. I would even put her in S, to be honest. What is your opinion?
I think definitely S, but when you said that you would even put her in S, means that you're thinking about very low S, and you're thinking about it a little bit. So let's start comparing with other champions then. Like, I mean, all of the S tier champions are like super good, so it's kind of, hard to compare. But would you actually put her bottom S then, based on your, like, how you were reacting to it?
Yeah,
I mean, I would say that.
I think so. If you would have asked me last season, I would probably put her higher, but she doesn't get that much usage as
I mean,
before. Same, like maybe because of Bayek, I don't know, or I don't know what it is, or maybe because more champions ignore unkillable. I don't know.
But okay, here's a thought experiment. You said that you have seen lots of Death Dealer Predators, which is a thing, I know. Would you not agree that Garol actually has much better synergy with the Relic and is a good Bayek counter that way? Because I think Garol is one of the most common nukers, in part because it's a mythic that has been in the game for a long time and it's really solid overall. You can even early pick Garol and it's a great pick. I almost feel like I would want to put her above Bayek and Glissa. I think she's one of the most common nukers at top. Would you agree? Let's say like top 500. It's definitely one of the most common nukers because much more people have Garol than, let's say, Sabral. And Garol is still very solid early pick, even if you don't know the enemy team.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too bad if you put her up. I think she's also great against Odin, right? So she's ignoring block damage. There are arguments, right? So she's definitely up there. Her being in S tier does mean she's insanely good.
Yeah.
Right.
Honestly, I think I don't know. I want to put her above Bayek. I don't know about Glissa. You can decide Glissa.
Ooh. Yeah, I think above Glizia because Glizia is a niche pick, right?
Yeah,
Where
I,
Daryl will always deal damage, kind of.
yeah. I would say the argument with against that like type of logic is that again, Glissa is niche pick, but she's like the best at doing that. Like she's one of the main counters against lockout. Carol is like universally good, but there's other champions that can be tanky nukers or like nukers that ignore unkillable. It's not the like special source that is the only champion in the game that can do it, but it's overall very good champion.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I will say that
hard to say if you compare nukers with supports is always hard, right? So
yeah, that's why I was thinking about making 2 lists, but we're going with one. Like okay, what do you think about the fact like if we had 2 different lists, would you put Sabral in both of the lists? Because how is Sabral not the support?
Yes.
It's a lockout that buff strips the enemy team. Like, how is that not the support?
Yeah. Same as Odin.
If
right?
Sabral didn't do any damage, it would still be very high up in the support list. Even if we like removed the guaranteed crit on the second form and so on.
Yeah, she would be S tier.
Yeah.
Still.
Okay, so we're happy with that. This champion, I don't even remember his name. It's one of the new champions that was on the dev server. I saw lots of people talking about it. It's a reviver. I've never seen it in battles, to be honest, but people were kind of glazing it in my streams a few times. Have you ever seen this guy in battles?
No, I think he's too fresh or not good enough.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably a little bit both. Now, to be fair, it's a reviver, 28% speed aura, pretty good. Revives allies, 50% health, turn meter, AoE, okay. Revive on death, shield, it's kind of usable abilities. I mean, again, it's above average reviver, I would say.
Yeah, always when you have conditions like this where you have to have a debuff on enemy teams, it's gonna be a hard time.
Yeah.
Right, in this current meta. So.
Okay, between him and Arbiter, which one do you think, just based on what you saw? I would say that I think he's more relevant than Arbiter almost, but I don't think it really matters, but...
Maybe, yeah.
Okay, I want to put him above more than Arbiter, to be honest. I mean, he would probably be my second best survivor, I'm pretty sure.
Really? Yeah, interesting. Okay,
well, like my second best survivor would be Angkor or Maud, so... Unless you think Duchess is better. I think Duchess is probably actually still better than more than Angkor.
I think Duchess is pretty solid, yeah.
Yeah, I take it back. Duchess is not that bad, even though I don't use her anymore. Yeah. I do see other people actually using her surprisingly often. Not like all the time, but people do use Duchess. I mean, there is like Vulcanus and other things that we'll get into later. Okay, next is Warlord, the OG Reviver. Used to be the thing that everybody was waiting for back in the day. He was the best lockout for many years. At this point, though, we have lockouts that also kill you. Like not even just Sabral, we have Tecteon and Sabral. I feel like both of those are better lockout champions than Warlord. And then they also do like 200 other things. But it's still a lockout champion. Like how bad can it be? We do have turn meter reduction and immunity. What do you think?
I think he's maybe one of the lower tier lockouts because for one, he has like on his lockout, he's also decreasing turn meter, which would trigger a Marius counterattack, for example. So it's not really what you want, right? And yeah, I think he has. Does he have low base speed? I think he's relatively low base speed. I'm not quite sure.
I think it's like 100.
Yeah. So, yeah, don't see him that much. I think his time is over. A very long time. It was over a very long time ago. Like you said, one of the OG lockouts, or he's the OG lockout. So,
okay. That being said, above Androck. It's still a lockout champion.
Yeah, still a lockout.
Better than Siegfried.
Maybe upper C B.
Okay, better than Freya.
See, here's the thing now. If we take a look at C, I think Noel and Sir Nicholas are maybe better than Warlord, you know? Like
Okay, let's put this. Let's put Warlord for now, but top C. Should we then bump Nicholas and Noel to B?
I think we should move them to B, actually.
Yeah, because I was thinking about it before. I'm kind of surprised we put them that low.
Yeah. Yeah, now in hindsight. Also, you put Warlord in D by accident.
Okay, fuck.
I believe.
That wasn't the goal.
But yeah, I think it looks better now.
Yeah.
I think it looks better now.
Okay, then we get to the Demonspawn. This is gonna be a long video, by the way. Thanks for joining. I owe you like 3 videos after this one, so
it's all good, man.
Okay, so next is Carnage. It's really good champion, free to play one. Everybody even gets guaranteed soul for, well, not guaranteed, but you know, over time, some people it will take longer than others, but you will get soul on him. Getting soul on Carnage is very relevant. On him, he's like a nuker, but kind of like utility nuker, like Sabral in a different way. Damage is not the main goal. The main goal is to lock enemy out, and then you have enough damage anyway. So you want to build him with like a decent accuracy. He does ignore resistance, but very high speed, ideally, and you want him to be tanky. That's kind of big part of the build, that you're not going for glass cannon nuker builds. So the 9-piece Mercurial was a perfect set for him. It made him more relevant, and not only is he good with the set, but he will hit enemies all the time with double hit outside of the turn, so he can kind of deal with the total guard stacks quite well. At the start of the battle, you often want to clear out all 3 from the enemy, so you might think that 2 is not enough. But then in the middle of the battle, like let's say somebody takes a turn, and then they get total guard stack, but he might counterattack and instantly remove it, and then you might be able to debuff the enemies with him or other champions, and it's a very big win condition. If you can just do the A3 on the enemy, the battle can often just be over based on that. I mean, it usually is. If you can get it on everybody, then it's over. So, what do you think about Carnage in the current season compared to last season? Do you think there has been any change?
I think he's an insanely good champion. Always been, actually. Always been.
But he was definitely buffed by the release of Mercurial. You would agree?
I agree. Yeah. Kind of like a similar situation to what happened to Marius. I would say
or Gizmak.
Or Gizmak. Insanely powerful. I love to use my Carnage. Every time I go against the Carnage, I'm actually nervous.
Yeah, I ban Carnage all the time, and my chat tells me that I need to ban other things, but I don't have a lot of champions that do immunity, and I don't run speed teams, and Carnage is very hard for me to deal with. Like, if I pick Mavara as my reviver, and I don't have any like immunity, and I'm going second, let's say that they pick like Carnage and Gizmak, I'm kind of fucked. I need to ban Carnage all the time.
Yeah, crazy speed aura too, nice synergy with Bayek. Right, so also good pick against Bayek. So he's up there, man.
Yeah, and other things. He's kind of he has good utility with like the turn meter and health swaps and those kind of things, not just a lockout. And he could go second form and block revive. Sometimes even like let's say that you kind of lost the battle with the Carnage, and you're not able to lock the enemies out, but maybe you can go to the second form and just kill their nuker, and that will like waste some of their time, and then you can like win the battle some other way. Like sometimes you just need to go to the second form to finish somebody off.
Yeah, and he has two AoEs in a second form, right? So very powerful.
Yeah.
And like also multi-hits.
Yeah, like they could have like Theodosia with Whale Up or whatever, and there's like some low health squeezy nuker, and sometimes you don't even go for the lockout and you just do AoE. So you have like a choice, but he usually camps the first form and doesn't even switch to the second one. Between the like S tier, obviously S tier, right?
Yeah,
Above or below Garrel?
that's a hard one. Um,
Okay, I'm just gonna say my bias. I think he should be above Garrel, actually.
you think so?
Yeah, I'm.
I
I
would,
mean,
yeah, I would agree. I would agree.
what
I
about
would like, I
Galater?
would.
Like, it's kind of hard
Ooh,
to compare because not everybody gets Galater and everybody gets Carnage. But I think if everybody had Galater and Carnage, I don't know. I think, I mean, it's definitely debatable at least.
yeah. You also have the block debuffs with Galateer, and then that's kind of what you don't want to have on the enemy team when you pick a Carnage. So it's like very hard to.
Okay, let's look at it this way. Let's take a look at all of the S tier champions. What champions does Carnage have good matchup with? Counters Bayek. Glisa, it's kind of, doesn't matter. It's, okay matchup against Garrel. Well, Galater is not really a great matchup for him because of Whale, and Galater is often going to resist and so on. Odin can be like kind of good matchup for Carnage actually. Gizmark can be good against Gizmark too. He can buff strip the things and he could just lock enemies out. Predator, it can be really good matchup against Predator if you just happen to get buff. I feel like he does good against most of the champions. Not Solanar, Sabrile, it's kind of neutral. It not a good matchup, but like everybody else.
He basically does well against anybody that has a strong passive, right? Like that's.
Yeah, I think he's kind of like neutral or favorable matchup against almost all of the S tier champions.
Yeah.
And he's also
maybe
often
above Galateer, actually. Now that I think about it, maybe above him, actually.
It's
He's also strong affinity. Sorry, strong affinity towards two of the best revivers in the game, which are Force affinity, right? So Theodosia Galateer, he's strong affinity.
Yeah, it's not the biggest deal. Spirit affinity is kind of surprisingly good. Yeah. Not in the traditional sense. I think generally magic affinity is best because you can resist lockouts, but spirit affinity is good against some other supports, like the revivers, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
It's also really annoying that if you can stack Carnage, like you were talking about before, with champions like Sabral and Gizmark, there's like, if you have two of those, or at least three, then it's like, there's nothing you can do. You need to go first, or there's not too many things that you can do about this. If they have more than one way to deal like every kind of survivability that you have, then, at that point, maybe if they pick Sabral, Gizmark, and Carnage, maybe you have to ban Carnage. Maybe you have better chance against Gizmark and Sabrile than, if they have one of those and Carnage and they get the turn, then it's over.
Yeah, exactly. If you're getting to that point where you're exposed and you're still not taking a turn to somehow protect your team, then it's GG's. Yeah.
Okay, I'm happy with that. What about Commodus? Commodus is interesting one because I think people kind of thought that he fell off when the 9-piece Mercurial came, and I feel like he kind of did, but I think he went back in the usage rate a little bit. What do you think about him?
Yeah, I think people underestimated the power of deflection at first. When it got buffed, he came back in probably even better than before. Maybe, I don't know. He's similar to Gizmak. Great pick against Bayek too.
But we would both definitely agree that he's below Gizmark, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gizmark is significantly stronger, but Commodus is also very relevant.
Yeah, 100%.
And I mean, people obviously, you think about the bombs and the like stuns and the second form. He can always go back to the first form and lock you out, and he can kind of like we were talking with Carnage that you don't always have to do the obvious play. Sometimes you have like options of things you can do to like adjust to the situation. But you would still say that he has to be S tier, or no?
100%. He has so much utility when you build him in a deflection set.
Yeah,
and he can still bomb.
And he can, like, Bayek is a champion that, like I said, I struggle with. He can just one-shot Bayek. The Bayek passive is not relevant at all. Where would you place him? It's kind of hard for me. He's kind of a weird, unique champion.
Probably next to Bayek.
Below or above?
Probably he's an insane last pick, right? If you don't have anything to counter bombs.
I will say that I think Bayek is a good last pick too. And I think the best last pick, well, I will say what it is later on, but I think it's going to be like second last faction, I want to say. It's going to be, in my opinion, best last pick, which is kind of similar to Commodus, but I think better. Bottom S?
Yeah, I would say so.
Fuck, I don't even remember the next champion's name. What's her name?
Kurosa.
I know that there's one content creator called Bo Raid, and again, he's like a free-to-play, I'm pretty sure, or a low spender. Do you know the guy I'm talking about?
No idea, no.
Well, there's one guy that, doesn't have a lot of great champions, and he makes live arena videos. He uses this one. I've seen it during the season, but I don't think anybody really fears this champion. It's some kind of defense scaling utility nuker. I don't even remember what she does, like almost in detail, because she's that rare pick. I know she has like utility, and she's a defense scaling champion. Is this going to be the lowest mythic champion in the tier list?
Probably in the Mesomel area. Probably. Maybe she has a little bit more usage. Maybe.
Do you have anything good to say about Kurosa? Is there some kind of matchup where she's relevant?
I can only say one good thing about Kurosa, and that
you don't have her.
She was insane as a event dungeon boss. But other than that, for PvP, no. I don't see any usage.
Honestly, I have to say he's below Mesomel. I mean, Mesomel, in the right battle, you can kill somebody and it's over. I mean, like, Mesomel can at least be like a scary noob killer. What does Kurosa do?
I can't even say what she does exactly, but I know she has like Fortify and
tons of random like utility things that are not relevant. I will say that I'm pretty sure she hasn't gotten a buff, and considering the track record of Mythic champions, basically every single Mythic champion that is not good is probably gonna get buffed. That's how I feel about it. What do you think?
Kurosa is gonna get buffed, you think?
I think there's a very good possibility.
There's a good possibility, yeah.
I feel like it's more likely than not. And isn't Mesomel has gotten a buff, if I recall, right?
I'm not quite sure about Mesom. Maybe she did. I don't know. But yeah. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like it's so hard to buff champs the right way, because when those champions got buffed, they were kind of okay, but then the meta changed, new stuff gets introduced into the game, and they fell off again. So
yeah, they keep adding like completely new mechanics, and then it kind of changes things. And then there's still like old mechanics like lockout that is like you need very specific ways to deal with lockout. I almost feel like they introduced mythic champions, or they made the changing form mechanic work against lockout because Warlord was just so OP back in the day.
Yeah, could be.
But by the way, Demonspawn, maybe not the greatest faction, but I feel like it might have the highest quantity. But Kurosa almost doesn't count. I'm not talking about Kurosa, but Demonspawn has like many champions that are kind of usable. Maybe most of these are kind of low tier, but there's a bunch of champions. What do you think about Vulcanos? I think he's less meta right now, obviously.
Yeah. Definitely less meta. Maybe in the same area as Dog. Maybe even lower. Total Guard, I think, completely shut him down. So
I used to see, like before Mercurial, I used to see teams all the time that enemy has some kind of weird team that maybe they have like 3 or 4 nukers and everybody is in stone skin and kind of slow. I used to see these kind of Vulcanos teams from time to time, but with him, you obviously have to make a Demonspawn team, and that already restricts your picks a lot, and not even that good against Mercurial. So I feel like he's kind of outdated. I think he was really good before Mercurial.
100%, 100%. He was dominating the stone skin meta. Him and Nail, that was insane. I mean, Nail is still good, but we're gonna get there, I guess.
Okay,
Vulcanos.
do you think it's still gonna be C tier, or where do you think?
Yeah, I think lower mid C tier.
Below
That's
your
where I would
favorite
rate him.
Androck?
Yeah, probably below my favorite Androck, yeah.
Okay. I think it has to be above Fina, but Fina got rank 1 trophy, so she has to get someplace. Okay,
Yeah.
then I'm curious what you think about Kaimar, because there was some discussions in my Discord before this video. People were telling me that we can't underestimate Kaimar because it's getting usage at the top Platinum Arena currently.
Interesting.
You know Chudle, a mad driver?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was saying that we need to rank Kaimar high because it's like obviously can reset your cooldowns and also does 10 meter boost, and there was like some very specific matchup that is like relevant for the top accounts where Kaimar is kind of good.
Yeah, I mean, he can reset, he can boost, like I said, he's magic affinity, high speed.
Yeah, also has good
arena
aura. Doesn't he have like 30%
30%. Speed? People used to use him back then all the time. I remember the Arbiter Kaimar meta, you know, like
Arbiter Kaimar Tron the Warlord. That's basically
and then you also had high resistance Kaimars to reset. So he was kind of like the counter to Warlord.
Yeah. Also good in PvE. So not that we talk about it on the video, but he's been a very versatile champion over the years.
I think you can kind of use him in the same sense of a Donny.
Yeah. Right? He's the OG Donny, really.
Pretty much, you could say that, right? So
yeah, in the Warlord meta, people used to build Kaimars in full resistance. I didn't have it at that time, but it was like Donny years before Donny was a thing.
Yeah. So considering that most lockouts are also Spirit Affinity, or a lot of them, he might be back he might be back. I don't know. I don't use him. I haven't seen him much.
And the example I gave you is like nobody has heard about it, but those that you don't know about, like the guy that I'm talking about is like a mad driver, and it's a little bit different game for those top accounts or the people that try with them. The normal rules are different, and it's about how you can counter this one specific team that is like the meta at the top right now, and it's less about how good champion is overall and how good it is like a very specific one against one specific team. And apparently Kaimar is like at the top of the game right now, so I don't know about Warlord. Like maybe Kaimar could have more potential in future.
Maybe. I mean, listen, I already thought about to build mine actually, but I don't have a good soul, so it's like really hard to make use of him. He probably needs to be very fast if you want to make use of him. I could actually have a +4 Kaimar, but as I said, the soul is lacking. So I already thought about it to use him as a counter to those Spirit Affinity lockouts, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's that effective. In theory, it sounds nice.
Yeah. They were like explaining me that because he can reset your cooldowns and 10 meter boost, it helps you like cut in against like other Marius teams or something like that. But it's
100%. I can see that. See that.
It's way above my pay grade.
Also, if that's your only champion that you have to counter lockouts, then he becomes this, a super important champion for your roster, right? If you don't have a Donny or whatever, right? If you have a Kaimar and he's like the only champion that can reset your team, he becomes very important to you, right? So I don't know, maybe even B tier, right? So
okay, I know, I'm down with that. Would you say above Siegfried? Is that too much?
I think it's too much.
It's kind of hard to judge because if there's like one specific niche strat that like top like 5 accounts in the game are using, how relevant is that to majority of player base? It's not like, I'm pretty sure I haven't seen a single Kaimar in the entire later in a season.
Yeah, no.
But it's worth mentioning that it's getting used by literally the best accounts in the game, like the top 10 accounts. Pushing for literally the like rank 1 account is using it. So
listen, that's most of the times all that it takes that it becomes meta, right? That's where it starts.
Sure. Yeah, kind of like Gizmog is a good example that when we got the deflection, it took a little bit time for people to realize that the deflection was like that good. And, you know, there was like a couple people at the top that were originally using it, and then others realized that it was a good strat. But it wasn't like somebody was doing it for a while and then everybody else took notice. It wasn't like everybody instantly thought that we need to rush in and build our Gizmog in deflection when they got the buff. Okay, then what about Crew Traxa? Crew Traxa became like super relevant. I feel like she little bit fall off of her peak popularity. I feel like I saw her less in this season than the last one, but has a very powerful passive, and with her buff, she obviously became like a top contender. But I don't know about S tier or A tier. I'm not sure which one of those would you put her.
I think I would still put her in S tier because she's like one of those champions that can solo an entire team if you don't have an answer for her, right? So she can just go and wipe out.
She's kind of weird because sometimes she will there's nothing you can do, and every time you kill her, she will kill somebody back, and it's like game over. But then you could just block revive her on first turn of Predator, and she doesn't do anything. So, but she has very high potential. Kind of deals with the Mercurial, not like perfectly because, you know, A2 is just one hit, but still, it's like a very weird niche champion. But I think many of the S tier champions are maybe more universal, popular picks than her. I think she's often used in teams where you're playing with like 3 nukers, like more than 2 nukers type of teams.
And she can block revive herself, right? That's also something.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's insane, man. I think she's definitely one of the top nukers we have in the game.
Also another champion.
Competition is hard.
Yeah, another champion that you could potentially just build in Death Dealer. It would be good, obviously, with Bayek and other things, and she's gonna get one shot by anything anyway. So there is kind of options. I think usually people build her in Lethal and Stone Skin, not Mercurial actually, but you could do either one of those sets, and you could have a Death Dealer, so she can kind of surprise people.
100%. I also lost to Crew Traxas that didn't have a Death Dealer, and I had Bayek. She does that amount of damage. She's completely insane, out of this world sometimes. Like, if it's a well-built Crew Traxa, it's really scary.
Between S tier, though, would you put her the last one above Comidus?
I would probably put her close to Garrow.
Okay, below Garrow.
Close to Garrow. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's so hard to judge. I don't have like a strong opinion. Again, it depends what relics and what champions you have and so on. I think I don't know. I feel like if you get one good champion, for instance, comparing to Glycea, I think I would pick her obviously over Glycea. But if you already have a few specific champions and you, like, for instance, don't have a way to deal with lockout, I feel like Glycea is like so relevant. I think like you could have many other nukers that are good, just like Crew Traxa. I feel like Glycea's role is maybe a little bit more unique, but it's so hard to compare. Obviously, Glycea, Crew Traxa's kit is very unique, but there is many other good nukers as well. I almost want to put Glycea higher on the tier list, to be honest.
Yeah, because it's such a lockout heavy meta, right? So, but that's then also the only thing she does. So, I don't know. It's hard to do.
Yeah, I guess that's fine. Okay, what about Duchess? What were you saying?
Yeah, I was about to say that a lot of these things are debatable, right? So it's like, Some of these champions could be A, could be S, could be B. It's so hard to
Yeah, it depends
do
what
it.
you
So,
have, what enemy have, what relics you got, and also many of these things. Like if we get one good new champion, it could affect the like list. Like if something gets countered easily, maybe something goes down a lot, or if there's like some new champion that is like really good, and Crew Draxa, for instance, is like the best counter against it, then this can easily change.
no,
But all of the
100%.
S tier champions are like universally, like, well, I would even say all the A tier and S tier champions are universally very powerful picks. Even if you pick against them like not the ideal matchups, they are like really good, powerful champions overall. So Duchess,
Duchess.
have you seen her in this season? Maybe not.
Yeah, a couple of times actually. I would probably put her in the B area.
Yeah,
She's still very good. I don't think she's bad at all. Obviously, there are other better options in the game, but probably bottom B. Yeah.
yeah. I've used Duchess a lot. The thing for me, like she was my main reviver for many years. I kind of stole her gear and redistributed it to other champions. And I feel like between Duchess and Mavara is so much better that when I got my hands on Mavara, I haven't really even felt the need of using my Duchess anymore. I just like to go with a full Nugar team if it has to be that way.
Yeah. Mavara turned out to be very, very good. Like,
Yeah, we'll talk about it in a second. I think nobody thought that Mavara was like bad, but her passives are like they proc all the time. They're actually really practical, and it actually bumps her up even more. Okay, then Mortu. I don't think you've seen it in any seasons recently. I don't think it's too bad. I actually made a video about using him. I want people with Mortu. I mean, he can win games. It can be kind of like funny, and it's obviously like a lottery. But like Mortu is the type of champion that you can beat the champions that are much better. Obviously not good against Mercurial meta, but you can build him in Mercurial too. He does not care about lethal set or ignore defense. It's like a hidden sleeper pick that it's actually, if you think about like average champions like Leorius or I don't know, Truanda or those kind of old nukers, none of them are relevant in the current meta. Between those and Mortu, I feel like Mortu is almost, at least with Mortu, you have a chance to beat some good teams.
Yeah, I always thought Morty was super annoying, right? Because of the peril. I mean, we all know him from the campaign. How annoying he can be. So yeah, I think he's, like I said, more of a fun pick, right? Like he's not the the go-to if you play serious. So I would definitely put him somewhere in the middle ranks. It's like a I don't know. Maybe C, B. I'll leave that up to you because I actually never played with one.
Yeah, really? How is that possible? Well, Mortu used to be.
I just don't have him.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
enough.
I played against one for sure earlier in my raid career, but
yeah. Mortu used to be meta in offense and defense in different times. It has always been like a solid tag team pick. You could use it against Lockout, even back in the day when there was no mythic champions and there was very few ways to deal with Lockout. People often run like Lockout teams without any damage dealers at one point. There has been so many situations where Mortu was useful. I'm kind of surprised you haven't used him. But
I don't have him. That's why I never pulled him, so I never got to use him.
That being said, in the current meta though, I don't know. Also, I feel like I almost want to bump Taras up. Like Taras is so good champion. Can we really have Taras in D tier? We have Taras below Gurgov. Is that, I don't know if I can sleep with that. Can I move Taras up a little bit? I can't have Taras so low.
Your boy Taras.
He still does like so big damage.
Yeah, I mean, Okay, I guess, but
Okay, what would you be fair? Like, help me out here. Like, we can't have him like below Maid Slayer and Togron, surely not.
that's the thing, right? Like, it's so hard to do these tier lists. I think Elaz is tons better than him, right? That's what I think. But
Okay, we'll
hey,
settle with
I
that.
mean, maybe you disagree, right? That's okay. If you want to move him up, okay, but I wouldn't put him higher than B, right? Or higher than C. Like
Yeah,
B is
I will say that like the C and D tier is more like it's hard to rank these champions, but it's kind of like
yeah,
usable niche champions. I think the S to B tier, these are more like in order, like you know,
yeah.
like for instance, the order in S tier, we talked about it a lot. I think it makes sense. The C and D tier, don't think about the ranks too much.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I don't even remember what's this champion's name. It's the
Mina, I
Demonspawn
think.
mythic that nobody
yeah.
ever uses. Have you ever seen her
it's
in
undead.
No, Undead, yeah.
It's undead.
It's the have you ever seen her in live arena battle?
Yeah, I think last season one guy tried to utilize her.
Wait, I forget what's her kit. She has like some weird. Is it like turn meter or what does she do? She has some weird utility.
She kind of does damage when you boost her meter or something like that. And then she also revives herself or something, or swaps forms. Yeah, she revives herself, I think, and swaps forms if she gets killed. Something like that. I don't even know her kit that 100%, but yeah, she wasn't. Every time I played against her, I won. Like,
we have kind of the same brain. I definitely would know her kit if she was even slightly relevant, but nobody ever picks her. And I don't think she's even that old champion. So she wasn't in the game back in the day when there was very few mythics, and I never had to face her. I mean, I'm pretty sure I faced her, but I don't even remember when. So, is she the worst mythic in the entire game? Or what? I mean, I have seen the other one whose name I can't remember, Kurosa. I've at least seen her a bunch of times.
Yeah.
I don't remember when I've seen this girl in arena at all.
I think she's also C or D.
We put Kurosa in D. Has to be below Kurosa, I think.
Yeah.
Like, you definitely seen Kurosa more in live arena, right?
Yeah. I've seen more Kurosas, definitely. But this season, I haven't seen a single Mina anywhere. So, whatever. I think, I don't know. She needs a buff, probably. Or a rework.
Probably both of those are going to get buff, would be my guess. Wait, how does Undead have so many mythics? We already have 3. That's crazy. Yeah. Next mythic has to be Argonite. They don't have a single one yet.
Nope. We also only have one Ogryn, right? So it's kind of like weird.
Okay, then we get to Theodosia. You and I probably, I assume, would agree that Theodosia is the best reviver in the game. Or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. There used to be like a big debate, like early on, like I think last year, correct me if you disagree, but I think last year people considered Galatir to be better than Theodosia. Do you agree?
Overall or PvP?
In PvP, before Mercurial set, I think Galatir used to be considered better.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think even before Mercurial, Theodosia was better.
Sure. I think
PvP, yeah, 100%.
I think like people used to have higher opinion about Galatir, and I used to like always say that Theodosia is better, and I used to get so much pushback. But these days, nobody disagrees. Everybody agrees that Theodosia is definitely better than Galatir. So it's kind of
100%.
Easy to rank Theodosia that we know for sure it has to be at least in the top half of S tier. But how high?
Yeah,
should we actually
put her like somewhere between Marius and Gizmek, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. I think it has to be like somewhere very close to like the the Horseman of Apocalypse. It has to be somewhere near them.
It's so hard. They're probably all at the same level.
Like in top rank arena, Theodosia is picked in every single battle.
It's yeah, she's the most powerful.
Like if you're gonna pick Reviver, it's gonna be Theodosia. Sometimes people will pretty surprisingly often. I think more often at high rank, people will go with a team that does not have any revivers. To be fair, but if you pick Theodosia, if you pick Theodosia, if you pick a reviver, Theodosia is the number one, undisputed.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so above or below Marius?
I would probably say below Marius. Marius is most of the time the first pick, right? So yeah, I would say below.
Would you agree above Predator and Gizmak?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, that's fair enough. Then we got Calamitus. I think it's kind of like Kurosa and I still can't remember her name, Mina. Between those, I have definitely seen Calamitus more, but almost never see him as well. I think he does like debuffs and whatever, heals himself. I literally can't remember because it's not relevant. Have you any higher impression of him than me?
I think doesn't he have multi-hits?
Yeah.
And he also needs like only a certain amount of crit rate. He has like 20% crit rate on every skill. Yeah, for a quad hit, right? I don't know. I haven't seen him that much, but I've definitely seen him being picked sometimes. I don't think he's an incredibly bad champion. I think he can still deal enough damage. If you somehow can get rid of Total Guard, he can do the job.
Yeah.
Maybe like B tier.
I mean, it's still somewhere. A mythic, so just being a mythic champion gives you tons of abilities, and you kind of have some ways to deal with lockout. So it kind of always puts you easily higher than most champions. You have to be really bad mythic to be placed in D tier.
Yeah. So I think
bottom B top C.
Yeah, something like that.
I think I want to put her.
Yeah. You think C? Like if I think about Sigfrind, yeah, maybe he's upper C.
No, Sigfrind is definitely better.
Yeah.
Sigfrind can still be like a reviver and do block damage. The thing with Sigfrind is that block damage is so relevant, and they have released many champions that can deal with him. Everybody has had to build ways to deal with block damage, that the Sigfrind like revive is not as big issue anymore, but that's still a really powerful ability.
Yeah.
I think we put him top C. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Like he's definitely on the level that I think there's a very good possibility of a buff eventually.
Did he get one? I think he got one. I'm not quite sure, but maybe again. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, I think upper C is good.
By the way, I'm looking at my list, and I said Demonspawn had lots of champions. Undead has to have most, right? Undead has to have most.
Seems like it.
Yeah, I mean, the couple champions like Calamitus and Mina were ass. Theodosia is good, so we went like multiple champions already, but there's bunch of them left, and well, there's like two kind of meta ones at least. So what about Fabian? It's kind of just what we were talking about, that lockout is a thing. There's other good lockouts now too, like Tecton and Sabral. Fabian kind of used to be considered the best lockout, but lockout is like so big part of the game that you have to find ways to deal with him. Where are we going to place Fabian? Is it going to be S tier in the current meta?
I think he's still S tier. Just because if he gets going, and he has so much utility besides the lockout, right? He has the petrification, the fear on revive.
He's not going to get CC'd.
Decrease.
Big deal.
He's not going to get CC'd, right? So he's a great pick against Odin. Marius, Stormcaller Marius. He's a great pick against Krutruxa because you can petrify her and she loses the revive and death. Or if she gets revived, if she gets killed and revived, she gets the fear and maybe does not attack. So there
Yeah.
are a lot of great
Double hit
like
A1.
he's good. He's always good. He's always good to pick.
Would you say bottom S tier?
That's.
I think
would probably put him. I don't know. That's a tough one.
I think the thing with Fabian is that there's quite many ways to deal with him, and he's not like a Sabral at this point that it's just one-man army. You need to like often build your team around him, like pick multiple lockouts or pick some kind of speed team, and also like everybody has probably multiple different ways to deal with Fabian, and you kind of need to put them in a checkmate that if you just pick Fabian, they can pick like one other champion to counter it, and then you need to have like another OP champion that they also need to ban or like counter to make it more complicated. It's not going to be like you pick Fabian and they have to ban it or they lose.
Yeah. There are a lot of ways, yeah.
Which it totally can be with Sabral.
Yeah, Donnie is completely countering him, right? So
yeah.
A Chronophage Yumeko is kind of countering him. A Chronophage Kaimar would counter him. So it's
Yeah. Yumeko is going to be an interesting topic.
I guess is good.
I have something to say about Yumeko. I think Yumeko is going to be an interesting topic. Okay, so next one is Sifi. Used to be considered the best reviver in the game. I think she was always kind of considered to be better than Duchess. So I think it has to be at least above Duchess, but even like high B tier, do you think that's too much?
I would put her high B tier actually. I think her being fast in a 9-piece protection set with buffing protected block debuffs on your champions, that can be really helpful against Stormcaller Marius's stuff like that. So
also there is not too many champions that do defense buff. There's like a couple nukers do themselves recently, but not many support champions do it, so it's kind of a rare thing. It will help both nukers and just your team to survive. Would you say
a lot of people say she's washed? I think there are some situations where you pick her, but she's not that. I pick her and now the enemy doesn't know what to do. That's not like the kind of. Maybe she's the last pick, right? Maybe she's the last pick in some situations.
Yeah, I kind of like, I think last pick, I mean, you can do it that way too, that you counter something with last pick, but I like last pick being like something that enemy has to counter and then they have no time to make any kind of adjustments against it. I'm just going to say it now. My favorite last pick is Nell. I think Nell is like the worst last pick. If enemy can't deal with Nell and it's a last pick, it's a must ban. It's like, I feel like the highest must ban in the game.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. See, Galathier is absolutely awful against Nell, right? So, yeah.
So would you put Sifi above Gallows?
I think so, but they're kind of at the same spot, I would say. Kind of in the same area.
Okay, well, what about Rotos? He's kind of outdated. He struggles with Mercurial. He can still be very clutch sometimes. Sometimes I have battles that he just takes a turn and then he kills every single person. On the same turn, there's those Jamestones that can reset cooldown on kill or just have a random chance to reset cooldowns or whatever. Often he can do multiple A3s in row. Sometimes he's good, sometimes he's not. I mean, he can deal with Nice, for instance, but these days most Nice are built in 9-piece Mercurial. Everybody can be built in 9-piece Mercurial, and he only does single hits. What do you think?
Yeah, the single hits are kind of nerfing him, right?
Yeah,
or
also
guard does.
He's usually built in Death Dealer, used to be at least when he was relevant. And there's like one really relevant champion that you want a nuker with Death Dealer. That would be Tecteon, but Tecteon does double hit A1, and he's not good matchup against Tecteon. But he is Spirit, he's Magic Affinity, so he's good against most other lockouts. What do you think? B tier?
Yeah, I think B tier would be good.
Below or above Siegfried?
I think above Siegfried, actually. I'm not quite sure, though. Hmm. What would you say? You would probably put him way higher than I would. I have a
Probably
feeling.
not. I mean, I feel like I have to put him below Galleos because I have both of them, and I do like Galleos significantly more than Rotos in the current meta, and both of them kind of struggle against the 9-piece Mercurial. Both of them
Yeah.
ignore black damage, so they're kind of used in the same kind of matchups, but Gallows does do AoE, and I think it's kind of relevant. I mean, for instance, there is Theodosia and Galatir. Both of them do a whale. Both of them Rotos can't one-shot with his abilities. Galatir has damage mitigation and health equalization, and Theodosia does Stone Skin. Both of them cuck him really hard, and both of those would be good against Odin, for instance. But again, 9-piece Mercurial, Gallows does AoE. I think Gallows is like straight better.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. In the current meta, he might. Yeah, does
Yeah.
make sense.
Okay, what about Necret? Also not super relevant in the current meta. Actually, I've been using him a
You think
little.
so?
I feel like I never see Necret. I pick Necret and everybody calls me like washed up and outdated. The one instance where I've been starting to use Necret a decent amount, like I used to build him in Stone Skin and Bolster. I used to pick him all the time. These days I don't pick him too often, but he's kind of like one of my niche counter picks. Maybe counter is too strong word, but he's my niche ways to deal with some big issues, namely Carnage and other similar things. I have my Necret in 9-piece protection. Sometimes I pick him against Carnage teams, other teams too, but specifically Carnage. I sometimes see other people using him, obviously, with Marius and stuff too, but it's not that common. I mean, you can pair, like, Gismark would be good, like, just any kind of good utility champion with Marius, and it's probably better combo. But you think Necret is better than that?
I think he's a solid choice in this meta because he has a triple hit on A1 if you have a hard hitting champion that follows up on his ally attack. If you have a fast one, right, you kind of want to go first with him in this
Yeah,
current meta. That's kind of like the thing. But yeah, I don't see him getting used that much, to be honest, in the top end. But I think he has a use, right? Because he gets rid of the Mercurial or the Total Guard by himself, and then you actually deal damage. I used him with Varkos quite a few times, and it was
yeah.
it was fun, but then you
I
have to go first.
I
That's kind of
used
like the
him
thing.
with Vargos on Tester as well. As you can see, my Necret, I recently stole a couple accessories from him for Fabian. Well, Fabian is not geared right now, but I literally stole a couple pieces of accessories on him. I'm gonna upgrade them and it's fine. I kind of use Necret in the kind of build you mentioned as well. Kind of fast, 317 speed. I used to run him in Hallowed Hilt, but I only have 2 speed relics, and I took the other one away from him, so he just has full cardiac heart. But I do use him against Carnage battles. That's kind of my rare pick. And
Yeah.
to be fair, like you said, he does triple hit A1. Also, if you don't get kill with A2, then you can do 2 triple hits on the first turn. So you can clear out total guard stacks relatively well. And if they have like some kind of squishy nuker and you can go first or cut in before the nuker, then he might not be as good as Gizmog, but you could potentially kill one nuker with that before they move. So,
Yeah, I
but
think yeah.
I think he's very rare
Ally
pick.
attacks. Yeah, it's a rare pick, 100%. Like you said, if you have better options, you're probably not going to pick him. But he is in the conversation, I believe. I would like to say that. So maybe
Da-
bottom A.
okay, that's kind of high. I
That's
was gonna say, does that mean like top B? But you're talking about bottom A. Uh, Let me think about
I don't
this.
know if you. Yeah,
I don't
that's a
want to
tough
put
one, right?
I don't want to put him above Sifi and Galleos, to be honest.
Interesting. See, I for example had a very interesting match where I would completely shut down a Stormcaller Marius with my Necrit because of the protected block debuffs, right? And then I had the ally tag to get rid of the total guards from that Marius. And the fact that he can do that alone might put him above like Galeos, but I don't know. It's a very
The one thing I don't like about him
thing.
is that if you build him like in the 9-piece protection set, which I think makes sense right now, he's not even a little bit tanky himself. He always dies instantly. And I feel like he's less consistent and useful like he used to be.
Yeah, that can be true, for sure. Also, what a lot of people overlook, I think he has this thing where he would reduce the cooldown, right? If your protected champion gets hit. So there's that also. If he gets locked out, he kind of can cycle back his skills.
Yeah, I sometimes have funny battles that if they ban like one of my nukers and I have like one, like sometimes I pick like Rotos against some matchups and they ban it because, you know, they have block damage or whatever. And I have like one health scaring nuker and then my lowest health champion is my Mavara, who is in like a fast resistance build. And she gets protected by Necret. Like it's a really good combo sometimes. It doesn't really like make sense. Like people are not thinking to protect the revivers with Necret, but Mavara is so annoying because she heals everybody to full and she revives people and puts unkillable on herself. Sometimes it's a really good combo, but mainly I use it to deal with Carnage. But okay, I will make a compromise. If you want Necret in 8 tier, I think it's fine. I feel like I almost would want to put Galleos in 8 tier then.
Actually, okay, that's interesting. I mean, he could be, I guess. Does I always was interested if his passive, right? He has a reflect damage passive.
Yeah, he does take total guard stacks, yeah.
Then it's probably an argument to put him up there, right?
So and it's 50% reflect, which is quite a good amount. I will also say that, you know, if you're fighting against Marius, for instance, he does not die that easily. He's more tanky than he seems because he does heal himself, and then the other form he's like immune to CC. So he has kind of like both forms have good passives. They do different things, but yeah.
Yeah, I can live with that.
Like Galleos does not have high damage, so that's kind of downside with him. And these days, when Nice are built in 9-piece Mercurial, he's not even that good against Nice. He's kind of okay, but you're definitely not going to one-shot him. And like it's going to take many hits, and there's going to have you need to clear the total card stacks with somebody else. But I feel like Odin and other things make me forced to pick Galleos all the time. Yeah, okay, I'm convincing myself. I think we need to bump Galleos up. But you still want to place Necret above Galleos, though. Which one do you see more in your battles?
I see Necret more, actually.
Okay, then let's go with that. I think that's fair. Like, I mean, there's other champions that can do damage through block damage. Bunch of champions do it, so it's not like Galleos is unique, but it's the one that I got. So I do kind of like it. And again, I'm saying this as somebody, I'm sure you're not aware, but like my chat used to complain about me like all the times. You never pick Galleos. Why don't you pick Galleos? Pick Galleos next battle. And now that I pick Galleos, they're saying that, you know, I start playing with Galleos when he's not meta anymore. But yeah, I'm liking him now.
Interesting stuff, yeah. I mean, he was great before. I think he's okay now.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay, UDK used to be actually, even not like a couple years ago, you would see most of top 30 with him. So, considering that he's like a meme champion for Plarium, they do like gags with him. He was super dominant in Platinum Arena defense, specifically. Not that much in Live Arena, but it was a counter for specific single-target nukers like Rotos and Wukong. I don't think none of those are really relevant in the current meta. I do see people using him in tag team arena a little bit. Does he have any kind of endgame use right now in Platinum or Live Arena in some niche matchups?
I don't know. I don't see him that much. I can see maybe a thing where you would use him against Odin
Yeah,
or Predator.
yeah. I don't think he's even that good against Predator, but I think that like a lot of the champions that he was good against, like Odin is like an interesting example. But like the typical, like the past ones were stuff like Rotos and Siphi, for instance. It's good against both Rotos damage and then the A1s from a champion like Siphi. But those champions are not meta. And if we look at like the S tier, I don't think there's like a single S tier champion that UDK is relevant against at all. I don't think it's good against.
You kind of block the Odin nuke, right? That's the only thing.
Yeah.
But other than that.
But Odin really. Nuke is not like even the main part of his kit. It's like one of the things that he does.
No. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
I don't think we can place him too high.
No. Probably C, bottom C is probably. I think he's still, it's UDK.
Yeah.
For the memes, we're gonna put him in C somewhere, I guess, huh?
Okay, then what about Mary? I think, or people always complain. I say Mary, and then everybody's always complaining that it's not correct. Bloody Mary, whatever. Where is he? How do you say her name? What name do you use? Mary or Maria?
Maria.
Yeah, okay. Maria. I guess that's like a Swedish way of pronouncing. Wait, you were like, where are you from? Australia? Where were you from?
Germany.
Okay. You said it in like a Swedish way. Maria.
Yeah, I rolled the R.
Okay, so I think Maria got. I think she was good when she got out, but I think Mercurial set actually made her way better because I think she's like arguably even like the best nuker to use it because she doesn't really need ignore defense since she gets like 99% ignore defense with her kit, but she also gets extra turns and does triple hits. So she's like a good champion with the set and against the set, and it really pairs well with her passive, makes her insanely tanky. She will take 33% less damage up to 99 every time she gets hit, and you obviously have 3 total guard stacks at the start of the battle, so you have like a really long time of like basically damage immunity, and then she gets it constantly back. She gets revived. If she gets a third turn, she one-shots basically not anybody and locks out the enemy team. I think she definitely got bumped at least like a tier, or maybe even more than one full tier because of the set. What do you think?
Yeah.
I think I'm just gonna say it. I think she has to be top of A. I think S tier is even in the contention. Do you think S tier is too much?
So yeah, I think in my opinion S tier is too much. I think people overrate her a little bit.
Yeah. Well, what are the bad matchups for her?
Because she's so RNG heavy, you have to get the extra turns. Otherwise, it's just not.
Yeah.
That effective. She's good against lockouts, right? Because all you need is the A1 proc. And she can lock out.
And even if you're not locked out, you're opening with the A1 anyway on the first turn.
Exactly, so...
And that takes out full total guard stack of whatever is your chosen target.
Yeah. So, I haven't lost to a Maria in a long time.
I lose against her all the time, so maybe we have like opposite bias.
Yeah. So I think she's extremely powerful, but the competition is just so tough. So yeah, I think I would even put her below Donnie. Or it's so hard, man.
Yeah.
It's so hard because for some people, Sanguine Maria will be the go-to nuker, the top.
Yeah.
Right, the top tier nuker. So it's very hard to say, but I think A tier is a good place. Top A somewhere. I think
Yeah,
it's a good
it's a
place to put her.
hard one. Like, I feel like I would personally put her on top of the A tier. I kind of agree. I think S tier is too much, but she's like, I think there's like a big gap between S tier and A tier, but she's like top of the S tier for sure. I don't really like putting her like in the middle of the A tier. I feel like she is considerably better than many like the other ones in the A tier, really. I think between Maritzka and Donnie is fine. They're both really good. I will say that I think Mary is kind of unique. She deals with many champions.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
And her ideal build is in 9-piece Bergorel, which is such a good thing because many nukers will like lack damage if you do it.
And she is one of the only few, like there are not many attack-based champions that can actually be that powerful, right? So
yeah, it's also good in diversifying your like builds, that you have multiple 9-piece Bergorel nukers, and maybe you have like Marius in it, and like it's good that you have an attack scaling nuker also in that set, because traditionally, I mean, the total guard stacks help, but often, like, what are the most common champions or nukers that you see in 9-piece Mercurial? I think like Marius, Predator, and Nice, Carnage. I think Garrow.
Carnage, Garrow.
Yeah,
that's about it from the S tiers. If you want to say Odin is a nuker, you could say that as well.
Yeah. I think it's fine, but
I'm now looking at the A tier list, and I want to put like Sanguine above Joanne, kind of. I feel like.
I was actually going to say the same thing. Okay, what about if we? Okay, what about Lazarus versus Mary?
I think Lazarus gets more play, actually.
Yeah. Well, I'm fine with that. I think she's pretty high rank, but she's like people's champion, one of the best fusion picks right now. Is it the
Undeniable.
second? Yeah. Okay, that's good. What about I forgot name. Not Baron, not Ragash. Why do I? Gaspard. Something similar.
Or I don't know if you have to say it like in a French way, like Gaspard.
Gaspard. Okay.
I have no idea how to say his name. No idea.
What do you think about Gaspard? I think he was like more popular a while ago. I think he's less used right now, but I got the same thing that people on my Discord were saying that he's good. I don't really see it. I don't see people picking him too often. But I mean, he's kind of scary with the block revives. And there is like some niche counters.
Yeah, I haven't seen him pick that much, but people swear he's crazy good and fun.
That's exactly the same. I have the same experience. People tell me he's super good, and I never see people picking him. I feel like last season I saw him picked quite a lot. This season I feel like I barely saw him in any battles.
Yeah, I think he's one of those fun champs. Good.
Yeah,
he's good. He's not bad, but. Do you pick him all the time? Probably not.
I think he has to be like bottom A tier or like B tier. I don't even know if he's like middle A tier level. I mean, we should put him above Rotos, I guess.
Yeah, I think he's definitely above Rotos.
What about Gallows?
Might be above Galeas and Necrid, maybe. I don't know. Like, it's so hard to say if you don't face those champions, right? Like,
yeah. I feel like the niche that Gallows does is like more relevant, but I'm fine putting Gaspard higher, to be honest.
Yeah.
What about between Gaspard? Well, it's not even. Arn is definitely better, right?
Yeah, I would even put Telena above him because Lockout is so dominant.
Okay, that's fine.
I think that's a good place for him.
Sure. Okay, now we get the champion. This is a question. Have you seen Harvest Jack in the last season in a single battle? Have you?
I think I did a couple of times.
I'm not gonna lie. if you did, I'm gonna take credit for it. No, nobody was using Harvest Jack before I made video about him, and now I see people running Harvest Jack defense in Platinum Arena like all the time. Last Platinum reset, I hit somebody with Harvest Jack defense team. I see him surprisingly often.
Yeah, you definitely had a influence there, pretty sure.
And I will say that he's kind of like you were saying about Mary. He's a fun pick, first of all. I will say he has kind of a utility. He's the best buff stripper in the game. He has 3 different abilities that do it. A1, A2, and passive. He will buff strip enemies even on the enemy's turn when they hit you, even when they hit allies and not him. So there's a lot of utility. He's kind of he looks like, I like to use him, by the way, in Platinum Arena defense. I finished a couple times top 30 with him this year. I get hit tons when I run Harvest Jack defense, and really good accounts lose against me because they underestimate him. Like, okay, a little bit side flex. Last reset, Cruzen lost to me twice. I know 3 times. He lost to me 3 times, and somebody sent me the clip. He said something like, I have to hit this team when he saw my defense. And I always get hit tons, and obviously I get losses too. But people see Harvest Jack and they're like, this team is weak. This is going to be 3 points. I think he's like a sleeper champion. He's actually quite good.
Yeah.
I feel like.
Yeah, it's always a good thing if you have like a secret weapon. You know, people don't really know much about it. How, like, if you play against some champions tons of times, thousands of times, you know what to expect. But with a Harvest Jack, not many people used him, right? Or not many people use him in general. So when that buff first got out, I was actually super excited, and I was actually thinking I don't know if it's the A2 or A3, when the deflection got buffed, that he would be a solid option for deflection, and he could strip the total guard and then put fear as well. But that's unfortunately not how it works.
He can. If he does the A2, you will take like 2. They will have 1 stack left when you do it.
Yeah. And I was hoping he would strip the whole total guard thing. But okay, I think, he's a fun champ, like you said. Where would you put him? What do you think?
Honestly, I kind of want to put him. Okay, you're not gonna. I don't know if you're gonna agree with me on this one. I almost feel like he should be higher ranked than Rotos. What do you think about that?
Wow.
Like he can be like, first of all, he's A1. It's triple hit, takes out total guard. It can steal buffs. It can put fear on enemies. It's one of the best A1s in the game. I almost feel like you can steal the enemy stone skin. Let's say that enemy goes first and they lock you out. You can potentially steal the stone skin from their nuker with the A1. Also, when they hit you, they basically lose all buffs that aren't protected. And he's good against total guard. A1 is triple hit. When he does A2, which is AoE, he will get extra turn. So he will do 2 AoEs on the first turn. He will almost take out total guard stacks from all of the enemies. And if he actually gets to like hit enemies through like immunity and total guard, he's basically gonna spam like fears on them. He does fear on A1 and A3, and also does sleep on A3 if it gets resisted. So he can be like if you don't kill the enemy like instantly, and he gets to live and buff strip the enemy and CC them, it can be one of those things that everybody's always feared. And are you ever gonna take a turn? I think he is really good. Also, he's high health.
I can hear it. I can hear the passion when you talk about him. So that's how you're gonna do your Rotos. I always think about your profile picture that you had for years when you had the Rotos. Profile picture. So
okay, let's do a live. Maybe this is gonna go horribly wrong. I don't want to pick too easy team. Let's do a live demonstration. Let me just. You gotta see my screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's just double check how we can do full auto. Let's see. Is this like a good team? They don't really have buffs. It's not the best showcase for it. I don't know. Let's just hit the Zabra. I don't think the Zabra team is the prime example. Okay,
probably not.
This team is weaker, but it's kind of more relevant. Let's do a couple battles. Let's see how the Harvest Jack does. Wait, fuck.
There's no Harvest Jack.
Yeah, I picked the wrong team. I showed the Harvest Jack team, and then I canceled the menu, and it went back to my default team.
True. Fabian also has no gear, so.
Yeah, I was doing faction wars and I always swap gear for it, so it is what it is.
But yeah, I think I saw you also using him as a nuker.
Yeah, I did like even a video with him as nuker, and it totally worked. I beat people like actual teams with him as a nuker. Now it's not the highest damage, but you take 2 turns in a row. I think they both have like a multiplier of, is it like 0.29 or something like that? Okay, let me double check. I'm lying. Like 0.2, something like that. It's kind of okay damage. I mean, I was building him with accuracy and high speed in Mercurial, so I wasn't like building full damage, but it actually works.
Well, I think
he has a very high base health, so if you build him as like 9-piece Mercurial champion, I think he's like 27k health or something like that. He is more tanky than your average snooker. I want to do a refresh. I need to find like one scary team that does buffs that I can show it. Okay, let's try this one. I don't find the right type of team that would be good showcase, but yeah, if we had Brockney in this team and Brockney would take out the total card stacks, then Harvest Jack would take out the Stormcaller stacks, and then we would be good. But we're not able to. I was
actually thinking about it as you were saying it.
We're not able to buff strip them because of total guard. Now that we're out though.
No. Yes, total guard again.
Yep.
Yeah, so you kind of have to get rid of total guard somehow.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's a good argument. Now you're making me feel less confident about it. I do use Brockney, and they are good combo. I do use Kalos too, and it does the same thing. Yeah. So maybe I'm a little bit biased. Okay, I think that's the verdict. I think we must put him below Rotos, I guess, sadly. Can I put him between Rotos and Stuk? Can I put him above Siegfried? What do you think about that? Am I capping with
above Siegfried?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Why not?
Okay, let's do it.
Sure.
Honestly, I think he's kind of good.
Yeah, I think he still has... You can build him in different ways, right? You can build him in deflection. You can build him as a nuker, apparently. So yeah, I don't think he's insanely bad, but also not game breaking, right? So I think it's a good spot to put him in B. I think it's okay.
Okay, well, I'm happy with that.
I have to say I have lost a match against a Harvest Jack.
Nice.
It was just 2 seasons ago, so
okay,
I have to give some credit.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the best, but it's actually kind of like most of the buffs are not relevant. I feel like he's usable. He's also usable in Sand Devil with the guaranteed sleep. But yeah, anyway, Elva is not supposed to be on this list. I think I accidentally put it there, so we're just gonna ignore her. I had a bunch of champions that are like used to be used and people pick them at low tiers, but they don't really do anything relevant. Elva was one of those. I removed everybody except her, I guess, from the list. Now we get to the Dark Elves, and I guess there's a bunch of champions on them too, but multiple disappointing ones. So both mythics are trash. Have you seen a single Arakoa or Aphidus in the entire season?
Nope, not a single one. They seem to be more of a PvE Chimera Hydra type.
Yeah, I think Arakoa is like meant to be the PvE version of Sabral, but I think it also does like, was it like lockout debuff or something like that? Block active skills. Actives. Yeah. So it's kind of, I feel like it's like the weaker version of Sabral. Can we put those can those be the lowest 2 mythics?
I don't know if I would even put Aphidus in there.
Aphidus is PvE champion.
He does his PvE stuff very, very well, better than most.
Yeah, it's like a good wave clear or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get to more relevant topics. Mavara, like you said before, Mavara was really good. Everybody thought she was good, but I think like everybody underestimated her. I think Mavara is even arguably S tier. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I would agree. Arguably S tier. I wouldn't put her very high, but
Yeah.
she's definitely in the conversation of best revivers in the
Above or
game.
below Fabian?
Probably below Fabian, or that's a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, they do kind of do different roles.
Yeah.
Even though
But
they're
she's
both.
definitely lower S tier, I would say. Lower S tier is good. Now, how you want to do the rankings there, that's all really debatable. So,
Yeah. Do you have Mavara built on your account?
I have her built, but I can't really. I have Theodosia, for example, Galatier, so most of the time she's not getting picked. But I also don't have a good soul, so
Yeah.
it's hard to make use of her.
Yeah,
But
I don't
she,
have.
I
Yeah.
face her all the time. I face her all the time.
Mm. I don't have high level soul yet, and I think it's going to be really good on my build because I'm running both resistance and high speed, but it's been a big upgrade on my account. I don't know if you know about this, but I missed the Hilvi Deck of Fate, and everybody used to roast me for it for months. They finally stopped when we got Mavara, because Mavara kind of actually turned out to be better than Hilvi, but missing out on Hilvi was like a big issue on my account, because I'm kind of lacking in revivers, and Mavara was kind of like the perfect reviver on my account. It synergizes with the tanky go second teams that I run. It's insane synergy with both Rotos and Predator, for instance, because it heals them to full, and both of those might be high health to like heal everybody else with the equalization. And one interesting thing about Mavara that we were talking about earlier with your favorite Bannerlord is that she does do resistance buff, and you can do unique strategies with her. As you can see on my Mavara, I'm running 646 resistance, which is not relevant. Well, it's not that relevant without the buff. But with the buff, and with this speed, and with her passive that gives turn meter boost, she actually resists even enemy lockouts surprisingly often. Sometimes she cuts in and does the resistance buff and just resists them, and even if she does not, she's a magic affinity champion, so she might resist the lockout and then heal everybody and do the resistance buff and whatever. And obviously it's very tanky with the 2-turn unkillable, so it's a good champion to build full speed or possibly also in resistance, just like Theodosia, and you're still quite tanky. And it's just like a really good utility champion.
Yeah, 100%. I think her passive and her affinity are the best arguments, or the things that make her so great in this meta. All the Spirit Affinity lockouts can weak hit, and your team can cut in if you are slower, right? So insane reviver.
And the passive does not have any cooldown, so this thing procs all the time, which is crazy.
Yep.
But you would still say that low S tier. I mean, S tier is very high bar, to be fair. So
yeah, we're talking about the best of the best, right? And she's in there, right? So
yeah, I mean, we have 2 fusions in S tier, right?
Yeah.
2 plus Marius and Carnage. I mean, they kind of count. Okay, I'm happy with that. Do you have any like? You said that you face Mavara all the time. Is there like specific matchups where she's really hard for you to deal with? Because I use her and I obviously face her less.
Yeah. So most of the times it's like when I'm trying to win a speed battle, it becomes an issue, right, to let Mavara through because she has a turn meter boost, and I don't want the enemy. Like I always like I pick lockouts a lot, right? So I'm trying to go first. Um, yeah, so that's kind of like where the issue starts. Do I ban the fast lockout or do I ban the Mavara? But luckily, I have, for example, stars on Crixia, so that counters that passive, right? So yeah, I'm kind of fortunate a little bit with my relic, but if I didn't have that relic, a lot of times I would lose. And then even if I go first, I weak hit her, and I'm having a hard time to get rid of her, right? Because of all the like all the turn meter boosting, healing, increased res. It's a strong champion. Um, yeah, so yeah, I don't know, but I think if people have a choice between her and Theodosia, for example, or Galatir, I think most of the time they pick the other two, right? So
Yeah, I will say that one advantage that she has over those two is that they're both force affinity, and she is magic affinity, which
yeah,
often, the good accounts, they're going to be running a lot of lockouts anyway, and they're faster, and the weaker accounts who are using fusion champions are getting locked out. So having magic
yeah,
affinity reviver is really good combination.
yeah,
I would expect that, like, let's say Galatir was magic affinity. I think he probably would be better in the meta than Theodosia. I think the affinity is so big deal. So who knows if we get a magic affinity mythic reviver? It
maybe.
probably is going to be really good.
That's kind of interesting because Joanne is one, right? But she's not. She's not in there. Like
Yeah,
she's
but
not
it's
at the
like a
top.
single target reviver, and it's
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
But Mavara is two, right? Mavara has a single. That's also a big flaw of her, right?
sure,
But the
yeah.
passive is so strong.
Yeah, that's definitely the biggest flaw. Like she does single target revive, and it's not like super high turn meter. It's 50, so it's kind of normal. So often people will just die before they get the turn.
Yeah.
But it's a good combo with like tanky nukers, which is what I run anyway on my account.
hmm
Okay, then we got Hakipa. By the way, did you complete the fusion? Did you go for her or did
Yeah.
you switch it up?
y- Yeah, I got Hagiba.
Because
I got
uh,
Hagiba.
so I went for Fabian just because I didn't have him, but I actually like Hakiba, and I think most people don't see anything noteworthy of her. I thought she was kind of good on test server. It's obviously a health scaling bomber, and there's only like one other one that does it. So she's automatically very tanky. You can get very good stats on her because you don't need to build crit rate or anything. You just build like speed, accuracy, and health. And she does buff steal before the bombs, which is like a unique bomber mechanic. But I'm assuming that you don't think she's that relevant, though. I mean, I haven't seen her in arena.
Yeah, I don't think she is relevant. Um, yeah, I don't know. I think if I remember correctly, her bombs didn't deal that much damage as well.
Well, it was for me in my build. It was like 52k damage per bomb. I think somebody said that it's the same multiplier as Comidus, but
Okay,
I can't say that
interesting.
for a fact. But I can say that the build that I was running, it was 52k per bomb, which is not always enough for tanky revivers with two bombs, but it's enough against nukers. And I will say that on her passive, she does a one turn bomb every time she's hit with CC, and you're gonna get like locked out and other things like all the time. So the passive is gonna do a lot of damage as well.
Yeah.
But I don't think I have seen anybody pick her in live
No,
arena
so
yet.
far not, and I don't see it, but maybe there will be, I don't know, maybe once Total Guard gets reworked or Mercurial, if that ever happens, maybe there will be something there. I think she has an interesting kit, to be honest, and the fact that she is, like you said, the only other HP based bomber already puts her in a very unique spot, right? So,
Yeah.
but at the moment, I don't see like I haven't seen her in the last season anywhere. But we also have to say that it's like she just got released. People just got the fusion done, so I don't know. But
D?
from the testing that I saw, I think she's more of a C, D type champion. I
Okay,
don't
so
know.
we're thinking about C. Should we put her in C? What about, fuck, I forget the name, Eddie or Edward? Above or below him?
Ezio,
Ezio. Below or above? I mean,
I
the,
think below him.
but they both
From
have the same issue with Mercurial anyway.
yeah, yeah.
I feel like, honestly, if I had Hakiba, I would use her. Just because it's a tanky bomber. But I had to go for Fabian. But I'm not kidding. I was tempted. Everybody was telling me, you need to skip the fusion. You go for Fabian, don't even troll. I was saying on video, I'm thinking about going for Hakiba. I almost feel like I maybe should have just went for Hakiba for the content. Everybody would have been so angry at me. I would have made Hakiba videos. I think it would have been better than people think, but I still went for Fabian. But I was honestly very on the edge.
I mean, I get it. It's fun to use champions where people say she doesn't work or that champion doesn't work, and then you make it somehow work. I
Yeah.
mean, it's fun content, but yeah, not having a Fabian is a big downside, right?
Okay, let's move on to the next champion. Now, you said that you got Vargos. I haven't gotten him. I'm not doing the event right now. I will say that I also haven't seen Vargos a lot in live arena. I think one battle in total. I was expecting to see a lot more of him, which is not giving me the greatest sign. I thought he was good on test server when I was playing with him. The one issue is that he's gonna like need the defense buff and he's not a mythic. But because I kind of like the synergy with him, with his passive, that he could potentially deal damage even if he's locked out, but the damage is not going to be that high if you don't have defense buff, and you're not going to be that tanky if you don't run Mercurial. So I think there's like some issues, but I guess you played with him. What do you think about it?
Yeah,
Because he potentially does do block revive outside of his turn, which sounds crazy.
yeah, yeah. So when I tested him in Classic Arena, that was so fun. I mean, he is one of those fun champs. I think he's not game breaking, but I actually nuked some Solinars through Stone Skin, just block revived them. I killed Nice, made him swap and then still killed him. His multipliers are insane, and he can ignore block damage and unkillable. He's self-buffing. He has a great kit overall. Nice multipliers, great damage, good affinity. But it's very hard to draft him in live arena because you kind of need a ally attacker. Otherwise, you rely too much on his passive. So you need somebody like Queen of Hearts, right? That takes an instant turn. You need to go first with an ally attacker. Otherwise, it's so hard to make a play with him. Maybe you get locked out, or he's not attacking out of his turn because the RNG is not on your side. Very RNG heavy then. So yeah, it's very hard to draft a team around him because you need to go first. You need to be fast. Yeah, I don't know. I think he's a good champion, but I would probably, at best, put him in bottom A or top B.
Yeah, I feel like I have the exact same feelings as you. I liked him when I was playing with him, and to me it seems like he has great potential, but I haven't seen people use him, which is kind of hard to evaluate, and even without any evaluation, just based on not seeing him, makes me seem that he's not as good as I originally thought that he would be.
Yeah,
But
but when we talk about him in general for Siege Classic Arena situations, where you have like a Neve, Solinar, Glisea defense. You just go like only one nuker. You just go in with an ally attacker, block revive that Solinar, and
Okay,
story's done. Right?
that's a good argument. So you think that he's gonna be really good in Siege, and we should bump his rating based on that at least.
Yeah, I think that's the area where he shines the most, right?
Okay.
Or where he is easier to use.
Yeah, I feel like there's a good chance that I'm gonna change my mind about him later on. But what do you think then? Top B?
Yeah, I'm good with that. I think top B is good.
Okay. Then we get to a very controversial champion. I don't know if you remember the drama in content creator chat about this, but remember when you couldn't be able to empower limited time champions with themselves? Multiple content creators got 2 of these, and I think they reworked the mechanic because of the feedback that content creators got about him. But Fatalis was kind of a hype champion that didn't turn out to be popular. I always thought he was kind of good, and everybody was disagreeing with me. There is this one guy in top arena. I always forget his name. Is it Taras Waifu? There's one guy in SP who always, for the memes, he always picks Fatalis against me, and he always beats me.
Against me too, always picks Fatalis.
Have you lost against it?
I think once, but most of the times I won.
Yeah.
Because the only reason why I lost is because I didn't know what the champion does. And then once you figure out what he does, you know what to do. But he doesn't do what he does, right? So that's kind of like the thing.
Basically what he does, out of top of my head, and nobody ever picks him, is that he gets a shield every time he takes a turn. And if he has a shield up, you can't crit on him. So he was kind of like a mini Bayek back in the day, but now everybody can deal with Bayek, so he's much easier to deal with than Bayek, to be fair. But he kind of has like 1 versus 4 potential. I think he does not have the highest damage, but he has like one ability that, this is the guy, he has one ability that has big ignore defense, and it can like one-shot a reviver. And yeah, he could potentially 1 versus 4 in some battles, but nobody has him, nobody uses him. People kind of felt like his multipliers were low. I feel like he was always underestimated, but
Definitely. Yeah, I think his biggest weakness is block buffs, right? That's how I countered his whole thing, and then it's just another nuker.
Yeah.
So I actually don't know where I would put him. Maybe upper C. What would you say? It's like only one player that uses him, right? So it's like
yeah. I'm thinking about high C or low B as well. I almost want to put him next to Santa because they're both kind of like weird, like tanky niche things. I will say, what's the name? Anaxia, the undead mythic champion. I will say, what was it? Calamitus?
Yeah, Calamitus, yeah.
Yeah, Anaxia is the other one. I would say that based on just that one, you said that it's only one player using him. To be fair, based on that one player in this past season, or like this entire year, I have fought more Fatalist than I have fought whatever is the undead mythic. So I don't know. I feel like I want to put it higher ranked than that. What do you think about
fair
that?
Enough. Fair enough.
The thing is that I wish I had Fatalist. I would use him, but I wasn't able to get him back in the day. It would be one of those things, like you just said before, that it would be like a fun meme pick, and I would have fun content with Fatalist. I would change the perception about him if I had him, but only Taras Waifu can do it at this point. So, but he's doing it.
Did.
Yeah, he's doing it.
Yeah.
Is bottom B? Yeah, okay. Bottom B is good enough. I think we'll take it. Okay, final champion on the Dark Elves is gonna be Noldor. That's gonna be kind of interesting one. It's obviously the pair for Solinar and Solinar. I think we put rank 2. Somebody will put it rank 1. They're not used together almost at all, though there is a niche argument to use it together in Classic Arena offense. Well, you could do it in defense too, actually. But I don't think people really do it. I mean, Solinar will guaranteed crit if you have both of them, but his passive outside of that is almost worse with the healing if you pair him with Noldor. What do you think about Noldor?
Yeah, it's kind of a weird situation, right? You would think that Noldor and Solinar would work better than another Reviver plus Solinar, but it's just not the case. So, yeah, only because of Solinar, she gets a lot of value, but them together is not the best thing you can do. So,
yeah, I will say that Enfeeble on A1 is pretty interesting ability, but literally like the only reason to ever consider Noldor would be for the guaranteed crit rate on Solinar, and everything else about her kit is like not even a little bit good. It's like on the epic level almost. His own abilities is like epic level champion.
Yeah, I agree. She's Force Affinity, so she will get locked out most likely.
What about Siege?
Tough one.
Is there even any relevance there?
I don't see her much in Solinar defenses. You would most of the time see even what's it called, Mavara instead of.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Okay, how low are we gonna go? Are we gonna go below He-Man?
I don't think that low. I think a respect. I don't think she's completely useless. So
I think nobody's gonna go below what you call it, Islin, because he's kind of like a meme.
So
but how low are we gonna go?
I think she's the best. I think I would even put her in low B, or I mean maybe not low B, but upper C. I think upper C is.
Oh, okay. Convince me. Is like does somebody actually use her in Classic Arena defense or offense? Do people actually do it with Solinar?
I see her a lot with Solinar. It's just not that effective as if you would pair Solinar with, I don't know, Theodosia or.
You know what's better version of running Solinar and Noldor in Classic Arena offense? People run double Solinar. What is even point to run Noldor? Like there is the argument that you would crit against Bayek, but I don't think Bayek is. Bayek was very meta in defense. It's not anymore.
Yeah.
So I think that's like the one relevant thing about Noldor that was like a real thing in endgame PvP. It's not a thing anymore. So
maybe you're right. Maybe she belongs in the lower C tier or even D. Maybe you're right. I think. But I think a lot of people would disagree with that because they run that Solinar Noldor.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that might not be bad for the content. There's actually one champion that I want to put in S tier, which I think we might have some debate about it, which I was already laughing on my Discord that I'm going to clickbait the crap out of everybody, because I think there's one champion that most people would not think that it's S tier. It's coming up soon. I think it's actually S tier right now because of the meta, and when people hear the arguments for it, they will probably change their mind. Do you have a guess what I'm talking about?
Is it Embers?
No. I will tell you that it's not a nuker.
It is not a nuker.
It's not a nuker. It's very relevant in the meta. I don't think many people might put him in like C tier, or they wouldn't even know that it's actually used, but it's actually really relevant in the meta.
Do you think Brogni?
No. Okay, next up we got Ambrose, and you kind of alluded to Ambrose before. I think we probably agree. I've mentioned this many times in my streams and videos, and people often ask about it. I think Empress is overall really good champion. He's kind of like Taras. He's really good champion, but he is not able to deal with the current meta. And he has very high usage, but at the top level of Arena, his usage is almost zero. Nobody really uses him. He has good damage, he can health swap, he can block revive, but he does not ignore block damage or unkillable. He does not counter like meta champions, and he kind of falls off a little bit. Well, what do you think about Empress?
Yeah, I definitely agree. He's not used that often at the top end, and
almost never. Can you name any top account that likes to use Empress?
No, I tried to use him, but I'm not the top account. But I tried to use him, and it's very hard to do. In theory, you can put like I have a very good deflection build. He's like 400 speed, crit capped. It's just not. I don't know. In theory, it sounds so good because he can strip out total guard stacks, but it's just not that effective. Somehow, a Gizmek in that regard works 10 times better than him. So, yeah, unfortunately, he kind of fell off. He was so good in the Stone Skin meta, and then with total guard, he definitely fell off.
Yeah, he's kind of like the modern version of Tranda, that it was like really good and dominating. He has good damage, he's very tanky, he even has like utility, block revive, he can sometimes even solo battles because of the health swap, but he just kind of falls off. He doesn't counter anything that's relevant, so it's kind of hard to rank him. Yeah. Where would you put him? He's still a very good champion.
I would still put him in B somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, would we put him above Rotos? I feel like, yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. He can
above Vargos. What do you think?
The necrosis is still very, very strong, right? It's a strong debuff, but
yeah,
I don't know. It's a tough one. I wouldn't put. Maybe even, I don't know. It's a hard one. Yeah, you could. Yeah, we can leave him there, I guess. But
sure.
I was thinking even putting him lower.
Yeah, I think if there wasn't like many of the issues that he deals with, he would like if we like compare champions in 1 versus 1, I think he would do better in 1 versus 1 than multiple Nugars that are ranked higher up than him, but they have some kind of utility that he doesn't do, and he kind of just doesn't fit the meta. I mean, he doesn't do anything like terrible, but it's just he doesn't also do anything special that you have to pick him specifically instead of some other better Nugar.
Yeah, definitely.
He's definitely one of the most popular ones, and he's a tanky Nugar that is Reviver and a Mythic, so he deals with Lockout. So a very solid champion, but in the end game, basically never used. Like, the only people that would use him at top, in my opinion, really is people that have a little bit weaker accounts and they're running out of champions, but the top accounts don't pick him at all. Unless you've seen it, because I've never seen it.
Not anymore, no.
Yeah.
Since Total Guard is completely went down. He got shut down by Total Guard.
Okay. Then we get next to Grixia, and Grixia is going to be interesting one because it is a spirit affinity, so it can weak hit against magic affinity champions, which is like a big issue for many of the lockouts, but it's a mythic, and it's like a Donny and Fabian together. Also does other things, I mean cleanse, and the other abilities are not irrelevant. It's definitely one of the most highest picked champion, almost picked in every battle. So how high would you place him? Obviously in S tier, but how high in S tier?
I would say top 5.
Yeah, okay. So definitely like above like the middle ground. I've also been saying it a lot on my stream, and people tell me that I've been saying that I want actually to get Grixia over Theodosia or Galatir, basically a mythic reviver, because I feel like I would get more usage out of Grixia. There's so many different things that I could do with her. She would enable co-second teams. I could run her in both offense and defense, and I already got Barbara. I feel like Grixia kit is so unique, and it's so so useful.
Yeah.
Do you think it would be,
and a reset? So
do you think it would be too high to place her above Theodosia? Because if I could pick her between her and Theodosia for my personal account, and I'm biased and I have specific champions, but I would pick Grixia over Theodosia.
That's a tough question. I think. If I would have to decide between those two, that's a really hard choice.
I think like Theodosia is like a standalone OP champion. Grixia kind of scales with how good your account is. That with the better team you have, obviously the abilities are going to be better, and resetting their cooldowns or protecting their cooldowns is going to be bigger deal. So it's kind of
I think one thing that is really bad for Grixia is when you face Marius and you pick Grixia and you get locked out, you have to swap forms, you trigger a counterattack, same with Solinar, right? So that's kind of like the downside of Grixia's reset.
Sure. I mean, that's for all mythics, but obviously Theodosia likes to camp the first form, so...
Yeah. So maybe Theodosia is slightly above Grixia, but also you can put it either way. It wouldn't be wrong or right, right? Like it's like.
Okay, what about between Predator and like where would be base Grixia then if Theodosia is higher? Gismark and Predator are both really good too.
I think definitely above Predator.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you could put her in front of Theodosia, behind Theodosia, I think they're pretty much on the same level.
Okay, if they're on the same level, I'm gonna put her above. I would personally choose Grixia. So, but I mean, again, it's very situational. It depends on the enemy team and what other champions you got. I will say that I think Grixia is just very universal. You need her in every type of content and arena, and in different types of teams. And if we get other good revivers, then there's going to be more competition for Theodosia. I doubt that we will get another champion that will do both cooldown reset and lockout in like the same kit. So
yeah, I don't think so either. But who knows? Maybe the Sabrel 2.0 will do everything.
Okay.
Revive, lockout, nuke, and reset. The same skill.
But exactly. Sabrel does everything. So actually, I take it back. They could totally make a champion like that. Maybe when we get the Void Mythical champions, then that's gonna be it. It's gonna be I used to always joke around that eventually when Taras and Maritzka falls off, you remember when they did like the ultimate Elhain and they did ultimate forms for multiple champions? I was always saying that when Taras and Maritzka falls off, we're gonna get ultimate Taras and ultimate Maritzka, and they're gonna be Void Mythic. I was saying this like years ago. I think, that's gonna be the play. Ultimate Maritzka is gonna be like the Sabrel of like lockout. It's gonna
be, who knows?
It's gonna lock your team out and enemy team out, and I mean it's gonna unlock your team and lock out the enemy team, and then like Sabrel does more damage based on their lockout turns. Ultimate Maritzka is gonna do like damage not based on like health scaling, but based on like could be health scaling. It's gonna be do damage based on how many turns of advantage of cooldowns do you have compared to enemy. Something weird, something that you can't like ignore total guard and ignores defense and is uncounterable. Something like that.
I'm surprised we didn't get that yet. An ignore total guard champion.
I'm surprised, but they're definitely gonna do it. I think they were a little bit hesitant. They said that they didn't expect total guard to be as OP, which I'm like, how did you not expect it to be OP? But I guess they said that they're considering trying to nerf it. I think the best way to nerf it, in my opinion, would be to have debuffs have some way to like deal with them better, other than just deflection. I don't think the damage immunity is like. I think it's fine. It's totally counterable with like ally attacks and multi hits and other things.
Yeah.
I think being so immune to both debuffs and damage is like too much. But I don't think. I think most other people hate Mercurial more than me. I don't think it's that bad. I think Sabral and Solnar and Decton are much worse for the game than 9-piece Mercurial.
Yeah, it's the champions that are being enabled by it, right? There that are so much more powerful than before, that make it annoying. Like a Stormcaller Marius. Right?
Yeah.
So,
Okay, we have a bunch of Night Revenant. I don't think many of them are too OP. But next up, we got a white duo. So basically, the old Solnar and what's it called? Noldor. I was expecting that we would get guaranteed void for Solnar, just like we got for Narses. That didn't happen. That would have ruined Arena, to be honest, if they did it. But, these are not really relevant, let's be honest. Angkor much more so than Narses.
yeah.
Narses in D tier, I guess.
Yeah.
Do you have
I
any?
would say so. In D tier, somewhere, doesn't matter. Maybe below Arbiter. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, and Ancora could be C. Yeah.
I feel like she could almost be like middle or high C even.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe below
I'm
Taras.
fine with that.
I feel like Taras is so good. I kind of find hard putting other champions over him. Yeah. Again, as we talked about before, Angkora passive does make your Dugar with the highest crit damage immune to CC, and it is kind of a really useful ability, but she doesn't really do anything else. And if this passive was on some other champion, it would be a really good one. But she doesn't do like heals, her revive is single target, she just doesn't do like a lot of abilities, so...
Yeah, it's a weird one. It's a weird one because people try to use her against the Stormcaller Marius, but then when you revive with her, you also trigger him. So it's like...
Yeah, that's what I've done, and I gave up on that.
Yeah.
I just go Mavara anyway, even if they pick Marius, so... Okay, then we have Kalvalax. Wait, where did I put Narses? Did I put Narses somewhere in the list?
I think D tier.
Okay, yeah. We already put it. So then we got Kalvalax. I think Kalvalax fell off a little bit. It's still kind of usable, but there is Nell, who does the same thing better. How high do you think we could put Kalvalax? Kalvalax used to be like actually a good counter against speed teams. I mean, it's still usable. If somebody goes with a full speed team, you can kind of force ban on Kalvalax, or you can just one-shot their lockout or speed booster. But Nell is much better version. Or do you disagree?
Yeah, I agree.
I think Kalvalax is one of those that it does get used more in high level of arena than lower level, but a lot less in higher level than before currently.
Yeah, it's kind of like what we mentioned earlier. If you know what the builds are of your enemy, and you know, oh, he doesn't like this lockout doesn't have a stack of total guard, or this speed booster doesn't have immunity or something, that's when you can draft a Kalvalax. But I think most of the time an Hegemon is even a better pick nowadays, where before Total Guard it was actually Kalvalax over Hegemon. And before the Poison Relic, obviously we had Hegemon only. So
yeah,
probably
they're both
upper
like
C, lower B.
They're both like anti-speed team, like supports or nukers, whichever. But Total Guard is kind of, makes it a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, I think upper C, lower B. That's where I would put Kalvalax.
I think it has to be below Warlord.
Yeah, I think so too.
But you would put Hegemon higher, or no?
I think so, yeah. I think he gets
B-tier?
more play than Kalvalax. Yeah, maybe lower B.
Recently, I did a takeover on somebody's account, and just for content, and they had like some kind of 500, whatever it was, 500, 450 speed Marius in the, what you call it, the bomb relic, like a really fast bomb relic build, red bomb. And I was looking at his teams, and he was kind of running very heavy speed teams, and like, but his actual lockout wasn't that fast. He had really fast snookers, but his main speed build wasn't that fast, and I was saying that he should probably build like Hegemon to counter other speed teams, since he's basically only running speed teams, and he's not even using like any reviver at all. But then everybody was telling me that, you're delusional. If you don't have +4 Hegemon, it doesn't do enough damage to kill anybody, and you've just played with really good accounts, and So I got that backlash that Hegemon is too hard to build. What do you say to that?
Not really. I have a base Hegemon with like a 3-star soul. Obviously, I can't nuke through Stone Skin, but I'll one-shot everything that is not protected easily.
Yeah, Fabian is one-shot.
Fabian, Shuzens, our base.
And you do use your Hegemon. Like, did you use it in the last season? Not really.
Maybe once or twice. But people used him against me a lot of times, and I have to ban him.
Well, okay. So
when they used it.
When you put it that way, isn't bottom B tier then too low? If you banned Hegemon multiple times, I think it has to go up a little bit.
I wouldn't say so, because like you just have to have one stack of total guard, and then he's completely useless.
Okay, what about below Sigrun but above like Nicholas and Noel?
Okay. Yeah.
Because it's actually like you've used it and you faced it in the last season.
It's like one of those that you can. Yeah, it's like one of those you can only really use if you are almost certain that there's no protection on whatever lockouts, speed boosters. Because if they have something, then it's a useless pick, right?
Sure. Okay. What about Sigrun? Used to be considered one of the top nukers at one point. People used to run. I don't think it's ever been that popular in Live Arena. A little bit when when Live Arena was new, but even long after that, it was used a good amount in Classic Arena offense. Is it even used in Classic Arena anymore? I'm not really aware.
Georgid, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so that much. I also never pulled him, so I personally have no experience playing him, but you faced him a couple of times during Stone Skin meta for sure.
Tons of times.
Yeah.
I used to specialize in farming Georgia defense teams. People used to run like really fast, Yumeko or Shuchen Georgia defense teams in Classic Arena, and I used to always farm them with Rotos. A little bit RNG, but they used to be very fast battles. But that's eons ago at this point.
Yeah, I think that's a good placement right there.
Yeah, it's like it was really good, but nobody uses it anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, then what about Venalasia? It's kind of another meme from my community. It's one of my favorite champions, just purely based on visuals. Now, I never got her. She looks kind of cool. It's a reviver with lockout. Never seen anybody use her. Maybe I have, but I don't even remember it. I thought she would be more used.
Yeah, the reason why is because she kind of needs accuracy. Accuracy as a reviver is hard to do unless you have a Theodosia situation where you ignore resistance and 300, 400 accuracy is enough. But, with her, you kind of need a lot of accuracy. But on a reviver, you also want resistance typically. So I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of like a weird kid.
She sounds like a lot better than average champion, but literally never see her in arena. And to be honest, I mean, there's some other champions like that here too, but there's some like meme champions that I do see Ogryn. So I don't know if we can put her. I mean, she has to be in D tier. Like, how low do you want me to put her in D tier? It is a reviver lockout. Any random new player.
It's a good reviver in general, right?
Yeah, any new player could pull this from Sacred Shard when they're really early in the game, and it would be an insane champion.
I think she's above Bellatar, if we want to talk about revivers.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Wait. Okay, just about Bellatar.
Yeah.
I feel like should we put Ogryn up? I almost want to put Ogryn up now, but okay. Have you faced Ogryn in this season?
Nope.
Okay, then it's fine.
But I like this champion. I like Ogryn. So I'm happy if you want to put him up somewhere.
Okay, I want to put Ogryn above Hakiba.
That's fine.
Okay. Then we already talked about Skeletor.
Oh god.
I like the champion. Not the champion, but I like the character. I like the memes. It has to be the lowest tier.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's only part of this tier list for the memes. I should take a screenshot like this though. Just yeah. But he's only the list because I wanted to talk about the event that we did with He-Man and why they buffed Skeletor instead of He-Man. But I've never seen him in Arena and never will. And I don't think even on like Chimera, where he kind of does something, I don't think nobody even uses him for that. So
yeah, I think he's lost cause. I don't think we will see him ever in Arena or PvP. So
yeah,
it's good.
Okay, then a more interesting champion. Queen of Hearts is a Void champion, not Mythic. It's one of those again that it's actually kind of popular at high rank, and people often don't even know that it's popular. Like on the lower tiers, you're not gonna see her as much, but it's kind of popular. It's possibly who would you say is the most meta ally attack champion right now?
Queen of Hearts, 100%.
Yeah, so I think she has to be kind of high. I think it has to be at least mid A tier or even better.
Really? I would even put her in S tier.
Oh, really? Okay. I thought you would want to rank him way lower than this. Okay.
She's actually,
I'm fine with S tier.
Yeah, because you can get an instant turn, right? If the enemy team has, I don't know, what card they card. You have Shield Boss, you have Stone Skin or Total Guard. She can get an instant turn as soon as you enter the fight. Ally attack, if she's in deflection, she will strip Total Guard. People build her with Chrono Cubes, so she goes twice. She's actually insane, so...
Yeah, and Death Brand.
But that's all, again, like Death Brand, exactly. But that's, again, one of those type of champions where you have to have a specific relic, specific set, and you need to go first. And you need to be like...
But on the same token, it is like, best ally attack against Total Guard, which is obviously one of the best ways to deal with it, so it does make her uniquely relevant in the current meta compared to the past. There's another champion that is very similar. We're going to talk about it, but I think most people prefer her. I kind of feel like I see the other one almost as much, but maybe a little more. I feel like I see the other one more, to be honest. But okay, next, I don't even remember her name. It's one of the new champions, the Dwarf one, that I think already got buffed. And I still haven't seen her in... Didn't she get buffed?
I don't think so.
No, okay, then I'm thinking about something wrong.
Yeah. I have no idea what this champion does. I only know something with Magma Shield, but other than that, I have no idea.
Yeah, well, no, she did get buffed. She did get buffed recently. She actually did. You just don't know about it because she's not relevant. Somebody fact check me in comments if I'm wrong, but she did get buffed recently. She literally did. But yeah, she does like.
Didn't she just get released? Like she was just released.
Is it just so late that I remember wrong? I feel like I was reading about her buff kit, but okay, maybe I'm wrong.
I think she just got released. I don't think she got buffed.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I'll take the L. But yeah, okay, neither one of us is even like familiar with her. I guess she does like burns and decreased defense, and you have never seen her in live arena battle, right?
Nope.
Yeah, same. So we can't. Should we just not rank her in that case?
Yeah, I think it's too early.
Yeah,
I think that form an opinion about her.
Yeah, I think that's fair, but it's not gonna be too high because if it was really that good, we would have seen it. But I mean, set your expectations low. Let's put it that way. But I don't want to say that it's like a D tier or B tier without maybe more experience. But it's definitely not gonna be the top tiers. Okay, not gonna lie. The Dars don't have good mythic presence. We have three mythics, and none of them get used in PvP. I think they're all even like meant to be PvP champions too, and not PvE. But I think we have like Fjorard, that is some kind of support nuker with like burns. I mean, with freezes and like guaranteed crits or something like that. It does guaranteed crits against targets that are frozen, and I never see him used.
No,
thoughts?
He was in the Stoneskin meta. He was actually not bad. He was actually solid because you had the Gizmax, right? And he would just freeze them.
Yeah, it's kind of like a hybrid support nuker.
Yeah. So he was a great pick against those, those type of, and Sulfurion. You had Sulfurion, right? So against those Lizardmen, Ogryns, Orcs, he was a great pick against those champions from the Galen Pact, but with Total Guard, it's just so hard to play champions that are depending on a debuff, right? And that's exactly what he does. He needs to freeze to be able to ignore and block revive, to ignore defense and then block revive. So kind of sad. I really liked Fjorad before Total Guard.
Okay, so how? I guess you want to put him higher ranked than me. Then how high do you want to go?
Yeah, I think C is fine. Gotta be realistic. Before Total Guard, I would probably put him in A, but now not anymore.
Okay, what about Frolny? Frolny is the original. Well, Gallows used to be it too, but Gallows got buffed. Frolny is the original champion that you get the mythic and it's Frolny, and then you quit the game. He did get buffed, but he's still not used.
He's probably the worst mythical we have right now.
Okay.
And he got buffed twice.
But twice?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not good. I mean, I kind of like his second form, but nobody uses it. The passive is kind of, it catches you off guard when you've never seen the champion.
Yeah. It's if he only had like a couple more debuffs on this second form, he would be great for like Chimera stuff. But he just doesn't bring enough to the table. So they tried to make his first form a PvP champion, but it's outdated. Doesn't work. It feels like everyone has more HP than him, and then he can't hit. He doesn't have multi-hits. And his second form is also lackluster, so there's really no area where he would perform better than other champions. So
by the way,
it's a weird one.
That's a weird consequence about the Mercurial item sets, that single target heaters are just trash. Like Siegfried used to be top of food chain. It used to be in every single defense team in Classic Arena, and now it's like borderline not used mythic champion.
Yeah.
So are we gonna go all the way? I mean, we're gonna go D tier on Frolny. You said it's the worst mythic,
yeah,
so
definitely. definitely, if even on the list.
Well, I mean, it's a mythic. It's still, between like Hrolni and Tranda, which one
He
is going to be
can
better for new
he
account?
can cut. Yeah, he can cuddle with He-Man, I guess.
You want to put him next to him? Okay, fair
Yeah, he
enough.
deserves it.
Sure. Okay, what we got then? Oh, this is the other one that I was talking about. The other
Oh,
popular option for ally attack, Oskrun. You still do think that Queen of Hearts is definitely better, but they are very similar. I mean, they both do buff strip and ally attack, and this guy does stuns, which is kind of annoying. Also, outside of his turn. What do you think about
yep.
Oskrun? I feel like
I think he's a great.
I think I didn't see Oskrun a lot this season. I saw him quite a lot last season. Less so this season.
Yeah,
I don't know why. I don't think I saw Queen of Hearts as much this season either.
yeah. Um, I think Osgrun is a good champion. I've seen him getting picked quite a lot, but it's like one of these things with ally attackers. You need fast
Yeah. I think
gear. You need to be
Toan
first.
Toan Knight likes to use him, and there's some people that like build teams around it.
Yep.
But like I said about Queen of Hearts, it's one of those champions that it's much like less used at the bottom. Like I don't want to say bottom ranks, but like the very top uses it much more, and other people
Yep.
almost don't use these champions.
Yep.
I don't think many people associate Queen of Hearts and Oskrun with like endgame PvP, but the top players know it. Many people might have not even seen them or not often, and they are not considered like great picks.
Yeah. But Osgrun is definitely great. Great aura. He's a
Oh
good
yeah, it was
champion.
28.
Yeah.
So what are we thinking? Like A tier? S tier?
Yeah, like lower A. I wouldn't put him S. I don't think he gets that much played.
Uh,
He's kind of
above Armand's?
yeah, maybe there like in the Armand's section. Sounds good.
Yeah, Armand's is I feel like more niche, and Oskrun is
Yeah.
more like universal use, but the Armand's matchup is very relevant too. So I
Yeah,
guess
think
that's fun.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, then next we got Hilvi. Like I said before, Hilvi used to be a big drama in my community, but like, I don't know. Do you know about the Hilvi drama? I must ask.
No.
So I made a video about Hilvi, and I said that she's gonna be good. She's gonna be low A tier or high B tier, and I'm not gonna go for her because I don't have resources. I think she's gonna be used a lot, but she's gonna fall off the end game. And everybody and their mom was roasting me for several months that I'm an idiot. It would be the best champion on my account. How come you didn't go for the Deck of Fate? I didn't have resources. I would have had to buy, I think it was like Soul Stones. I would have had to use all of my gems and buy Soul Stones to do it. I don't think she was worth it. I said she's going to be common, but not like account breaking. And I said she's good. And I feel like I always stand behind what I said. I feel like I said the right thing, but Hilvi was such like a people's choice champion that I was just like a traitor for not doing the Hilvi Deck of Fate. People used to complain about it in my streams and comments for months. Now they finally kind of stopped. And also, I never gave up. I was always defending, and I never apologized for it. So I kind of kept the drama going. But I feel like I'm vindicated. I think what happened with Hilvi is that Mercurial set happened the same time when she was released, and when Mercurial set was like new and people didn't have it on Nukers, but they maybe had like one support on it, and it would be Hilvi. She was like really OP at the start of the Mercurial, but when people started getting it on more champions, especially Nukers, she kind of fell off. But she's still good. There is like niche use. I mean, she can buff strip Tecteon, which is, for instance, a very relevant matchup. So she's not, she's a great champion, but not like Uber god. What do you say to this?
Yeah, exactly. She was definitely used more often also at the top end to strip down Stone Skin when not many champions had Mercurial, 9-piece Mercurial builds. You only had like one set that you could use. Then she definitely shined more than now.
Yeah.
Yeah, she kind of fell off, definitely.
Yeah. Where would you place her in the current? But I mean, she's still used. I don't know about the very top accounts. I think they might use her sometimes too. I know that many people in top 100, let's say, they do use him. I know multiple people that like to use it. That it's one of their main revivers. But it's kind of like not reviver in the sense that people think about it. That it's more like an offensive support champion that also does do a revive.
Maybe bottom A.
Okay.
If even, what do you say?
Yeah, I stand by what I said. I think, honestly, just to farm it a little bit more, I would probably put her like in B tier, like upper B tier.
Let's do this. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
I'm just thinking, should I put it on top of the B tier?
Yeah, I think that's solid.
Yeah,
I think that's good.
I think we have kind of good flagships like S tier, Sabrail, then Solon, Lazarus, and Hilvi. I think they're good representations of their tier. I think this is fair, but I don't know how much. Like, did you hear about it that I was getting like crap of Hilvi take for months?
No.
It's like the biggest drama I ever had in my life. People used to like message me and write like essays about Hilvi and why I should have done the deck of fate.
That's funny. That's funny. I did the deck. I got the Hilvi, but it's like, I don't know. It's just there are better options, right? So
yeah,
maybe she would have been great for you, to be honest, right?
No, she would have been. I'm sure. I don't disagree, but she wouldn't have been life changing. But every time I streamed, like every stream will turn into a debate about Hilvi. People would just start asking about Hilvi and talking about it in comments non-stop. But it's finally over. Now that Mavara is so good, people kind of stopped nagging about the Hilvi, so I'll take it.
Yep.
Okay.
She had her time, though. She had her time.
Yeah. Definitely. For like basically a free-to-play champion, very good, still relevant and viable, but not like Theodosia, You're not gonna beat top accounts just because you pull Hilvi from a shard. But it's, Tecteon matchup is a good one. I do struggle with Tecteon, so that is something to consider. Okay, next up, another favorite champion of my chat is the Granite Doorkeep. He can ignore block damage, Hellscaling Nuker. I basically never see him. I'm sure I've seen him, but I don't remember when. I promise that I'm going to make a video about him in this off-season. I don't have him leveled up. I'm going to do it. Any thoughts? Is he usable?
I don't think so.
Will he ignore unkillable stone skin and block damage?
Yeah.
Hellscaling Nuker.
It's a single target attack, right? Like it's a single target, single hit.
Yeah.
It's hard, man. It's hard to make play with those guys.
Pretty good base health too.
Yeah, I think he was. It's kind of like one of those. He was kind of a good pick before Total Guard, but even then, you didn't draft that many Spirit Affinity nukers weren't really a go-to thing, right? So I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't have much sympathy for this champion, to be honest.
Okay. What are we thinking? C tier? D tier?
Probably C.
Okay, I mean, that's still pretty good. I thought you were going to say like bottom D, but C is pretty high. All the way bottom?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, probably. I think that's okay.
Sure. Okay, next one is the one that you was asking about before. Brockney. What do you think about Brockney? You probably know like how he works and you've probably seen it at this point. What's your opinion without hearing my biased opinion about like being a Brockney main?
He's meta. 100%. His passive is the best passive to remove total guard stacks.
Yeah. You know what the build I'm running on my Brogni?
I think we talked about it.
Did we? Okay, I forgot. It's kind of like
I think we did. I think you had like Frostbite.
Yeah, okay, we did it.
Yeah.
For me, it's kind of like a fun build because Frostbite fell off, and it was like my favorite set years ago. I used to love it, and also Polymorph. I have him in Frostbite, Polymorph, and Wand just because he can actually use them, just for fun.
That makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. I have a similar build, maybe more of a traditional build right now with Bolster, Stone Skin, but also Wand. Unfortunately, I don't have a soul, so I'm lacking a lot of stats, but Polymorph makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I have 5-star. I need to get it 6-star because the Polymorph is kind of, why would you run it with 365 accuracy? But it's kind of okay against Snookers. But I mean, actually...
The biggest reason why you want to use them most of the time is Stormcaller Marius, right? He's like...
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest...
Yeah. He's like... When they pick Marius, he's my next pick. He's literally like Marius counter, but also good against other things. But he's specifically a counter to him. Now, I don't have the items to do it, but I am planning to... I need a banner, but I do want to put him on 5-piece protection instead of reaction and frostbite, because I could get like, a good 24 speed from the set bonuses, and then also maybe protected immunity sometimes, which totally could win me battles. But I've been salivating that imagine if I had the same build, but 5-piece protection, that would be 24 speed, and then 15 speed from 6-star blessing, and then he would actually be quite fast. And I think that speed would make difference all the time if I maybe would go before enemy Carnage or something like that. So I am probably planning to switch the build, but getting a banner on protection set is, it might happen or not. So who knows?
Yeah, but it's a +4 Brogni, so
yeah.
Insane,
In my defense, this is literally right now I can't make any other champion +4. It's literally the only champion on my account that I can make +4, but he might have, so it's pretty lucky that actually a good champion. Yep. Now, so you actually said that Brogni is meta, because I've heard a lot of pushback. Some of the mad drivers, I feel like maybe a little bit biased against me. I might have said some nasty things about drivers sometimes, about them ruining the game. They say that I'm delusional and Brogni isn't good, but you said it's meta. I'm kind of surprised. How high you can rank Brogni? You picked the rank.
Yeah, I think he's easily A.
Okay.
Just because if you pick him against Marius, the enemy team, like, he's gonna have a hard time because you're gonna strip all the total guard and he's gonna almost kill himself as well. And if you have a predator besides your Brogni and he counterattacks, that Marius is gone, right? That's like the thing where I would say Brogni can be played a lot because you face Marius all the time.
Yeah. So where do you think? Pick the spot.
Maybe like middle A somewhere. I would, call me crazy, I would probably put him above Polara even.
Sure. Okay, so just below Marichka?
Yeah.
Okay, that works. Okay, next one, Tormi. I don't really have too much to say. By the way, this one also, I got it completely right. On my Hilvi Tormi video, I said that the combo is not going to be used. Hilvi is going to be used. I was right about that too. But Tormi, I was using Tormin before Hilvi, because I just didn't have champions, but I got a bunch of things after that. And Tormin damage is terrible. He does do AoE, and he can CC on A1, so, there is that. But he can't be too high. Where would you put him? I mean, nobody uses Stormin in Arena, not even after Hilvi.
Yeah, probably C is a good place.
Yeah, I mean, again, you probably know better than me on this, but I'm sure he gets used on a siege, or no?
Yeah, definitely. Dwarves, siege posts, that's his main usage.
So, okay, what are you thinking? Middle C? At least he has some endgame
middle
use.
C, leaning towards upper C.
Above or below Ankara?
Above, I would say.
Okay, we can't go about Taras. That's my wall. It would be kind of heresy if we put Tormin about Taras. Tarmas was like the
fair enough.
demon lord of the game for many years, so...
Yeah.
Okay.
Now he's the boomer.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Okay, so Mikage, we were just glazing two different ally attack champions. Mikage will be the free-to-play ally attack champion. I remember back in the day, Mikage actually used to be used a decent amount in live arena because she would reduce the enemy turn meter every time she takes a turn. Obviously, that's not relevant against the meta where people are built in 9-piece Mercurial, but she does do ally attack. She could do AoE stun. Have you seen her in the last season?
In the last season, not, but the season before that, there was one player, I think he's called Max. I think he was relatively low level. I think in the 90s or something, but he had a 6-star Mikage, super fast, above or close to 500 speed.
Oh, that's fast.
And that worked really well, so I think it's kind of I don't know. It's a weird one. I think Mikage is better than people would give her credit for because of the ally attack. But you also need the stats, right? You need the 6 soul, you need to be fast. Again, with ally attacks, you need to go first. And she doesn't have a passive like Queen of Hearts where you would get an instant turn. So, yeah, maybe like B somewhere. I would probably put her B.
Okay. Above or below Hegemon?
Oh, that's a tough one. Maybe below.
Yeah, I think it has to be below because you said that you've seen and used and banned Hegemon in the last season.
Yeah.
And that's pretty good, to be fair.
Yeah.
Okay, what do we have next? Okay, Shuchen. That's an interesting one. It's very popular. Kind of like what you just said, that you need to be fast, but it's like very out of the fast champions. It's kind of in a sense unique because it's kind of like a lockout without having a lockout because it's like a speed threat. And let's say that the enemy picks like a Grixia and Tecton, then let's say that the Grixia is super fast, and you ban it. Like you have to ban either Shuchen or Grixia, but still the Tecton is gonna go before your team if the Shuchen is fast. So it can just be any champion. Whatever is the first champion on enemy team, that's gonna go first if you don't ban Shuchen, and she doesn't need accuracy or anything. So very popular among the top accounts.
100%. I think she's getting played a lot still.
It does do lockout on A1 too, but it's not that often relevant.
Yeah, but it can make a difference. It can make a huge difference. Upper A, middle A. It's probably where I would put her.
Below Lazarus.
I don't know about S. Yeah, probably above Lazarus.
Yeah. That makes sense. I agree with this. I think I agree that it's not like I wouldn't put it on S, but looking at the other A tier, I feel like it has to be top.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good spot. I will say that it's, like you said, depends how fast you are, because it is very popular among top accounts. Very popular. It's one of the most popular picks you will see. But if you're like a mid-game player and the fastest build you can do on Shuchen is 300 speed, that's not gonna carry you the game. If you pulled like, I don't know, just any like Carol is gonna get you pretty far. even without crazy build. Shadowkin is not, so it's
Yep.
good in teams like Marius and like Lockout and Odin and those kind of things.
Yep.
It's very good, like
Exactly.
going with the high speed Void Affinity team. It's like a typical, like it's almost like its own team type because Odin has the good aura and there's multiple speed type Void Affinity champions like Marius, Odin, Shadowkin, and what else am I forgetting? There's definitely a few others that are built in high speed on Void. Oh yeah, Yumeko. Yumeko,
Yumeko.
the next champion. Okay, Yumeko. What tier would you put Yumeko?
I would put her in A.
Okay, so Yumeko is the champion I was alluding to before. I think Yumeko has to be S tier, and I think Yumeko is like a sleeper champion that people are kind of underestimating because she has always been relevant, but she's an old champion at this point, and she has become decreasingly less relevant. But I think recently she actually has skyrocketed in usage for a couple different reasons. Yumeko is in the endgame meta not built in full speed. She's built in Chronophage, but often like Chronophage and 4-piece Mercurial, and she's used to counter enemy lockouts because she can both lock enemy team out and unlock out your own team. So you don't want her to go first. You want her to go before enemy nukers, but after their lockout. It's a great champion for that. There's also the thing that we have mentioned before multiple times on this video, that lockouts tend to be magic affinity and they can weak it, and she's a void affinity, so she can't weak it. On top of that, not only is she not weak hitting against affinity champions, but her lockout is a placement, not a hit, meaning that she will lock out Tecteon, which some would say is the best champion in the game. Very relevant matchup, and it's one of the best ways. I mean, if you have Chronophage Yumeko that, can't weak hit against Poison Cloud, it's pretty much like, the best counter there is against Tecteon. I mean, outside of like a Death Dealer Nuker, but it has to go before Tecteon and so on. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I draft her all the time. The only reason I wouldn't put her in S tier is because she's vulnerable, right? She's not very besides the lockout on reset, she doesn't do much. But I have to say the Hex and her deflecting debuffs won me a lot of matches besides the lockout and the reset. That is actually pretty insane. So I guess S tier would, you could put her in S tier.
How is your Yumeko build?
Chronophage, total Mercurial, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So
it's also
I use her a lot, a lot.
Yeah, I will say that many champions, like it depends obviously on champions, but I think the pool in live arena is much more varied than in classic arena, and also the meta in top classic arena is maybe a little bit hidden. It's not very mainstream because it's a couple same accounts and different drivers on those accounts doing it, and it's not very public and people don't really, talk about their builds that much and so on. Yumeko is very popular in classic arena. She's like one of the main picks right at the top end. So it's not just live arena. And I think it's one of the few champions that kind of indirectly got recently better than it was before without many people realizing it. Because if you're like pushing for if you're like in gold live arena and you're not competing for like top 100 and you're not like running a lot of lockout and speed teams, you might not even know that everybody's building Yumeko in Chronophage and it's so common pick. But against the top people, where everybody has 10 different lockout champions, it's very relevant in practice. So
yeah, definitely.
Have I convinced you that she should be in S tier?
Yeah, sure. I'm fine with that. I wouldn't rank her too high, but I think she deserves a spot in S. Also, another thing, her lockout is actually pretty good against Glazea. right? Because she cannot be frozen if she
Mm.
has Veil on. So you kind of reduce the RNG there. So I guess, yeah,
Okay,
S is fine. She's a, I mean, undeniable one of the best lockout champions at the moment because of Total Guard Chronophage.
okay, I think we should place her higher than Fabian. What do you think about that?
Yeah, for sure. Higher than Fabian, but Sabriel, Crixia are in a different league. Tecteon, we're gonna get there also.
Yeah, though she's decked on counter, which is very
Yeah,
relevant. Okay,
yeah.
what do you think would be good spot?
I think right there where you got her seems about right. It's yeah, maybe even a little bit higher. I don't know if above Garrow or not. So hard to say with nukers and supports, but I guess it's fine. I think it's okay.
Okay, you're thinking
It's
about
so
this.
hard.
Yeah,
Yeah, because you have all these great champions, and it's so hard to put one above another
yeah.
when they have like different roles.
This is a serious tier list, guys. Where we're not. We have thought about this a lot. We have played a lot of arena battles, so Snackbox has to ponder, very closely. He doesn't want to make the wrong point.
Yeah, well, I don't want to regret it afterwards.
Yeah, but
Getting essays in my DMs. Why did you put Yumeko in S tier?
yeah, but I do think like lots of people might not think about Yumeko in S tier, but when you make the argument, I think she's obviously S tier.
Yeah, 100%. I think a lot of top high end PvP players would agree with this
Yeah, no,
statement.
I'm sure somebody is gonna agree, and they're gonna say that I finished this rank, and I don't think she's S tier. But I think top tier players are gonna disagree. But I mean agree. But that's a very small quantity of people, so it's not that common knowledge. But now consider trying Chronophage Yumeko. It's very meta. Okay, then we got Harima. Harima, have you seen Harima in the last couple of seasons?
Yeah, actually, I did. One of my cluster mates is using Harima a lot. I think he managed to end up on rank 20 something.
Oh, not nice.
And I think Harima is better than people would give her credit for.
Well, I have
Even
been
now
sleeping
with
on Harima if you're telling me it's great. Do you know what team he runs? Because one issue I have with Harima is that she doesn't do defense buff, and her damage isn't high. So she's kind of utility champion, but there's many battles where you don't have enough damage to kill enemy team. Like you need some other source of damage.
Well, I was already wondering why you are not using her because her passive is so strong, right? It's more about the passive that
Okay.
makes you survive, right?
Let,
You decrease the ignore defense effect by
this is how my Harima is
50%.
built. Is he using it like this then?
I actually don't remember. I only faced him like once or twice. I don't remember what his Arima is built like, but it was super hard to get through his, all his passives and defensive layers.
Yeah. I can't get enough
So
damage with Harima because I don't have defense buff champions. I used to run Harima against like Sieg runes, but like we talked about, you don't really see Sieg runes anymore. I just ran her in this build to stall sometimes, but I haven't really been using her a lot recently.
yeah, I think she would need some damage, right? So
Yeah,
yeah, I don't know.
she's a support champion for me, but
Yeah,
if there's a way to
you
make
definitely.
Harima great again, I would definitely be interested.
Yeah, I can check what his build is looking like, and then I also have a 5-star soul and a Harima that is. I have been using her before Total Guard, but I don't know where I would rank her actually. But she's definitely underrated in my opinion.
Okay, well,
because of that passive.
yeah, I mean, you convinced me. If your clanmate finished like top 20 something last season, and they heavily used Harima, I mean, at least high C.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
do
I
you
would
think?
put
B?
her in B even.
Okay,
B, so upper B actually.
above Siegfried,
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
even higher.
Yeah, I would probably put her like next, like above Empress.
Okay, so right at the top actually.
Yeah,
That's a little bit surprising
think
to me,
so.
but I can see the potential. I mean, like I said, the issue I have her with her is that she is not high damage, and she does like you basically have to have like decreased defense or lockout or increased defense or something to like get more damage to be able to finish off enemy team if they have something like Theodosia or Galatir, and I don't really have those solutions on, or I at least so far I haven't been able to do it.
Yeah,
Harima was so
that's
high
fair.
champion when she was new, so I always
Yeah.
liked her a lot, and she used to be my most wanted champion for many years, and I thought that I would dominate the arena if I only got her, and then I got her like much later, and I wasn't that. I think I got her in like November, I wanna say, so like
Interesting.
kind of recently.
Not that, yeah, not that long ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What about? Does this character's name start with L or I? I'm bad with these.
I.
So it's
He's
Ieyasu.
called Ieyasu. Yeah.
Yeah, Ieyasu. I see him sometimes. I fought Boozor recently. Boozor used this. It's like a single target Ruger with very high damage and block revive. It's kind of very niche, and I don't think does he do multi hits? I don't think so.
No, he doesn't, but he does kind of an AoE hit, or he does like splash damage with his passive. So every time he would crit, he also deals an additional hit on everybody else.
Okay, everything is
And that
double
was,
hit to be fair. Yeah.
yeah, so he's actually also a very underrated champion. He gets rid of Total Guard very quickly. I don't know if you saw the video, but there's a video before Dread Bomb got nerfed. Someone with Ieyasu did like 30 turns in a row because Dread Bomb would proc on every passive proc of him. I don't know if you saw that, but that was
No,
kind of like insane.
I actually didn't hear about this at all.
Yeah, he would take like 30 turns in a row. So
Whose
yeah,
video was it?
I don't remember. I have to
Okay.
check again, but I saw it somewhere.
Sure.
So yeah, I think he is a little bit underrated because he can get rid of Total Guard so quickly, but he's also very squishy. He doesn't have any survivability skills or anything that keeps him alive. So he's kind of like one of those glass cannons.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I don't know.
as to be like a little bit above average, you say like C maybe
Yeah, somewhere in that area, I would say.
below Taros.
um,
You want to say
I
above?
think I'm thinking about it. Maybe above Taras, but I also don't see him that much, right? Like he's kind of more of a. I think he's more in a, in the group of Fatalis. Like
Yeah. There's like
I don't
one
know.
player in the game that uses it,
Yeah, exactly.
but it's kind of good. Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to put it B tier? Is that too high?
I mean, we could put him in lower B, I guess. I don't think it would be too bad.
Well, okay.
Too
Where do you
off.
want to put it? You pick. Where do you actually want it?
Yeah. Let's go for B. Let's go for B.
I think I've seen like one Ieyasu in the last season, so it's kind of hard for me to say. I know that he
Yeah.
hits hard, so I'm pretty sure he can pull off like 9-piece Mercurial and still be okay. But it's not like the craziest thing.
No, it's not.
Especially when
Definitely.
I'm running like tanky nuker. So unless I'm running like Roto specifically, like, he's probably not gonna kill Predator even if he doesn't dodge or proc Swift Parry. So,
Yeah. No, I think that's fine where he is.
by the way, remind me again, why did we put Taras below Alas? What was the reason for that?
I don't really know why, but I think, in my opinion, Alas has more use or more utility than
Okay,
Taras.
okay, I'll take it.
You don't like it. You don't like Taras being below Alas.
Yeah, I'm a little bit conflicted. I think Taras, is still, dude, Taras can do 700,000 damage counter attack.
Sure. If
So-
you have Marichka, yeah.
Yeah, if you have Marriage Scan, you have counter attack gemstones and whatever, but can anybody else do 700,000 counter attack?
Probably not, but most of the times it's gonna go into total guard, right?
Sure. Okay.
So-
yeah. It is what it is. Anyway, so then we have Shredder. Shredder, again, if you don't know, it's kind of like Hilvi in my chat. It's a big meme. There's this one guy, I think his name is Defile. He's a very big fan of Shredder. I call it the Shredder Wars. They're always debating in my chat is if Shredder is good, how viable is he, and is he not? And usually it's like everybody's talking shit about Shredder, and he keeps posting screenshots where he beats people with him. What do you think about Shredder? Have you seen anybody play with him?
Nope.
I feel like he's kind of
Nobody.
I feel like he's kind of like Fatalist, both in visual and like the style, that it's like a tanky nuker that has a little bit solo potential. I've lost to it. I can admit it. I've lost to Shredder before. I think he's weaker than Fatalist, and I don't really see him often.
Yeah, doesn't he have like an evade?
Yeah, he has something like if he takes certain amount of damage, then he evades or something. Let me double check. Decreases all incoming damage by 30%. Damage split by allies. Whenever this champion loses 20% of their max health in one attack, has 100% chance to evade next attack. When this guaranteed evade effect activates, places Whale on this champion for 2 turns. 50% chance of placing True Fear debuff on all enemies for 1 turn. Cannot be resisted. Does
Yeah, I don't
pretty
know
good
about this
AoE
one.
damage.
Double hitter, interesting. Destroys defense.
Steals all buffs before attacking. Not bad.
I
Ignore
have to
defense.
say, Shredder is one of those champions that I regret not going for, but not because he is great, because there was a mythical relic tied to collecting all the turtle champions, which I would love to have.
Wait,
That's the only reason.
Wait, which one? Yinang?
No, the other one, CBS.
Wait, what's the other one? I don't know.
If you can't get critical hits if you go below.
Oh,
a certain
Xibia.
HP
Oh, yeah,
threshold.
Xibia. Okay. I assume
Yeah.
you have Nice on your account. Or no?
I do.
Yeah.
Do, yeah. That's why.
What do you think about Xibia on other champions? Because I almost never see Xibia on anything but Nice. I a couple times faced people that have like Theodosia or Galater in it. I remember I fought Jasap, who has it on Theodosia, I think. And I've seen it a few times. But almost never do I see Xibia on anything but Nice.
Because his HP, his max HP is just so much bigger compared to everybody else.
Yeah.
Once there are dead allies, dead enemies, that it just is more effective on him than on anybody else.
Okay, I think you don't have an opinion about Shredder. We're definitely gonna put it below Taras. I think below Taras about Torment is fair.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I think it's okay there. It's
Yeah.
cool.
I think it's usable. If I had it, I would build it,
Yeah.
Same with Fatalis. Okay, next up is Leonardo, and this might actually surprise you. I actually do use Leonardo. I'm not, that end game, so I do actually use him. Also in big part because I use Donatello so much, and I feel like in some matchups Leonardo is quite tanky. If it's something like Marius, he will often proc the stone skin, and kind of surprisingly well survive against those teams and some other ones. So I do use him, but it's kind of like with Embrus that he doesn't actually ignore block damage or unkillable or do anything that special. He does like a big hit and is kind of tanky because of his passive and proccing Stone Skin if he goes below 50%. Also because Donny and Mavara are some of my main champions and I run tanky go second teams. And those plus Procny, they heal a lot. It's kind of good synergy with his passive. But, he's not the craziest champion in the game. Have you seen him in the last couple seasons?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's for a lot of people like one of the best nukers that they have, right? So,
Okay.
And almost everybody has Donny, so there's a great synergy right there. It's something that is very a common thing to do, right? So
to be fair, if sometimes enemies will pick like super squishy like a speed team, and if you have something like Donny who will do A2, which is cooldown reset but also ally attack, often that will like kill one of their nukers or lockout or something like that, even if like my Leonardo is locked out himself. So I feel like he works good against squishy speed teams.
Definitely. And his passive is pretty strong, puts up the Stone Skin. If you have, what is it called, the mastery where you heal up again.
Shadow heal?
No, it's called something else. But, if you deal damage, if you're below 50% HP and you deal damage, you heal up again, then it can proc again. So Leonardo is actually pretty good. Yeah, I think high B tier, somewhere around that area. I think he's better than Rotos, actually.
Okay, what about Ambrose?
I think he's better than Ambrose as well. I think he's similar to Harima, Marcos type of situation.
Sure.
Yeah,
I think probably many people might be surprised that we put Leonardo above Ambrose, but he does feel like, even though Ambrose is hell-scaling nuker, Leonardo, I can tell from experience, because I use both of these, Leonardo is tankier than Ambrose. Like, considerably, because Ambrose can switch health, but Ambrose does get one-shot, and Leonardo does not get one-shot that easily. Especially if they do, like, multi-hits.
Interesting.
Okay.
But yeah, also the unkillable, right? Very hard to deal with. Not
a
lot of champions can deal with it.
Yeah, like with me, like Empress often dies, even though I have him in 9-piece Mercurial, he often dies before he even gets a single turn. Leonardo gets to do a turn much more often. But okay, we're starting to get until the end. The last two factions actually have tons of champions, but Nice, you already said that you have him and no Xipia. I'm sure you are aware that this season Nice was kind of weaker than normal because he was bugged, but he actually wasn't nerfed. It's just a bug, and they already promised that it's gonna be fixed in the what is it called? The Whale Secret Society. They promised there that he's gonna get fixed. So, what was it called? I always forget.
Supreme Club.
Oh yeah, Supreme Club. So, what about Nice in the current? I mean, he has to be S tier, obviously. Is it obvious?
He is S tier, yeah, definitely. If his passive works,
okay,
it should work.
We're gonna assume it works. Then how high?
Yeah.
Because a lot of the time he would have been the top of the S tier. It's only very recently that he's like not considered as good. But I feel like many people are a little bit biased against him because of the recent buff. But there is also, well, there's one thing against him and one thing for him. There's been multiple new champions that can ignore block damage, but also people are starting to run him in 9-piece Mercurial, which actually made him better. People originally thought that he wouldn't do enough damage with the set, but it's clearly better to run that set than run Lethal and Stone Skin. Would you agree?
100%. And also his magic affinity. So
oh, yeah.
the Sabrails, the Crixias have a potential weak hit on nice. If you
Sabral is a
face
big one.
if you face a Stormcaller Marius and the enemy doesn't pick another big damage dealer, it's very hard to get rid of a Xibias Nice in 9-piece Mercurial with a Marius, right? So he's still at the top of the food chain, if you want to say so. And I would even put him above Predator and maybe close to Marius, Solinar.
Yeah. I will say that we get two different tiers for Marius. Nice probably should be one of those champions too. What do you think?
Mm-hmm.
If you have Nice without Xibia, what would you rate him? Or he would still be S tier or no?
Probably lower S, and with Xibia's upper S.
Okay, and you said above Crixia, you would put him?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, I would agree too that I think he's better than Predator. I think if I said it before you, people would call me biased, but I agree with that. I do think it's better. Sometimes Predator will beat the 1 versus 1, but usually it's Nice. So
yeah.
It is a big...
And sometimes his first form also comes in very, very strong with the block revive. If you somehow manage to get rid of Total Guard or whatever, and you can block revive, it's pretty nuts.
Yeah, I agree. Again, people feel like Nice is weak right now because he's been bugged and he didn't get the stats on the second form and he didn't get healed and he sometimes dies when he switches form or he's really low health. It's gonna be a lot better soon.
Yep.
Okay, next is Nell, which is definitely gonna be as their champion too. Like I said, I think for me, Nell is like the worst last pick because if you already made preparations against the enemy team and you're like hoping that don't be a champion that I have to ban as the last pick when they got last pick, Nell is often the champion that fucked me. I have to ban Nell over Solinar and I have like no chance to win against this team. Either I ban Solinar and Nell kills me before, anybody takes a turn, or like, I get the poisons before I take a turn and then I die, or Solinar just fucks me up and there's nothing to, I don't have the means to counter either one of those champions, for instance.
Yeah, very tough to deal with now, especially if you don't have a lot of multi-hits. You need to get rid of the Total Guard, then kill her before any poisons take on you.
Yeah, people kind of thought that Nell was going to fall off because of 9-piece Mercurial, but...
It's funny, isn't it?
Yeah, she didn't. I feel like the difference is that she gets to use her other abilities maybe more now. So I don't think she got weaker at all.
Because you put her in Total Guard and all of a sudden she's great again.
Yeah. And she can be like insanely fast and tanky and, you get good stats with that. So you would agree that it has to be like the top tier of S tier?
Upper S tier, yes. I would agree.
How high? Are we going to go about Theodosia? Is that too much?
Maybe not. Maybe below Theo.
But fuck, I
would say...
Above or below?
Yeah. Below what?
Above or below Predator? What were you saying?
Above Predator.
What were you going to say?
I had a really funny matchup against the Nail with Yumeko where I would put the Hex on somebody and...
Oh my god.
And then that champion would get all the poisons that would have been placed on my team. He had like a full bar of poisons from his own Nail. That was so funny. That's actually a fun story that I wanted to tell. But one thing that I want to say is the reason why I want to put her above Predator, since you said
it's a counter.
It's a counter, right?
Yeah. I think it's one of maybe the best counter on Predator.
Yeah. You can't evade the passive. It's not possible.
Yeah, so. I felt it, obviously, as a Predator user.
Yeah.
Predator is, for me, first pick in every single battle. So I have faced it a few times. That's why I said, I dread the Nell last pick, because like nobody first picks Nell, even though it's one of the best champions. it's always like a late pick. It's so sneaky.
Yeah, yeah. And you also have a very buff-heavy team. You have like
I do.
Mavara. You draft Donnie. Donnie triggers poisons with everything he does.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty good pick against your roster.
Yeah, I face it all the time, and like literally every single champion, it's the highest priority ban. I can't beat a Nell team. Like if they have a Sabra and Nell, I will have to ban Nell, and I will lose. Yep. But maybe I have a little bit chance to win against Tolanar or Zabral. I'm not gonna win against Nell. It's not happening with my current picks. So
yeah,
I do sometimes pick the Necret, but they're gonna know that I'm gonna get immunity and he's gonna get banned. So okay, that's another interesting champion. Arbase. I think Arbase is. You tell me if you disagree. I think Arbase is not a little bit. I think Arbase is underrated champion. It's kind of like she does everything, but she does do turn meter boost and an accuracy buff, and both of those are very relevant. She's like the first champion to go, and then you can follow that up with some kind of debuff champion, for instance. But you can play her both defensively and offensively. People don't really build her in 9-piece Mercurial. It's usually going to be pretty much full speed. Well, what do you think about Arbase?
Yeah, most like if people use her, then it's full speed, right? So I'm not quite sure. I feel like she doesn't do enough.
You really? I feel like she does like everything. Yeah. She's not like the best at one single thing, but she does like buff strip, revive on death, lockout, petrification, turn meter boost, taunt with stone skin. She does like, all kinds of weird things.
She was great before Total Guard, I feel like, and now
kind
of fell off.
Yeah, the CC maybe not as often, but she still does like AoB A1. You can have her as the fastest champion and then do accuracy buff and turn meter boost for Comidus. There's all kinds of interesting things that you can do with her. I think she's one of the, better, maybe the best, like, turn meter reviver. I don't think people don't really use, like, Arbiter or that kind of things for turn meter boost. I think she's kind of the go-to champion in that niche, unless we count Shu-Chen, but Shu-Chen is a little bit special.
Yeah, I think Shu-Chen is above her.
Okay, between Lazarus and Arbase, what do you think?
Oh, they're pretty much in the same area, I would say, where Lazarus might have a bit better kit for this current meta with a potential lockout. And, performs as a booster, lockout, nuker.
Yeah.
I think would slightly better.
Would you put her above Donnie, or should we still go little bit down? Ooh. What do you think?
We might have to go down, actually. I mean, she can be good if you have right like the Sabrails, the Stormcaller Marius, the Gizmak.
Yeah,
and if you
those are good
want to
combos.
Make sure you go first. Yeah, so. But then again, for that specific role, any booster can work, right? So it's like.
Yeah, but I feel okay. But what other booster is like? She does more than other boosters, though.
That's true.
And wait, what other booster does accuracy buff at the same time? I'm sure somebody does, but
Lady Kimmy.
Okay, but Kimmy is not used.
No.
Okay, how much down do you want to go on the list? I mean, I think she has to be top of 8 tier, but which specific slot?
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Below Mavara? I mean, below Mavara. Maria?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
I would say so.
I'm good with that. Again, she's a little bit niche. I think Mary and Donnie are kind of, you can pretty much pick them against anything. Arbase is more for like specialized teams. Turn meter boosting is not that meta, but if you run like a speed team with debuffs like Zabral or Comidus, it's a really good combo.
Yep.
Okay.
Most of the times people tend to put their fastest gear on lockouts now, right? So it's
Yeah.
Termite boosters are kind of out of the trend.
Yeah, except Shulchan because she's special.
Yeah.
Okay, then we got Niamhe, and I mean, I'm sure we agree that it's S tier, right?
100%.
Okay, so
100%.
how high S tier? Niamhe is obviously built in 9-piece protection, and it's kind of annoying because she's gonna do protected block damage at the start, and she's like a support, but she also often does damage, and the protected immunity is very hard to deal with.
She's the greatest counter pick to Predator, so I would rank her relatively high. But also another thing, somebody told me that because I said the name the same way you did, Niame, but it's actually how you pronounce it is Neve. It's funny. It's an Irish, like an old Irish name or whatever. So she's actually called Neve.
Okay, but that's
I
not
did
how.
not know that too.
Okay. Yeah.
That's how you pronounce it.
Yeah. Okay. Neve. Okay, I can say it. Is that like some kind of Irish folklore, or what do you mean?
Yeah. It's some old traditional Irish name.
Okay.
I did not know it as well, but it is what it is.
Fair enough. You almost look like you could be Irish. you kind of
Really?
look like it. Yeah. I don't know.
Like,
to be honest,
like a leprechaun.
Yeah, well, yeah, I didn't mean it that way. I will say that both your looks and I mean, well, you could totally be like German by looks, but you don't even really sound German because I have like some German friends and they have very different accent than you.
Yeah, I think my accent is not like I think American people would like native English speaking people would probably notice my accent much more, but
yeah,
it's not that dominant. But yeah, I don't know.
Well,
there are some pretty heavy German accents, definitely.
Yeah, I can tell you that I was playing. I don't know. Do you play MMOs?
Yeah,
I used to play MMO called Throne and Liberty, which is kind of new one, and I had like two teammates like in my main team on it. One was like a Polish healer called Solsunia, and the other one was like a German tank called Heinrich, the same name as the new Mythic champion that we got. And his accent is very obvious. Everybody instantly knew that he was German, and yours is very different. So, but
well, I take that as a compliment.
Yeah, it's just observation. It's not insult or compliment. It's just I'm surprised.
Oh, good.
Anyway, so Niamhe is very meta now. There is increasing amount of champions that can ignore block damage, but she still gets tons of use. I mean, she's definitely the best block damage champion in the game. Like as far as like team utility and not personal utility.
100%. I would put her instantly into S tier. She's getting drafted a lot. Even, in the top end, high end arena, she's getting drafted a lot. Especially when they try to pick against a Predator. That's when she gets played the most.
Yeah. The protected immunity is very good too. It's very practical. I often see Niamhe used in teams where they don't pick a reviver. I don't know if you see the same.
Yeah. She is so powerful. She's powerful. Very hard to deal with. If you can't lock her out and you can't somehow control her, you're gonna have a hard time. And if you don't have ignore block damage, right? So yeah, I would probably put her at the same spot as Odin-ish.
Below Gizmok?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, that's fair. Fuck. Polan Silverheart, whatever his name is. What's the name?
The fusion. Polan something. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I said it right. Yeah. Polan Silverheart. This is a fusion that I don't know if you remember the content creator chat, but I was kind of being like a pessimistic, and I said it's like trash. I think I called it free-to-play Carnage. People in my Discord said it's Teemu Carnage. I think it's kind of like he's cosplaying as Carnage, but he's meant to be like just a normal nuker that can like ignore block damage and unkillable. It doesn't seem relevant. People seem to be kind of hyped about it. Many content creators, I feel like, were like the champion a lot. What do you think about him? I don't think I've seen him in a single battle.
Yeah, he's. I kind of was hoping he would deal more damage, but his multipliers don't seem that good. So
I think the A3? The A3 is good multiplier, but the one that ignores block damage and unkillable, that one isn't. The A3 damage is good. I did try him on test server.
Yeah, so I would probably put him like upper C, lower B. I think he's still, if you compare him to like I don't know, Ashnar or Calamitous, he's probably in the same area, I guess.
Yeah, in good conscience, I can't put him about Taras.
Yeah, fair enough.
Think about this. Fallen Silverheart is like a squishy attack scaling nuker. There's no inbuilt survivability. There's no like guaranteed turn or something like that. No increased turn meter. It has okay multipliers on AoE that ignores like relevant effects, and that's it.
Maybe he's even below Shredder, Torment.
No,
I don't know.
yeah, I think we can. That's fine. Below Shredder is okay. I can put him above Tormin. I'm okay with that. I mean, Shredder is gonna destroy him. Yeah,
I was actually expecting a lot more from this champion. Like,
I wasn't. I was very pessimistic instantly. Okay, fuck. Corpse Flower, what's her name? Anaxiata or something. What is it called?
Something with A.
Aratea Corpse Flower.
Aratea.
So she was buffed recently and is allegedly better. Does do block damage. Is kind of interesting. It's only like one turn block damage, so in practice, I haven't seen her in a single battle. Have you?
Me neither. Nope.
Honestly, I don't think it's bad. I tried her on test server. I think it's okay, but it's not like, her, I would even consider putting her above Taras, but, I don't think she's relevant. I mean, let me think about it. I would put her above Alas too, but...
Yeah, I mean, C and D, like we already said, is like...
Yeah.
You won't see them that much in, like, almost not at all.
Yeah, right? she has kind of weird kit that it revolves around getting the Hex debuff on enemy, but she is like Deathbrand, increase accuracy, one turn block damage on her is kind of cringe. I mean, I think her damage is okay, and she's at least a little bit tanky with one turn block damage.
Yeah, she has this Hex synergy, which is weird because, again, if you're depending on debuffs and you're not, like, you have to place them, and to be able to place them, you need to get rid of Total Guard, and it's like, how are you gonna utilize that? But
one ability is single target, single hit. One ability is AoE double hit. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we'll just place him just above Fallen. I feel like Shredder is better. At least Taras is better.
Maybe. But a double AoE hit is not bad, right? That's...
Yeah, but Shredder does do that as well.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's very niche. Very niche. It's one of those issues that getting a specific Void Affinity champion is pretty rare. I mean, if you don't like spend money, you get maybe like one or two, I don't know if even two, you get like one or two Void Affinity legendaries per year. Not often. She's not going to be like account changing, but if you're like progressing, I'm sure it might be the best champion and you're going to use it probably in PvE and PvP, but it's not going to like, it doesn't counter any champion and it doesn't enable a new strategy in PvP. It's just a decent nuker with a little bit survivability and, pretty good damage. But there is plenty of those in these days, and there's plenty of nukers that have very good utility. So
Exactly. It's not that Tachyon type of effect when you pull her.
Okay, then we have another champion, maybe in the same way, is Westeel. I think Westeel is kind of hype champion. People were kind of considering her the modern version of Siegfried, being like a hard-hitting attack-scaling nuker with ignore defense. I think she's definitely better than Siegfried. She does do unkillable and counterattack on herself. They are not protected though, but she does do that. I think the most interesting utility about her kit is that she will buff strip the enemy with A1 if you have higher attack than enemy, but if it's ally attack or counter attack, it will steal everything. And that means that she can like buff strip a Theodosia with stone skin. She can steal it without accuracy. It's very niche. She's not really tanky even with the unkillable. Her damage is crazy. I mean, she will one-shot anything. So, but I don't see her too often. What about you?
Yeah, I haven't seen her that much as well, but she can smack like no other champion. She really does a lot of damage. I would probably put her like in the lower A tier.
Yeah.
I would rate her really high, but I don't think she can compete with the Marias, the Sanguine Marias. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I was planning to build her in 9-piece Mercurial and also try Death Dealer on her. But I don't even have a single accessory that I can put on her, so it's not even close.
Oh.
But I do have her actually.
Yeah. It's a pretty good champion. Might be also one of your better options as a nuker.
Yeah,
right?
It's just running goal second teams and using her in stone skin is just not good enough.
That's not good enough. Yeah.
I've been saying that I'm gonna use her a lot instantly when I get 9-piece Mercurial, but I'm not even close. So
maybe next rotation.
Yeah. Okay, it's hard to place. Would you put her above Arn or no?
Probably not.
Like the thing is that Arn is gonna be tankier and he does do proc revive, but as you said, Westeel damage is like immensely higher, and I think there could be some unique like if you pair her with like ally attacks and she can like steal the enemy stone skins and she can be very oppressive if you go first and so on. I think she has potential and she has so high damage that 9-piece Mercurial is definitely gonna work. Maybe like a really fast build in 9-piece Mercurial with Death Dealer so that there's no weak hits and you can focus all in on speed and attack. And then in some kind of team with ally attacks, I think she could have surprisingly high like potential. It could be one of those.
I think she's a great pair with Queen of Hearts, Nakarada.
Yeah,
those types of champions. Yeah, I think that's a solid place for her.
Sure. Okay. Emic Drunkheart. Almost forgot his name.
Emic.
He used to be more popular. He does do like taunt, unkillable, and cooldown reset. So it's kind of usable. But Donnie is much more popular, obviously. Have you seen Emic at all in the last few seasons?
No. Only area where I've seen him being used is in Siege, in Sylvan Watchers.
Is it meta in Siege? Or not even?
Yeah.
It's pretty good faction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of. Because you have that unkillable, which is like I think nobody can really deal with it in Sylvan Watchers. Not quite sure, but I don't think so. So yeah, I would probably C tier.
Okay. It's kind of hard to place it. It's usable. If you don't have like crazy account and you happen to have him, I totally see myself using him, but I have Donnie, so I'm not even thinking about it. But it's pretty good. Okay, then fuck, I forgot her name too. It's oh yeah,
Eostrid,
Eostrid, yeah.
I think
Its
Eostrid.
turn meter booster used to be kind of popular back in the day. I don't remember last time that I saw her, but I think she is surprisingly good.
Yeah, there were some fast ones, but yeah,
Yeah,
you just have other options that are just
I I
much more
think
versatile.
I think Jacobo used to run a lot of Eostrid at least back in the day, and I definitely lost to it. But it's definitely like if you haven't seen it in PvP and you don't have a good account, it's definitely decent.
Yeah. One thing that now that I'm seeing it, I'm surprised you didn't put Senna in here. I think Senna is a very good turn meter booster that should
Maybe I should
get at
have.
least a B tier placement.
Okay, you're putting me on spot now. I can edit that verse afterwards. You think we should have Senna? Wait, Senna is in
Mhm.
Darth or what faction?
Dwarves, yeah.
Okay, we're just gonna put
They-
Eostrid somewhere. It's not that relevant. So I don't have Senna, and she's popular in Chimera. I don't really remember seeing her in PvP to be honest. But okay, AOE
the-
increase speed and
I've yeah, I faced a few fast ones where I wouldn't get a turn at all. Like it was that insane. I just would die. Just no turn. Because she has the turn meter boost with increased speed, and then every time continuous heals get activated. They get turn meter again, so
yeah,
pretty nasty.
you could pair it with R base, who also does turn meter boost and continuous heal.
For
Probably not
example.
relevant, but just funny synergy.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't really remember last time that I seen her. I don't even know if I've seen her in live arena, but I'm sure it's usable like Ewa Street.
Yeah, exactly like Illustrate and other turn meter boosters. She does much more than that, right? Like turn meter boost and heals.
Okay,
Raya.
yeah, Raya has been very annoying for the community in the event dungeon. Again, I think I met Raya once in arena so far. What about you?
I did not at all. Did not face her at all. I don't know. But as you can see, there are not many reviews, so not a lot of people have her. It's like one of those. Maybe she's a little bit underwhelming.
She's kind of high rated, to be fair. 4.8. No,
Yeah.
not that it means anything. Let's be honest, but
No, not really. But sometimes it does. Sometimes it doesn't.
maybe we just have her unranked because she's so new and we haven't faced her. Because I think she
Yeah,
like doesn't seem that bad, to be honest.
a triple AoE hit is pretty nasty, right?
Yeah,
You kind of, even if you don't use her as a nuker, you can probably use her as total god uh, stripper or remover. I don't
mm,
know. Yeah, I want to get her actually. I would love to have one.
yeah, triple hitter
But
and you can steal buffs. I mean, Sabra does it better, but it doesn't sound bad, to be honest.
nope,
Let
doesn't
let just
sound bad at all.
let's just leave her unranked because I don't wanna I don't wanna judge her just yet. What about Ailil? I think Ailil is okay. I kind of see him very rarely, and I always underestimate him, and I'm kind of impressed that he's actually kind of not terrible.
He's actually pretty good because of his passive, right? Where you would get turn meter for every buff.
Do you remember that
And
he used to be meta in Classic Arena offense because of his passive?
yeah, yeah.
People used to run him in bomb teams with what's it called? Dark. What's the Dark Elves bomb champion?
Astrolith.
Yeah,
Or
Astrolith. People used to run him in Astrolith teams to what did they buff strip? He saw A1 buff strip something that was super relevant. I forget what. It was like a very niche thing, but everybody was running it in top 20. It's been years.
um, one
He got
second, I think my camera just went off.
yeah, it's fun.
Oh yeah, no battery. Um, Say that again.
He got like 30-meter boost from his passive, and then he would go first, and he would
Yeah,
buff strip like immunity from. People used to run some champion in
yeah,
immunity that ruined bomb teams. I forget what it was. I think did
yeah,
people used to run what's the Mitrola? People used to run Mitrola, and you couldn't she has high resistance, but Alil A1 doesn't need accuracy. I think that was the
yeah,
strategy.
yeah. And
Very yeah
people use him the same way in live arena, and they would put the covetous passion on him, so he would get the shatter buff that would give him additional 10%. Then maybe they would draft Necrid, which would buff him into oblivion. So he kind of had a spot, but total guard again kind of like nerfed him because he has no multi hits. Yeah,
yeah
so I don't know. I think he's better than most nukers.
yeah. I think we put like Ieyasu in like bottom B tier. I feel like he almost has to be same rank or better.
Yeah, yeah.
What do you think?
I'm cool. Yeah, yeah. I think that's legit. I think that's good.
Yeah, I think he's actually kind of pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Okay, then what about Bardrake? We have talked about a few ally attack champions. I don't think I see Bardrake a lot. He's very popular in PvE. I think he has to be. Well, maybe you disagree. I feel like he probably should be better ally attack champion than Mikage, but I feel like I have seen more Mikage than Bardrake. Do you think he has any relevance?
I think he does actually more than people would give him credit for because he has this passive where he would buff the fitting buff on your nuker, right?
Yeah,
So I think that's a pretty strong passive. Ally attack plus turn meter boost. Pretty good actually.
yeah. Even the A1 can reset your cooldowns, but you
Yeah.
would probably run Patrick in the type of teams that you're not probably gonna survive long enough to use A1 anyway.
Yeah, that but he can proc it on the ally attack as well, I believe. So
Yeah,
I guess he's like he's not the best ally attackers, but if you have a fast one, you have a 6-star soul, he's probably upper B, I would
okay,
say.
that's pretty high.
Yeah.
Pretty high rating.
Yeah, I think you can really get caught off guard by a fast Pedrick.
Okay,
Like he can be scary.
okay. We have a couple champions left, almost done. Only Argonites, the new faction. They don't have many champions, but actually quite many good ones. First, we have Hecaton, a Void Affinity champion, guaranteed crit rates. He first needs to do like a turn to put boss, and after that, he's just really annoying. He will always counter attack and provoke you. I feel like he's pretty good, but I don't see him like in every single battle. But he can be like a Bayek counter and so on. Maybe Tecteon counter, possibly.
Yep.
Do you have Hecaton?
Yeah, I do have him. I also was lucky enough to craft a Chrono Cube recently, and I use it on my hackathon. And I have to say, the difference between a hackathon without Chrono Cube and one with is so insane. It's like a different champions.
That's a
If
good
you
combo. I
can,
like the idea. I don't think I've
yeah,
seen it before, but it makes sense.
yeah, if you can get that build, if you have that relic, you go A2, A3, you have the counter attack on, preferably in 9-piece Mercurial. The total guard protects you. They have to attack you to get rid of the total guard, so he will counter attack. He places Enfeeble Provoke, which can be irresistible. You have the stun eventually. And one thing that a lot of people don't know is that his his Stormcall buff that he places also deals damage, so it would also remove total guard stacks, right? Every time he crits. And that's actually pretty insane. So ever since I got that build, I would definitely put him somewhere in S. I use him all the time because it's just so much fun.
Yeah.
And
how high S tier are we talking about though? Like middle, bottom?
yeah, probably somewhere in between. Krutraxa kind of counters him. It's hard to say.
He's one of those type of champions, by the way. You were talking about 9-piece Mercurial. Like you said that it's like night and day if you have the Chrono Cube relic or not. It's the same deal with the Mercurial. He's not that good without 9-piece Mercurial. He kind of needs that set to function. Then he's good.
Yeah.
Or then he's like top tier.
Yeah. And you can easily get stuck in that loop by just getting provoked and stunned and feebled. And like he's really good. Yeah, I don't know where I would probably put him in the lower S tier.
About Bayek?
About Bayek, Krutraxa, somewhere there in that area. Also, you have to keep in mind with that Chrono Cube, you're also boosting turn meter of everybody else, right? Once he gets a turn. So sometimes I pick like Shuzan, Hecaton, Marius. Then I give Hecaton the instant turn. He would use his A2. Maybe somebody's in Stone Skin or not protected at all. I'll kill them. Then I boost turn meter of everybody else. Marius goes with a Stormcall buff, so I kind of have a Stormcaller Marius with Hecaton. It's kind of funny, but yeah, it's I'm so I was actually so surprised how good he was after I got that relic on him. So
he's also specifically good like for the meta because he does AoE and like counterattacks all the time. So he deals with the enemy total guard stacks very well.
Yeah. And that damage, that Stormcall damage from that procs with his passive, ignores block damage as well. So it's actually pretty strong.
You like the spot between Garrel and Krutraxa? I think Garrel definitely gets way more used than him, to be fair.
I think it's a good spot. Yeah, I think it's a fair spot.
Yeah, okay, we'll take it. Okay, then we got Tector. Has to be top 3 for me personally. Arguably rank 1. It's really hard choice. I think it has to be rank 1 or rank 2. Are you going to disagree?
I don't think we can. I don't think he beats Sebrel, to be honest.
Okay.
But I think he beats Solinar.
Okay, that's a good compromise. So Tecteon is one of those champions that is really annoying to deal with. If you don't have the right champions, you might literally have no win condition against him because he will always, like, everybody builds him in 9-piece Mercurial, just like Hecaton, and you need to first clear out the total guard stacks, then you need to buff strip him without hitting him, or basically have a death dealer or guaranteed crit. You need very specific things to be able to deal with him, and that's assuming that he doesn't fight back, because he does do lockout and stun himself, and he has teammates too. So if teammates does do any kind of disruption against you, it's very hard to beat those teams. I will say that I've had multiple battles. I want to say like 4 battles. It's kind of funny thing, where it's enemy Tecteon versus my Brogni, and neither of team has any other champions left. And the Tecteons go all in on speed, and they also have to build accuracy. They don't have that much damage. My Brogni beats Tecteon in 1 versus 1. My Brogni is just too tanky. Now, to be fair, I have pretty good Brogni. He's like, let me double check his health. My Brogni has like 160k health or whatever, and he's in 4-piece bolster. So he heals a lot, 156k health. He beats Tecteons in 1 versus 1, but that's assuming that it's 1 versus 1 and they're not getting any other heals or damage. But it's a very oppressive champion. I basically don't have a way to counter Tecton on my account. I have a Death Dealer.
Yeah,
Death Dealer. But it's on Rotos, and Rotos takes double damage, and he does double hit A1, so he will one-shot Rotos even with bad damage. So I kind of hope to get the West Steel, to be honest, in Mercurial, and put the Death Dealer on her, because I do need a better way to deal with Tecton.
I think you still should put Death Dealer on your Predator. I think that would be your best option.
Not happening.
For anything. To counter Bayek, to counter Tecteon, to counter Xibias, nice.
My Predator is so tanky. It's so tanky. He like 1 versus 4 teams all the time. I don't want to do that to him. People have been telling me that, and I keep resisting. The drivers, again, they are telling me to run Death Dealer, and I call caps on that.
Just try it for a couple of fights. You will love it.
Nah.
You didn't even try it.
No.
Try it.
No. I want to get, what you call it. Well, I think Xibia wouldn't be... Xibia would be kind of funny, but I want to get lanes, obviously, on Predator. I want to get 100% ignore defense. That's my goal. I want to...
Yeah, I have that as well, but that doesn't help against Tecteon. You know, that's like... It doesn't do anything against him. That's the problem.
He does do a lot of damage. Like, my Predator, like, I was doing like 38k weak hits against Tecteon. So, I mean... It can kind of still kill him even through that, but yeah.
Also, another thing which is pretty interesting, the most common build for Tecteon is 9-piece Mercurial, but I actually saw some with like Pharaoh builds, and that was so annoying. That was so annoying because the immunity is blocked or like protected by what's it called, the Poison Cloud and the Lightning Cage. So you have absolutely no, like, it's so RNG heavy to even debuff him, even if you just place debuffs or try it, like, it's almost impossible. So that's also something people can consider building Tecteon in a Feral set in immunity. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, side point, Progney is pretty good against both Hecaton and Tecteon because he can take the total guard stacks away from them, and also potentially, if you run the build that I'm running, reflect CC back to them. So it can be pretty good, but he can't kill them. I mean, well, in 1 versus 1, but you still need somebody else to actually finish the job. But I mean, I guess we both agreed, though, that Sabral, Tecteon, and Solinar, which are all very new champions, they're literally the top 3.
Yeah.
Garrel actually is quite far away. I used to, at one point, say that Marius, Nice, and Garrel are the 3 best snookers, but we put Garrel quite far away from those other ones.
We have quite a few champions in S tier, right? I think it's pretty amazing that we have so many champions that are actually really good. It was not always the case.
Yeah, not even close. There used to be just a couple of viable champions and the rest was trash. I remember Tranda was the best snooker, nothing else was relevant. You needed Warlord and Hegemon and Sifi, or you sucked. You needed Taros and Maritzka. You know, everything else was just to beat their teammates. Now we actually have several dozen, like, how many we have? Like a couple dozen in S tier, but many of the A tier picks are great too, but they're a little bit more niche. We actually have more champions in S tier than A tier, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
But I think it makes sense. I think the S tier champions...
they're the most picked ones so far in S tier. You could even make the argument that Shuzan is S tier. Like, you know, it's like...
You want to bump it up? I kind of agree with that. I was thinking about it before.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Let's put it that way.
You can definitely do that.
Doesn't Shuchen have like 115 base speed too? Yeah. Or do I recall right? So I think...
Or does she? I think she does.
I'm not 100% sure. I don't have her. No,
Oh,
110.
110.
Okay. Still, pretty good. And good speed auto, yeah.
Yeah, it's that instant turn where you can't cut in, right? So makes her super powerful.
Okay, only 2 champions left. I don't know. You probably have not seen neither one of these that much, or have you? So
I've seen Pelops quite a few times, but
okay,
Palace. Yeah, let's talk about Palace first.
okay. So Palas is kind of interesting. It's like a reviver with turn meter every time she takes a turn, and I haven't seen her that much. I was kind of expecting to see her more. My chat was telling me that she's gonna be Aster Reviver. I almost don't even. I don't hate the idea of it, but I haven't seen her a lot. 15% turn meter on every turn does sound a lot, and she does do the AOE. Where is it? AOE Fervor, which you could pair with Mavara. Or they're both revivers, so it would be kind of a weird combo. But then everybody would do ally attacks, which is kind of interesting. Have you seen any of the real top accounts using her?
Not really, no. But I think she's a great reviver. She has a lot of utility, a great AoE revive with buffs. But this is a very vulnerable reviver to a Nell, for example, right? So she kind of lacks the protection on the revive where Theodosia would have unkillable. But I think you can, if you don't face Nell, I think she can actually perform really well. As you said, nice synergy with Mavara, the ally attacks. Also, if you have a Tection.
Oh yeah.
The
A1 is really good. Yeah.
Might be worth to try
Palace
alongside her Tection.
That's a little bit conditional, but that I would say could even be, well, okay, Tection A1 must actually be the best A1 in the game, but this is arguably like the best one too. Ally attack on A1, though it has to be the same faction, and heals everybody. That's pretty good for A1. It's almost like her like, her passive and A1 are better than the active skills.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. But I haven't seen her. I thought I would see her a lot. I'm actually surprised about it. I thought she would be kind of common big, but it's pretty tough competition with Theodosia and Galatir and Mavara, to be fair. So
100%. But the cool thing is, if she gets locked out, you still have the turn meter boost. You still have the A1. Where if you have another Argonites champion, you would still do something at least.
The takedown combo sounds very, very interesting. I don't think I've even seen that in a single battle, but that does sound pretty good. I mean, takedown does, for those that don't know, he does double hit A1, which is good against total guard, and also stun. And imagine if you have like, not that you have to do it on takedown, but imagine you have a takedown in Stormcaller with Pallas. That would be a funny combo. You could even have like one other ally attack champion, like you can run the Queen of Hearts or whichever. It would be kind of a funny combo.
Or a hackathon, Pallas, Tection, then you for sure have a Argonites nuker, which would join in on the A1, right? So I think there's a lot of potential there for Pallas. Maybe we'll see some play in the future. I don't know. But
I think about it this way. We haven't seen the Argonite Mythic yet, so there's a good possibility that the Mythic is going to be good. Maybe it has a really OP A1 on one of the forms. That might be an indirect buff on Pallas. Who knows?
Yeah. She's definitely a very good support in general. So
okay, so it's kind of funny because both of us admitted that we barely have seen her in battles, but we both think she's really good still. So how high can we place her is the question.
We can probably put her in B for now because she's not used that much.
I don't have to see her in a single battle. I mean, I have to put her above Dutchess. I think she has to be kind of at least middle, but maybe even like top tier B.
Maybe upper B.
I mean, I think she's better than Siphi.
I think so too.
I mean, I kind of want to put her top B. above
Okay.
Hilvi. Is that
Interesting.
too much?
I mean, considering we don't see her that much, but this is also maybe because not many people have her or have a 6-star soul, which you probably need to draft her.
Yeah, and also they probably don't have Tecton or
Yeah,
Hecaton, and if they do,
exactly.
then they probably have like +4
Yeah,
dice or whatever. So
yeah. Maybe we will revisit this tier list at some point, and then Palace will be
yeah,
top
if
tier
we
meta
revisit this next time, we'll do it on your channel because this is so long.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so
Yes, we have one more, huh?
yeah, final champion. We're almost done. By the way, have you seen how much time has gone? It's almost
I have no idea.
6.5 hour video.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. Okay, so final. I need to like timestamp everything because otherwise it's gonna be impossible. So we have Pelops the Victor, and he was a fusion. He's kind of popular. He's similar to Brockney. I think the difference between him and Brockney is that Brockney has to take a turn to deal with the total guard. I mean, he has to take a turn. Brockney doesn't, but he has way more CC. He does both buff strip and stun, and then petrification with the passive. I feel like he's kind of like the speed team version of Brockney. I think he maybe has like higher potential, but in practice it's easier to use Brockney. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I think if you go for that stripping total guard effect, then Brockney is definitely the way to go. But I have to say, the one guy that I was facing with Androck, he was also using Pelops alongside him.
Was it a nuke Pelops or like a support?
I think, he was crit capped, but he wasn't like a crazy, like he had high resistance, enough accuracy to still land his stuff. And it was kind of annoying, I have to say, because he had this insane amount of resistance. I couldn't place any debuffs, couldn't lock him out. He would put the petrification on my champions, right? So it was a very, very hard team to deal with. And I think Pelops is also a very underrated champion.
Really?
Which has a great potential because of his passive.
By the way, go on.
The petrification, that's what makes him so strong. See, whenever he's attacked, there's a 50% chance to place it, and I don't know if you like. It's the same thing with as with Nell. Your Predator, for example, can't evade that, right? So
yeah,
it's actually a pretty good pick against Predator. Not the best, but a good pick.
Yeah, especially if you can go first and you can get the shields, then you can probably survive the double hit. And if you do like a double hit on everybody, then it's definitely gonna proc the passive. I will say that I'm surprised that you say it's underrated, maybe by the top accounts, but I think the like average players are really happy about Pelops. I've heard lots of good things about her and gotten lots of questions. One thing I've noticed that in top arena, the Russians like Pelops. Have you noticed that? I see that the Russian clans are always playing with Pelops.
Yeah, I tend to see a lot of different trends along, like in the Russian community. They always have a different approach and strategies.
There's that Angels of War clan and the cluster that is like TFW or something like that. They use Pelops all the time, and they have a bunch of people in like top 100 and top 500. I see them always using it. Also, I blank out on his name. There's one Russian streamer. I want to say his name. I was just chatting on his stream the other day.
Interesting.
I can't remember his name.
You're watching all types of content creators, Koreans and Russians.
Yeah, I do.
So it's interesting.
I'll find it and I'll edit it on the video if I remember. But there's one Russian content creator likes to use Pelops. I think he was top 100. I probably will find him if I. You know who I'm talking about. If you like, you definitely know the name. You have fought him before.
Maybe, yeah.
Unless I correlate
If
him
he's
with
if
another
he's
Russian.
top 500 or whatever, I probably fought him.
I think he was top 100.
Or
You
top 100 even.
I think he was somewhere at the bottom, but he was in top 100. At least, last time that I checked it.
Is it Volga?
No, not Volga. It's a very chill guy. Wait, Samurai Raid. I'm pretty sure it's Samurai Raid. Otherwise, it's another Russian guy. I might conflate it. I think it's Samurai Raid. Likes to use it. But all the Russians, I don't know. It's like the Russian champion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they I think they have like different. Maybe one of their content creators did something with Pelops, and then they.
Oh yeah, that's. Now that you say it, I'm like almost certain they did. Yeah, this is the cluster. This cluster, they always use Pelops. Angels of War, TFW.
Yeah, I also think it was very popular for TW. I don't know what the exact name of the clan or cluster is, that they put Death Dealer on Predator. I noticed that this season or the season before that very heavily from that cluster. That was really a popular thing to do.
Yeah.
For them. But yeah, there's sometimes you face players and you're thinking like, what is he drafting? Why is he drafting that? Like, what is going on?
Yeah.
And then you get caught off guard by some weird strategy or something.
It's kind of funny that we both know the same players. Like we both know that Tara's wife, the only person in the game playing with Fatalist, we both know the same account. He's the only one that runs Fatalist, but it's actually pretty good.
Yeah. There's also one player from Leo, I don't remember exactly which one it was, but he would draft like only Queen of Hearts, Carnage, and would just go full ally attack. I don't remember who exactly it was, but
not to flex, but Alio is like insanely active clan and cluster. They have by far the most people in like live arena. Like, so like there's like I don't know, probably like 50 people from Alio in top 500. There's tons of them, so pretty much everybody is active. I don't remember who. There's like one non-Russian or like non-Ukrainian guy in Alio. Nobody else really speak English. It's this guy, Sabral Simp. The others always speak Ukrainian, so it's a little bit hard to keep up with them. They're often on voice. Yeah. I
think their strongest account is Blaze, and then
Lemberg. Yeah, those two.
Lemberg, Flash.
Yeah.
Flash, I have a hard time against Blaze. Flash I beat a couple of times, but Blaze is like the one
Flash
that I'm struggling the most with.
Flash is somebody that quit the game and he came back very recently.
Makes sense, yeah.
But yeah, a bunch of these you have fought many times before. Yeah. I think Dimso is also another strong account.
It's a good account. But I think there's levels between the Blaze, Lemberg, and Dimso, definitely.
Obviously.
But yeah. Pelops. Where are we going to put
probably
Pelops?
Has to be like middle or upper B tier, if not like at least there. What do you think?
Yeah, I think upper B is good.
What about just below, not Pelops?
I would probably even put Pelops. I would probably even put him above Palace.
Really?
Maybe, yeah, because I think he gets more plays or more playtime, more picks than Palace. Maybe because he was available for everybody, but he definitely does get picked more often than Palace.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think Pelops is also kind of unique, and Palace is like big competition. But if we get the Mythic Argonite champion that is really good, that could be like a big boost to Palace, just because she could boost that champion. Like imagine if Sabral was Argonite, or I don't know if what. Yeah, Sabral has a good A1 on the second form, right? It's a triple hitter. Like if some like okay, Tecteon is still good, but like any good mythic champion that would be Argonite, that could potentially be a very big boost. What's the best A1 from a mythic champion that is Snooker that you can think of?
The best A1 from a mythical champion. Cool.
I don't think any Nuker has like super crazy A1.
Yeah, they don't have crazy A1s.
Maybe Garrel.
Maybe Garrel, second form.
Yeah. Yeah, Garrel is probably the best A1, but it's not that crazy, but it is pretty good.
It's probably the best one.
Yeah. I mean, well, it is kind of good, but it just like damage, nothing like, it's not like a lockout or stun.
Yeah.
Tecteon almost has better A1 just because it stuns and it's double hit.
I agree. The stun lock meta is just crazy. Right? If you don't have to face stone column areas, then you have to face the Tecteon. That's gonna lock you out and stun you. It's crazy.
Yeah. Oh my god, we actually got the tier list done. That was a lot of work. Is there anything that now that you take a quick glance at the end, like why did we put this champion in that tier? It should be way different.
I'm kind of on the edge with Hegemon. Maybe we should even put him higher. I think Hegemon is the only one that I would put higher or change. High B tier, maybe even low A. But other than that, I think it reflects the current situation pretty well.
Yeah. Yeah, Hegemon is good. I never face Hegemon, but I don't run speed teams, so it's kind of hard for me to evaluate it, but I do know that he gets used. Actually, I know that when I watched like those Blaze stream, I've seen them fighting Hegemon. I think some of them use it too, but I've seen them fighting Hegemon a bunch of times. I think they like to use Gizmark a lot, and they face it, I think. I don't know if it's Gizmark or because of the other speed champions, but they like to run speed teams, and I've seen them facing Hegemon.
If you face a Gizmek in deflection, a Hegemon is a solid pick, right? You just one-shot the Gizmek if you have enough damage.
Yeah.
So there's an argument to put him higher, I guess. He gets picked a lot.
I mean, okay, I'm fine. How much higher? Above Rotos?
I would say so. I would probably put him at least above Embers.
Okay, I would definitely put it before. I don't know. Maybe we just put him at the top B. Is that too high?
No, I don't think so. Again, like, it's the thing where you, like, we already said it, you have to know there is a deflection Gizmek, right? So at the top, everybody knows each other's builds, what champions they're using, so...
Yeah, but to be fair, Gizmark is the type of thing that, maybe you know better than me. Is there any top account that is not even, that they use Gizmark and it's not in deflection? I don't think they would use Gizmark if you couldn't run deflection build. So you can basically assume that if you meet the Gizmark from good account, it is going to be deflection. And the same thing with many other things that, like, okay, I have seen sometimes like Grixia be in like 4-piece total guard, or like Mercurial, but almost never. Like if it's a lockout, it's going to be in like just full speed, except Yumeko is like usually going to be Chronophase and 4-piece Mercurial. Is there any other exceptions? No, our lookouts are full speed. Yeah. And a lot of the meta champions, you just know their builds. They're gonna be in like. Actually, let's take a prediction. Like, do we have any disagreements? Sabral is gonna be full speed. Sometimes I see it in Mercurial. Usually just full speed, right?
Yeah. 100%.
Okay. Tecton basically always full speed. You said some people run the Feral, but basically always full
Feral,
speed.
yeah.
I think on Solanar there's a little bit variation. I've seen like Sweet Berry, Lethal Stone Skin, and Mercurial. What do you think is the most popular at the
There are
top?
multiple ways to build him. I don't know, like
I think
a lot of
Sweet
people
Berry.
run Stone Skin, Total
I think
Guard. Some
Sweet
have
Berry.
even reaction, right? So
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sorry. I was gonna say I think Sweet Berry has gotten increasingly more popular. I've seen lots of Solanars in Sweet Berry recently, and I've been surprised about that.
yeah,
But
I think most of the players that I face in like top 100 or that I faced in top 100 have him in like Stone Skin.
sure.
But again, he works in Total Guard. He works in 9-piece Mercurial.
But
He's one of those.
But on
Whatever
that
you
one,
can-
we both agree too that he's viable in multiple sets, and you see all of them.
Yeah.
Marius is always in 9-piece Mercurial, unless you don't have unless you can't do the set. It's always in Stormcolor and Mercurial if you can do the build. But he's so good that people run it even without it. Same with Nice, it's always in Mercurial. I mean, you will see people with Lethal, they would run it in Mercurial if they could. Grixia is full speed. Few times I see 4-piece Mercurial Grixia. Theodosia, always 9-piece Mercurial. Do you disagree? No?
Yes. You can the best build that most players use is
Resistance.
a high resistance stone skin build.
Yeah, I've seen that too. I feel like I see Mercurial more, but I definitely have seen that too.
Yeah. So that 9-piece Mercurial works as well, but they are trying to, have an answer against the Stonecaller Marius. And if you have 9-piece Mercurial and that Marius goes, he would strip your Total Guard and stun you because you cannot resist it. So they play on that stone skin to keep that stone skin, right? With the high resistance deal.
Sure. Okay. But even there, we don't really disagree. I quickly corrected when you disagreed. I instantly knew what you was gonna say. Then Nell, always 9-piece Mercurial.
Yeah.
Predator
100%.
is again kind of like Solanar. There's a variation. I run 9-piece Whitberry. Some people run Stone Skin Lethal. You could basically run anything. You could just go like even Merciless. Like I feel like you could just go full damage on him, but some people do like to go Mercurial and Merciless. Everything is viable on him. I think on Predator it's kind of good to just run whatever is your best build or whatever fits your other teams and be like unpredictable, because he could be in any of those. Gizmark in like top live arena, always deflection. In lower arena, usually in 9-piece Mercurial, because they don't have deflection. If they had, they probably would use it. Niamhe, always 9-piece protection. Odin, always 9-piece protection. Karnitz, almost always 9-piece protection.
Mercurial.
But I'm sorry, Mercurial, but not everybody can do the build. Yeah, I meant Mercurial on Odin and Karnitz. Karnitz sometimes is in Stone Skin and Lethal if they can't do enough accuracy in Mercurial, but basically always in Mercurial. Okay, Galatir, I'm gonna say always in Mercurial, and you're gonna say sometimes in Stone Skin in Resistance, right?
Yeah, but I think most of the time I see him in 9-piece Mercurial, actually.
Okay. Yeah. Then Yumeko, like we agreed, it could be full speed, but it's really not, because the meta way to use Yumeko is in Chronophage and 4-piece Mercurial. Garol is always going to be 9-piece Mercurial. Some people don't have it, but if they do, it's going to be in that. It could be in Stormcolor or Death Dealer. Those are kind of the variations. Hecaton always 9-piece Mercurial. Crew trucks are usually Stone Skin Lethal, but it could be in Mercurial. Do you disagree?
Yeah, or Merciless even.
Okay.
Some people build their Merciless. Just full damage.
Merciless is kind of over capping the ignore defense though, but on the A2. But yeah. Lisa, I'm not even sure. 9-piece Mercurial is it always? I don't even know. I haven't run a lot of lockouts.
Sometimes, they're different. Like some people build her with deflection, some in 9-piece Mercurial. I don't know what's the best there, but that's what I saw most of the times. Okay.
Bayek almost always in 9-piece Mercurial, sometimes Lethal Stone Skin, But I feel like it used to be more often Lethal Stone Skin, then it switched around when people got Mercurial. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. Comidus, I guess Deflection. Yeah, it could be Mercurial too, or full speed, but I think usually Deflection. He's kind of a weird one because I think he's maybe less picked than some of the other champions, at least against me. But that might be because of my picks. Fabian, always full speed. Malara, like always 9-piece protection. Mercurial, sorry. Queen of Hearts. I'm not even sure about that. I'm not even sure about that. It could be like other things too. I feel like you could run it again in like full speed or Mercurial. It's kind of varied a little bit, and Shushen is always full speed. But we basically agreed on every single champion, so it is pretty predictable what builds people are going to be run. And we could run the same game on like the other champions, but it's going to be less relevant on like lower tier champions because, you know, we're talking about the top picks and the top builds, and it is very predictable.
Yeah.
And I will say that running like unusual builds, if it's good, it can be really good just to be like unpredictable. So
100%. It can throw you off, right? But yeah, most of the times you will know, okay, that's gonna be a deflection Gizmek, deflection Commodus, deflection Queen of Hearts. Otherwise, that guy wouldn't pick them, right? So
yeah,
it is predictable.
Okay, I think we're pretty much done. That's a long tier list. Maybe the longest raid video ever. Who knows? Maybe we made a new record.
Most likely, we beat my 3-hour video that I had with Nicholas.
We doubled it and then some.
We doubled.
Yeah.
Double it and give it to the next person.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. I don't think we're gonna see a longer video than that anytime soon, unless it's a stream. Anyway,
there's a lot, there's a lot to talk about when you do things like this, and as we said, it's not easy to do those tier lists, and I think you can't just put the champions and not talk about it. So I think it was good.
I was expecting it to be a really long video, but I don't think I just realized how long it's gonna be, because I was thinking in my mind that I was gonna do like 2-part myself and do one about nukers and one supports. Then I was thinking that it would be much more like interesting if there was like 2 people and we had like back and forth discussion about it. And then I was thinking that, we were talking about doing the collab, and it would be really good to do like a little bit debate about the champions. I think it's much better this way, but it's almost like way too long video. So I don't know if that's not gonna like, this might be a little bit too long for people.
Most likely. It could have been also only S, A, and B. We could forget about the rest.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Well, we went into detail. At least, there is lots of unique champions that got mentioned. I kind of actually agree. I don't think after B, maybe a couple exceptions, but I don't think they're that, like, we were basically saying that they're not good and how they would be better, but they don't have like niche ways to be used in the meta, except a couple exceptions like Galvalax and maybe Mortu and that kind of champions. But, and to be fair, Raid has tons of champions. We didn't include most champions in the game. My original version of the tier list had a bunch of other champions that I removed because my Discord said that, why are you even like having, what's the Leorios? Why are you even having Leorios in tier list in 2026, So I took like 30 champions away.
So the list was even longer.
Yeah, it was longer. Yeah.
Crazy.
But that's it. That's it. Thanks a lot for joining the video. Go subscribe to Snackbox's channel. I link it and I'll add it to the images and link it on the description or something. Anything else you want to say?
Yeah, if you're still watching by now, all the respect.
Yeah, well.
Thanks for having me, Shini. It was fun. Even if it was that long, I like to talk about those.
Yeah, I'll do next 50 videos on your channel to call it even.
All right.
Yeah, thanks. That's it. Thanks for watching and see ya.